Hogwarts, Harley from the Which Way by author Shimo Nuha Lie. Chapter 276-300. Welcome to Fanfic Audiobook, your go-to place for immersive audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, don't forget to like the video and subscribe to our channel for more amazing stories. And those who want to support me, I have a Patreon channel, get early access to video on Patreon. Chapter 276. Are you training your willpower? Are you training your ability to reincarnate? Professor Moody lectured for an entire class on the unforgivable curses, and the notes on the blackboard would make any ordinary wizard shiver. If Professor Moody's former colleagues had been there, he would have been arrested on the spot and sent directly to Azkaban. Only the little wizards in the classroom, these 14-year-old calves who weren't afraid of tigers, felt excited and showed no fear. However, Professor Moody still knew how to prioritize during his lessons. Although he believed that, among the students present, except for Harley, no one else could successfully use the unforgivable curses. As he himself said, most of you using the Avada Kedavra curse on me would only make my nose bleed a little. But he still didn't explain the casting essentials of the unforgivable curses. At the end of the lesson, Professor Moody also emphasized one thing. In fact, what I've told you is only the most basic manifestation of the unforgivable curses. These spells are too evil, so almost no one has conducted deeper research on them. But I want to strongly remind you that this doesn't mean absolutely no one has researched them. Lord Voldemort, for example, displayed terrifying talent with these spells and elevated them to an unprecedented level. As he spoke, Professor Moody waved his wand, and two images appeared on the blackboard. In the left image, a giant green net appeared out of thin air. The wizards who touched it looked pained, mouths wide open, letting out silent wails. The image on the right was even more terrifying. In the darkness, there were 5 fully armed Aurors, all highly alert, with floating stone slabs beside them for physical defense. But suddenly, a green light appeared out of nowhere, and this green light changed direction in midair, avoiding obstacles and piercing through one body after another. The 5 Aurors in the image didn't even react before they were all wiped out by this single green light. What I've shown you are 2 of the cases the Ministry of Magic once collected, where Lord Voldemort personally took action. If everyone listened carefully to this lesson, you would recognize that, based on the magical effects, the magic in the left image is the Crucio, and the one on the right is the Avada Kedavra curse. Professor Moody said loudly, his expression momentarily dazed. He paused briefly, then continued in a calm tone. And both of these spells were cast by Lord Voldemort. No one knows how he did it, but it's a fact. Just like in the images, Lord Voldemort could make the Crucio and the killing curse net-shaped. Everyone who came into contact with the spell would suffer the same agonizing pain or die instantly. He could also make a single spell penetrate multiple wizards, turning single target spells into area of effect spells. There is even some insufficient evidence telling us that he could control 3 wizards simultaneously with 1 Imperio. Of course, these spells are too advanced for you. Even if you knew the incantations, you wouldn't be able to perform them, and I don't want you to trouble yourselves researching them. I just want you to understand their terror and remain sufficiently vigilant, so you can protect yourselves in times of danger. Class dismissed. Mr. Longbottom, don't forget to come see me in my office. After this class, the students discussed Professor Moody and the unforgivable curses with awe. Some even argued directly over the very punishable topic of, which is more powerful and effective, the Crucio or the killing curse. Those unaware would have thought they had just finished a class at Azkaban Advanced Academy. Hermione, however, didn't seem too happy. Professor Moody shouldn't use the unforgivable curses in class, it's illegal. And many people were terrified, especially Neville, his knuckles turned white from fright. I'm going to report it to Professor Dumbledore. Professor Dumbledore probably knows about it. Harley mercilessly poured cold water on Hermione's enthusiasm. When I went to see Professor Dumbledore on the first night of term, I happened to run into Professor Moody. The two were probably discussing the progress of the defense against the dark arts lessons. Hermione paused, then it's fine. Since Professor Dumbledore knows, there's probably no problem. That's right, it's not safe outside right now, so it's good for others to learn more about the dark arts. That evening at the Gryffindor dinner table, Neville's condition was noticeably much better than in the morning, and he seemed much more confident. Although no one knew what Professor Moody and Neville discussed, their conversation clearly had a very positive effect on Neville. 4th-year coursework was becoming increasingly difficult. As Professor McGonagall would say, they had less than 700 days left until their ordinary wizarding levels. I really find it hard to imagine that with less than 700 days left until your ordinary wizarding levels, some of you can still sleep. Professor McGonagall had made this sentence her most common catchphrase in the classroom. Whenever a student wanted to complain that they were only in 4th year and the ordinary wizarding levels were still far away, they would be met with Professor McGonagall's death glare. How dare you argue? How dare you argue? Professor McGonagall asked 2 rhetorical questions in a row. Why were all your essays written during the summer so similar? Even the typos were exactly the same. The Arabic numeral 13 was even copied as AB. Also, do I need to remind you of your performance in class recently? Have you mastered the Transmigration spell? Last class, it seemed only Harley and Hermione successfully transferred the thorns from the cactus to the table. Miss Brown, don't look at me like that. Don't think I don't know you pulled all the thorns out and stuck them into the table one by one. And Mr. Thomas, I hope you have a smoother class this time and don't turn your nose into a cactus again. Most other professors also seemed to suffer from the same symptoms as Professor McGonagall, now emphasizing the ordinary wizarding levels. Even the usually benevolent Professor Flitwick assigned piles of homework and suggested that students could appropriately set aside other subjects to focus on Charms class, the most important course. Professor Moody, however, was the exact opposite, even standing out among these professors. He didn't focus on the ordinary wizarding levels but treated his classroom as an Auror training class and a basic training class for high-ranking Death Eaters, specifically teaching knowledge related to the Azkaban Advanced Academy entrance exam. Every class, Professor Moody explained various dark arts. Besides not teaching students how to use them, all other details were more thorough than the knowledge passed within the Death Eaters. And on a certain Friday, Professor Moody even initiated a vote. Would students be willing to let him use the Imperio and test whether they could resist its effects? Using an unforgivable curse on a wizard is illegal, and using it on underage little wizards is an even greater crime. But Hogwarts itself was a dictatorship of the principals, and under Professor Dumbledore's principalship, this concentration of power reached its peak, with the school board unable to intervene. Now Professor Dumbledore tacitly approved, and no one outside knew about it. The Ministry of Magic was completely unaware. As for the student vote, almost everyone voted in favor. Everyone wanted to experience the power of the Imperio. What if they were a prodigy? What if they successfully resisted the Imperio? Wouldn't that bring instant glory? So Professor Moody's proposal passed smoothly, except for Hermione and a few other students who were reluctant. The other students were even a bit impatient. Unfortunately, everyone overestimated their abilities, underestimated the power of the Imperio, and even more so overlooked the magical skill of an experienced old Auror like Professor Moody. In that defense against the dark arts class, the Imperio truly showed its might. Under the influence of Professor Moody's magic, the students performed a series of actions that would normally be impossible. Dean skipped around the classroom 3 times, singing the French national anthem and holding his hands high, almost waving a third of the French flag. Susan performed tap dances, occasionally doing front flips and backflips. Neville, in a short time, elevated his transfiguration skills to an unprecedented level, effortlessly conjuring a basketball in black and white clothes, performing a song and dance talent show on the spot. Tisk tisk tisk, your skills are really lacking. You've truly disappointed me, Professor Moody said gruffly. But it's understandable, the students in the years above you are just like you, and I haven't seen any good performances from them either. Hogwarts educational standards are really declining. Harley, it's your turn, let's see what you've got. Harley slowly walked to the center of the classroom, her expression calm. In the classroom, everyone else held their breath, and Hermione subconsciously covered her mouth. Imperio. Professor Moody raised his wand, pointed it at Harley, and whispered. Then, for the first time, he gently waved his wand, seemingly very confident in Harley, believing that without the aid of his wand, it would be difficult to command her. But Harley didn't move an inch, feeling her mind perfectly clear. The Imperio has no counter curse. Unless the caster willingly lifts it, the cursed person can only rely on their own will to break free from it. And the only key to breaking free from the Imperio is to have a strong will. Would Harley lack willpower? How could that be? When she was Sequence 9, Harley dared to assassinate a priest of the Seven Deities Church. When she was Sequence 7 Witch, Harley, relying on cunning and will, successfully killed a demoness of pleasure of the same pathway, stealing maps and various passcodes to escape the demoness sect, successfully fleeing that unforgettable place. When she was Sequence 5 Demoness of Affliction, Harley drifted at sea for a long time, facing death risks countless times and successfully escaping, trying every means to find various materials for becoming a demigod. When she was Sequence 3 Demoness of Unaging, facing the pursuit of Amon's avatar, which barely reached the angel level, Harley still held on for a long time, and ultimately successfully escaped back to this point in time. You say she lacks willpower. You might as well say Harley lacks resistance to pleasure abilities, that statement would be more credible. What's more, during the summer, Harley had been practicing occlumency, which she found in the Grimald place. After all, one can't always rely on one's own Beander characteristic for defense, right? The spectator pathway is almost unsolvable at high sequences precisely because many pathways lack protection for their own minds. And occlumency also has a certain effect in resisting the Imperio. So no matter how Professor Moody waved his wand, Harley remained completely still, even having the leisure to yawn. Everyone pay attention, look. Professor Moody slammed the table and praised loudly. Harley resisted my Imperio. The rest of you, pay close attention, the key is Harley's eyes. That's the key. Everyone looked confused. What was wrong with Harley's eyes? They couldn't see anything. After class, many people gathered around Harley to ask for advice. How could Harley explain? Tell them to have an intense life and death struggle with a demigod. Or to escape while being chased by an angel. Finally, Harley could only make up 2 reasons based on descriptions from books. The key to resisting the Imperio is to have an incredibly strong will. Your heart must be strong enough. Then how should we do that? One student in the surrounding crowd asked loudly. Harley pondered for a moment. I'll give you a quantifiable standard. When you have the guts to not do the homework assigned by Professor McGonagall and Professor Snape, and sleep in class, and remain unshaken even when facing the glares of both professors, your willpower is absolutely sufficient. Understood. Wait, what did you say? The students were initially very happy, ready to start training immediately, but then they realized what Harley had said. Forget it. This isn't training willpower, this is training one's ability to reincarnate. Besides her regular classes, Harley also had to make time to participate in Professor McGonagall's club and private tutoring from 3 other professors. Professor Snape, in the first class, extended her detention until the end of the year, using the excuse that Harley's greeting was too soft and he couldn't hear it. Professor Flitwick also planned to take Harley to the International Wizarding Duel competition, so he often tutored her on dueling content. On Professor Babbling's side, although she was asked by someone, she still diligently taught Harley alchemy. Thus, time slowly passed, gradually arriving at October. P.S. Harry used the unforgivable curses in the 5th, 6th, and 7th books, using the other 2 besides the killing curse. Spells have casting techniques, and although Harry's unforgivable curses weren't very powerful because he wasn't cruel enough, he could still successfully cast them. Does this mean, the Barty taught in the original novel was the real deal, and all the casting essentials were explained? Chapter 277, Harry, your fashion sense is not good. Doesn't this deep V dress look good? In mid-October, a notice suddenly appeared on the school bulletin board. Triwizard Tournament. Representatives from Beauxbatons, Durmstrang, Castellobruxo, Mahoutokoro, and Ilvermorny will arrive at 6 p.m. on Friday, October 30th. Classes that afternoon will end half an hour early. At that time, students are requested to return all non-essential personal belongings to their dormitories, dress neatly, and gather in the open ground in front of the castle to welcome our guests, then attend the welcoming feast. As soon as this notice was posted, it immediately caused a stir in the school and brought much amusement to the students. Originally, the Triwizard Tournament no longer sparked much discussion in the school, but after this notice appeared, everyone began to talk about the topic again. Who would be Hogwarts champion, what events would be in the Triwizard Tournament, and how students from other schools differed from those at Hogwarts, these were all subjects of intense discussion among the students. As they discussed, the students' conversations once again turned to the endlessly debated topic of which of the 6 magic schools was the strongest. Most students firmly believed that Hogwarts was the best magic school in the world. Why wouldn't they? After all, Hogwarts professors advertised it as such every year. And since they were so excellent, and only Hogwarts sent them an acceptance letter, discovering their talent, then Hogwarts must surely be the most outstanding. However, whenever Harley heard this argument, she would always choose to quicken her pace. Others might not know the truth, but how could she not? Hogwarts ranked 6th in the statistics compiled by the International Confederation of Wizards, barely making it to the middle among the 11 magic schools. This was not to blame others, as magic schools like Koldovstorts in the West Siberian plain were weak in transfiguration but strong in combat magic. Castellobruxo's herbology and care of magical creatures were outstanding, but its charms class level was not very good. Beauxbatons, relying on its wealth, was extremely proficient in alchemy, but the level of its combat-related courses was rather average. It could be said that among the 11 existing schools, 10 schools had their strengths and also certain flaws. Hogwarts was different, It was unique, as its defense against the dark arts was not only flawed, but the flaw was ridiculously large. After all, Hogwarts' defense against the dark arts professor was a one-time consumable, needing to be replaced every year. Others were limping, but Hogwarts had a leg completely broken. How could it compete with others like that? Hogwarts' current 6th place ranking was entirely due to the excellent teaching abilities of its 4 deans, who pulled up the average score through high marks in other compulsory courses. Furthermore, Professor Dumbledore was the president of the International Confederation of Wizards, and this ranking was published by the International Confederation of Wizards, so everyone had to give some face to the president's school. Otherwise, Hogwarts' ranking would probably drop even further. The impending arrival of the other 5 magic schools at Hogwarts brought many changes to the castle. The most obvious of these was that Hogwarts Castle suddenly looked brand new. The peeling wallpaper in the dormitories was replaced with new, worn floor tiles were restored to their original condition, all graffiti on the walls disappeared completely, and a new layer of whitewash was applied. The dusty portraits in the corridors were all cleaned, and even the backs of the paintings were tidied up. However, this displeased the portraits, as it seemed they were scrubbed too hard, removing some of the color from their faces. This caused the portraits to grimace in pain whenever they touched the newly exposed pink tender flesh. In the castle corridors, all sorts of ancient and dilapidated suits of armor also became sparkling clean, and new lubricant was poured into their joints, preventing them from creaking when they moved. Harley noticed every day that Filch was conducting a thorough cleaning, and also moonlighting as a decorator, essentially being an all-rounder. This also made Filch's nerves exceptionally sensitive. If a student dirtied the floor, he would fly into a rage, even scaring 2 first-year girls into hysterics. Moreover, Filch even made a suggestion to Professor McGonagall, the deputy principal who was in charge. He suggested that the school uniformly require students that there should be no trash in the corner bins, no quilts or clothes on dormitory beds, and no textbooks or quills on classroom desks. Many little wizards complained, asking why he didn't just ban people from standing on the ground. The resentment towards dorm checks, it's truly maddening. Fortunately, Professor McGonagall rejected such an inhumane suggestion, which made Filch grumble for several days. The ghosts also held an emergency meeting, and the Bloody Baron warned Peeves, forbidding him from causing trouble during the Triwizard Tournament. Of course, in exchange, Peeves was allowed to attend the opening feast next year. The ghosts didn't really want this, as Peeves had always been forbidden from attending the opening feast. But on the first day of school this year, Peeves caused a huge commotion in the kitchen, resulting in many dishes that day, but severely insufficient quantities. The house elves had to work frantically overtime to barely supply enough for the opening feast that day. So, if they didn't make concessions now, should they wait until the other schools arrived and witnessed Peeves' destructive capabilities before giving in? The faculty also became increasingly nervous, with Professor McGonagall roaring sternly in class. "Mr. Longbottom, I beg you, please don't expose yourself in front of the Durmstrang guests and let them see that you haven't even mastered a simple transfiguration charm." As she roared, Professor McGonagall transformed Neville's ear, which he had grafted onto a cactus, back to normal. In addition to disciplining students in class, the professors also decided to keep a close watch on problematic students. The prankster duo, the Weasley twins, explosion genius Seamus, Cauldron melter Neville, Professor McGonagall suddenly felt overwhelmed. Why were all the talents from Gryffindor? Wouldn't it be better to have more obedient, well-behaved, and academically excellent cute students like Harley? And so, time quickly arrived at October 30th. That morning, when students went downstairs for breakfast, they found the Great Hall had been redecorated overnight. 4 huge silk banners hung on the walls, each representing one of the Hogwarts houses. However, Harley always felt something was off. Why was Slytherin's python silver? The witch online expressed her doubts. Early in the morning, just as Harley sat down, the Weasley twins came over. Fred said mysteriously, "Harley, are you sure you're going to sign up for the Triwizard Tournament?" "Of course." Harley spread strawberry jam on her toast. "What reason do I have not to participate?" Tisk. George clicked his tongue hard. "Well, Fred, you see, I told you Harley wouldn't give up." "So what?" Fred retorted. Everyone had already guessed that Harley would participate in the Triwizard Tournament and had a high probability of becoming a champion. But that doesn't stop us from trying again. "Cedric is going to sign up. Are you really planning to give up?" "Oh, what are the 2 Mr. Weasleys planning to do?" A somewhat familiar voice suddenly rang out. "Of course, we're trying to figure out how to sign up for the Triwizard Tournament." Fred replied without thinking, "We both have great faith in our abilities, and George, stop poking my waist." He didn't finish his sentence when he saw his brother's strange expression. Wait, Fred suddenly realized, that voice from behind just now, why did it sound so familiar? Immediately after, Fred turned his head and saw Professor McGonagall behind him. Fred instinctively tried to lean back, but the chair was unstable, causing him to fall directly to the ground. His good brother George burst out laughing at the sight but quickly covered his mouth and pulled Fred up. Professor McGonagall glared at the two rascals and then turned to Harley. Harley, come to my office after you finish eating. Hermione, you come too. Harley and Hermione exchanged glances, not knowing what had happened, but quickly finished their breakfast. Upon arriving at Professor McGonagall's office, Professor McGonagall was already sitting behind her desk. Sit down, relax, just treat it as a chat. Saying this, Professor McGonagall walked out from behind the desk and handed Harley and Hermione each a bag enchanted with an undetectable extension charm. Harley, Hermione, these are clothes and jewelry that Sirius custom ordered for you. He said these items were quite valuable, so he personally delivered them and asked me to pass them on. A broad smile appeared on Professor McGonagall's face, and she casually ruffled Harley's hair. Of course, Sirius gave me more than just this. He also sent me a set of photos of Harley's outfits and asked me for a favor, to help you choose when you need to wear these clothes. After all, he personally feels your taste seems to be a bit problematic. I also helped you consider it and feel that all these clothes are good. Coincidentally, when welcoming guests tonight, each house needs to send one person to stand at the very front of the line. How about you consider it? As Gryffindor's representative, I'll help you pick an outfit to wear then. I think all of them are good except for that suit. Harley's face instantly flushed, and she said softly. This isn't quite right, Professor McGonagall. I don't mind standing at the front of the line to represent Gryffindor House, but I honestly think the suit also looks very good. Why wear a suit? Professor McGonagall glared. Aren't those dresses pretty? Although your dean is old and not quite up with the times, she can at least tell which outfit looks better. Harley was so intimidated by her dean that she didn't dare to look up, secretly turning to Hermione for help. However, Hermione just tilted her head and smiled from the side, completely ignoring her good friend. Finally, under Professor McGonagall's intimidation, Harley, reluctantly, chose the neutral black formal robe. As for the other two dresses, the long dress identical to Hermione's and the black deep V-neck evening gown, Harley firmly refused. Wearing such clothes now would be too embarrassing, she thought, at least wait until the ball. Throughout that day, students had little interest in class, which made the professors very angry, but they didn't have the heart to give detention to the distracted students. When the bell rang early, everyone quickly rushed back to their towers, then came to the open ground in front of Hogwarts Castle. The deans and prefects of each house were directing students to line up. It was clear that everyone had dressed up carefully, choosing their favorite clothes. However, there was a small commotion over by Ravenclaw. Harley looked up and saw Luna wearing a long robe full of sequins, which shimmered with various colors. Very good, very Luna. Leading Hufflepuff was their prefect, and the universally acknowledged most outstanding Hufflepuff, Cedric Diggory. Leading Ravenclaw was their Quidditch captain, Roger Davies. Malfoy stood at the very front for Slytherin, as their family was considered the most noble in Slytherin by bloodline, perfectly fitting their selection criteria. Harley wore the magnificent black formal robe, with white silk gloves on her hands, exuding an elegant aura. Everyone was excited, anticipating the arrival of people from the other schools. However, they soon became less excited, as almost everyone had chosen light clothing for aesthetic reasons. But avoiding bulk meant not avoiding the cold. It was late October, and the evenings in England were already starting to get chilly. Especially as the sun gradually set and night slowly fell, Harley vaguely heard the sound of chattering teeth and complaints from the crowd. Why aren't the people from the other schools here yet? I'm freezing to death. Professor McGonagall instantly turned her head and gave Ron a death glare. Ron shivered in fear, quickly stood straight, and dared not whisper to Seamus anymore. Ah! Professor Dumbledore, standing at the very front, suddenly exclaimed. If I'm not mistaken, the Beauxbatons representatives have arrived. Before the students could actively look, a colossal object appeared on the horizon. That familiar powder blue carriage, led by 12 Abraxan, flew towards Hogwarts. The carriage had clearly been meticulously renovated, its oak gleamed from polishing, and the metal edges, which had almost faded, were re-gilded. Apparently to echo Halloween, several pumpkin lanterns, also adorned with jewels, hung from the carriage's edges. In short, this carriage, from inside to out, exuded one word. Rich. ... Is this a bug? I keep getting back-end notifications that I have corrections, but when I click on them, it's blank. It's ridiculous. Chapter 278 The murderer is actually me. In the blink of an eye, the Abraxan landed smoothly. Those golden, elephant-sized horses shook their massive heads and the silver manes on their backs, their fiery red eyes darting around, quickly noticing Harley. Several horses neighed a friendly greeting, and one even whinnied, startling the surrounding little wizards. Harley remembered when Fleur had taken her to visit the Abraxan stables. She had personally fed these pampered, young masters, and young ladies, several barrels of fine malt whiskey. She hadn't expected their memories to be so good, recognizing Harley so quickly now. The carriage followed closely behind the Abraxan, crashing heavily to the ground and kicking up large clouds of dust. Once the carriage had fully settled, the large door, emblazoned with a design of 2 golden crossed wands, with 3 stars emerging from each wand, opened. A boy in light blue robes jumped down, bowed slightly, and opened a golden spiral staircase from the carriage floor. He then respectfully stepped back, his head slightly bowed, waiting for the others to emerge from the carriage. When a gleaming black high-heeled shoe emerged from the carriage, many students gasped. What huge shoes! Was that a normal shoe size for a person? Only a giant would need shoes of that size. Madame Maxime, accompanied by the Beauxbatons students, elegantly descended from the carriage and stood in the clearing. She was adorned with as many exquisite ornaments as when Harley last met her, only this time she wore a black satin dress. Professor Dumbledore first led the students in applause, then offered Madame Maxime a virtual kiss on her hand without bending over. My dear Madame Maxime, welcome to Hogwarts. Professor Dumbledore, Madame Maxime said slowly in a low voice, I hope you are well. Very well, thank you, Professor Dumbledore replied. These are the students I've brought, I'll trouble your school to look after them this year. Madame Maxime waved her hand, revealing a dozen students behind her. Among them, a tall witch with a headscarf held the hand of a little girl, about 8 or 9 years old, also wearing a headscarf, who was looking around. Upon seeing Harley, Fleur gave a friendly wink with her exposed blue eyes. Harley stood behind Professor McGonagall, not moving, only offering a small smile in response. After all, she was currently representing Gryffindor's prestige, and couldn't make any sudden movements in such a serious setting. However, Madame Maxime quickly solved Harley's dilemma. After she whispered to Professor Dumbledore for a while, the principal called Harley over. This made the surrounding little wizards quietly whisper among themselves again, surprised that Harley actually knew the principal of another school of magic. Was this the network and influence of a genius? Harley quickly stepped forward, her knees slightly bent, lifting the sides of her robe slightly. Good evening, Madame Maxime. Good evening, Harley, Madame Maxime nodded, long time no see. I haven't even thanked you yet. Harley tilted her head slightly, looking at Madame Maxime in confusion. It was during the Quidditch World Cup final last time, that riot, Madame Maxime explained softly. Those rioters almost affected the Beauxbatons students, and nearly injured Fleur and Gabrielle. Fortunately, you stepped in to stop them. So I must thank you. It's what I should do, madam, Harley said with a humble expression, it was just a small favor. Alas, such a wonderful child as you, why aren't you from Beauxbatons? Madame Maxime sighed, and began to poach in front of Professor Dumbledore. Nicholas is so fond of you, and many Beauxbatons students admire your presence that night. If you came to Beauxbatons, I could guarantee you would become principal after graduation. Madame Maxime, poaching in front of me isn't very good, Professor Dumbledore said with a smile, interrupting her. Even if Harley were to become a principal, she would be the principal of Hogwarts. I'm an old man, ready to retire. You're really boring, Dumbledore, Madame Maxime casually complained, while looking around. Have the other schools of magic not arrived yet? They will arrive at any moment, Professor Dumbledore smiled slightly. Would you like to wait here to greet them, or would you prefer to go inside and warm up first? Then I'll warm up first. Madame Maxime was about to say something else when several claps of thunder suddenly echoed in the sky, and the strong winds began to howl. Several enormous white giant eagles, riding the wind and guiding lightning, approached Hogwarts. The frequency of their wing beats was unusually uniform, and their flight direction and formation were perfectly aligned. They were thunderbirds, magical creatures unique to North America. A small house was vaguely visible among these thunderbirds, with no ropes connecting the house to the thunderbirds, yet it was moving rapidly, pulled by them. Madame Maxime, I believe our friends from Ilvermorny have arrived. Professor Dumbledore said softly, watching the thunderbirds approach. I'm afraid I'll need the Professor of Care of Magical Creatures at Hogwarts to temporarily lead the Abraxan away to make some space for our guests from Ilvermorny. Of course, I hope your professor can take good care of them. Well, I think he can do it, at least they won't get hurt. Madame Maxime saw Hagrid, who was coming to lead the horses away, and couldn't help but nod. However, Hagrid's current behavior wasn't particularly good. He kept unconsciously stealing glances at Madame Maxime. Fortunately, Professor Dumbledore was there, otherwise he would have long since gone up to chat with Madame Maxime. I forgot to remind you, Beauxbatons Abraxan only drink pure malt whiskey. Madame Maxime suddenly reminded him. Oh, all right. Hagrid subconsciously answered loudly, and prepared to go to the Hog's Head pub immediately to buy dozens of barrels of the purest high-proof liquor. What? The vice principal hasn't approved the money yet. What a joke, did they really think Hogwarts' invisible rich man Hagrid has no money? Isn't it just paying out of his own pocket? Buy it. The Thunderbirds were about to land, and another school arrived at the same time as them. On a clear patch of ground by the Black Lake at Hogwarts, a shimmering green light suddenly bloomed. Countless seeds quickly took root and sprouted, growing rapidly, sending out branches and leaves, and transforming into trees. These trees formed a perfect circle, leaving a clearing in the middle. In the clearing was a seed, shining like a green jewel. After all the other trees had finished growing, this, emerald, finally glowed, but instead of turning into a tree, it quickly formed a giant, pink, budding flower. The flower shimmered with light and slowly bloomed, revealing a group of wizards wearing robes emblazoned with the Castellobruxo school emblem. This novel entrance method elicited gasps of surprise from the students, as the previous arrivals of Beauxbatons and the still descending Ilvermorny were at least understandable. But Castellobruxo's method, they had never seen anything like it, truly never. Ilvermorny's Thunderbirds quickly landed, the house crashing heavily onto the ground just like the earlier carriage. Welcome, both of you, welcome. Professor Dumbledore strode forward to greet them, with Madame Maxime a half-step behind. Good evening, Dumbledore. Joseph Oliveira, the principal of Castellobruxo, was the first to emerge from the newly formed grove. Thank you for planting the seeds beforehand, otherwise we wouldn't have arrived so smoothly. It was nothing, Professor Dumbledore nodded, looking at the middle-aged wizard who had just appeared on the other side. Egbert, was the journey smooth? Of course, Gilbert Fontana, the principal of Ilvermorny, waved his hand gently, and a breeze dispersed the surrounding dust. Long time no see, Dumbledore. With that, he snapped his fingers casually. The Thunderbirds nodded at Principal Fontana, quickly flapped their wings, took off, and disappeared into the clouds. Looking at the inquiring gazes of the other principals, Principal Fontana smiled politely. Thunderbirds are proud. Ilvermorny and these powerful magical creatures have only an equal contractual relationship. We can ask Thunderbirds for help, but we must pay them accordingly. Now that they have fulfilled their contract, they are returning to the Thunderbird Sanctuary in North America. A very harmonious relationship, Professor Dumbledore continued, preventing an awkward silence. I was just discussing with Madame Maxime when you would arrive. Would you like to go inside and warm up first? Our friends from Mahoutokoro and Durmstrang haven't arrived yet. Professor Dumbledore hadn't finished speaking when a very strange sound suddenly drifted from the darkness. It was a suppressed rumble and sucking sound, like a giant vacuum cleaner moving along a riverbed. The calm surface of the Black Lake suddenly became turbulent, huge waves rising and crashing against the damp shore. Then, a large whirlpool appeared in the center of the lake, from which a slender pole emerged, followed by sails and rigging. An ancient sailing ship, like a skeleton, was emerging from the Black Lake. But an accident occurred. Just as the ship had fully surfaced, a giant gourd suddenly rushed down the river from the upstream of the Black Lake. The gourd crashed violently into the sailing ship with a loud bang. Thus, to the stunned gazes of the wizards from the four schools, the sailing ship tilted to one side, and the gourd flew off in the opposite direction. Oh no, an accident. Professor Dumbledore reacted swiftly, instantly drawing his wand and slashing downwards forcefully. Numerous iron chains suddenly extended from midair, instantly binding the mast and some railings on the sailing ship, pulling it back forcefully. At the same time, an invisible giant hand seemed to appear on the surface of the Black Lake, supporting the hull from the other side, slowly straightening the ship. Principal Fontana of Ilvermorny also drew his wand, unleashing the power of the wind, attempting to stop the gourd that was crashing towards his own house. Principal Oliveira of Castellobruxo naturally couldn't stand by, as his own camp was also nearby. The branches of the trees on the shore suddenly grew and spread rapidly, forming a tree wall to protect the Black Lake shore. At the same time, countless thick branches wrapped around the gourd, attempting to stop it. Madame Maxime also symbolically drew her rolling pin-like wand, turning the lake water into walls to block the gourd. At the same time, it was evident that magical power was also at work on the ship and the gourd, striving to stabilize both. Ultimately, with the help of Professor Dumbledore's magic, the sailing ship did not capsize, and the gourd was intercepted by the other three principals. A middle-aged man in a bright silver fur cloak suddenly stormed out of the sailing ship's cabin, fuming. Who is attacking us, attacking Durmstrang Institute? You are making an enemy of all Durmstrang, and of half the Nordic wizarding world. Behind him, a group of young wizards in black fur cloaks also poured out of the cabin, wands in hand, glaring angrily around. Professor Karkaroff, it was that gourd that collided with you. Professor Dumbledore pointed to the yellow gourd, which was docked on the shore and resembled a house. It seems to contain people from Mahoutokoro. The stopper of the gourd opened, and a group of wizards wearing robes that blended Japanese kimono style jumped out. The wizard leading them also looked angry mixed with bewilderment. Who attacked us with lightning? Who? If it weren't for those inexplicable bolts of lightning, our replicated Shuden Doji gourd would never have had a problem. Principal Fontana's expression suddenly turned somewhat unpleasant, as the area around Hogwarts was a rare clear night. If there was lightning, it seemed to be Ilvermorny's Thunderbirds. Perhaps they saw a giant gourd floating in the water, felt curious, and casually threw a few bolts of lightning. The culprit was myself. After Professor Dumbledore's detailed explanation and mediation, Principal Fontana finally apologized to Karkaroff and Komodoman, the principal of Mahoutokoro, and promised to cover the repair costs for both sides, thus putting the matter to rest. The little wizards felt extremely relieved. They could finally return to the warm Great Hall of Hogwarts to enjoy dinner. After such a series of major events, dinner time had already passed by an hour. It was no exaggeration to say that the little wizards were practically starving. Even discovering Crumb on the way back to the castle didn't significantly raise anyone's spirits. Only a few fervent fans gathered around, wanting Crumb to sign their clothes with lipstick. After all, if you don't eat enough, who has the energy to watch an international Quidditch superstar? You can always chase after a sports star, but if you miss this meal, people could really die. Chapter 279. Believe it or not, I will demonstrate the spirit of craftsmanship on the spot, asking for monthly tickets. Chapter 279. Believe it or not, I'll perform the bow and scrape spirit, right here, requesting monthly tickets. Upon entering the Great Hall, the students from Durmstrang and Mahoutokoro sat at the Slytherin table, as it had the fewest people. Ilvermorny and Ravenclaw students sat together, while Castellobruxo headed to the Hufflepuff table. The wizards from Beauxbatons unhesitatingly came to the Gryffindor side, as Harley was a Gryffindor. Just as Madame Maxime had said earlier, Harley was truly famous at Beauxbatons now. When those hooligans were closest to the Beauxbatons carriage, they were only 5 or 6 tenths away. Madame Maxime had even led the little wizards away from the scene, only to see the blizzard Harley cast from a distance. Such a heroic posture. In any case, the Beauxbatons boys were all plotting and discussing, fantasizing about inviting Harley to be their dance partner at the Triwizard Tournament ball. Though they were probably just wishful thinking. As soon as Hermione and Harley took their seats, Fleur, with Gabrielle, occupied the seats on Harley's other side. Long time no see, Harley. Did you miss me? Of course. Harley gave Fleur a hug, then hugged Gabrielle. The little girl was curiously surveying Hogwarts' Great Hall, and after a somewhat perfunctory greeting of, "Hello, Big Sister Harley," she continued to admire the banners on the walls. Harley didn't mind much, but Fleur was displeased. She tugged Gabrielle's ear, making Gabrielle turn her head and give a proper greeting before letting her sister off the hook. When Madame Maxime entered, Fleur again tugged at the still-gazing Gabrielle's robe, making the mischievous little girl stand up. This is a Beauxbatons tradition, all must stand when the principal enters the Great Hall. Students can only sit down after the principal is seated. Gabrielle whispered a thoughtful explanation to Harley, but was glared at fiercely by Fleur. Oh no. I forgot Big Sister said no talking during this time. Seeing that almost everyone was seated, Professor Dumbledore stood up. The Great Hall quickly fell silent, with only Professor Dumbledore's voice filling every corner of the Great Hall. Good evening, ladies, gentlemen, ghosts, and our distinguished guests from afar. Dumbledore smiled as he looked at the foreign students. It is with immense joy that I welcome you all to Hogwarts. I also sincerely wish you all, and hope you can enjoy the comfort and pleasure of home here at Hogwarts. The Triwizard Tournament will officially begin at the end of the feast. Now, let us first enjoy a sumptuous dinner. Without further ado, let's eat. After Professor Dumbledore sat down, the plates in the Great Hall were instantly piled high with rich dishes. Signature dishes from various countries appeared one after another, dazzling the students. Brazilian barbecue, feijoada, clam chowder, French bouillabaisse, escargots with garlic butter, sashimi, salmon prepared 3 ways, pan-seared lamb chops, stargazy pie. Wait, did something strange get mixed in? The house elves probably used every trick in their arsenal to satisfy their foreign friends. However, it seemed that dark cuisine like stargazy pie was a bit out of place, as a certain Mahoutokoro girl directly frowned. Is this how fish is supposed to be eaten? This is simply a waste of fish. Fleur took off her scarf and also helped the restless Gabrielle remove hers. Instantly, the surrounding space fell silent. All the male students at the Gryffindor table stopped what they were doing, staring blankly at Fleur. However, Fleur was accustomed to this and continued chatting with Harley and Hermione. After an entire 3rd year of diligent study, Hermione could now also interject into their conversation in French. Your students are truly charming. At the faculty table, Professor Dumbledore noticed this scene and chatted with Madame Maxime with a smile. Just a small talent, nothing much. Madame Maxime's voice was calm, but the smile at the corner of her mouth couldn't be hidden at all. It's your Harley from Hogwarts who is truly talented. That Blizzard, I must say, her control over the weather charm is truly masterful. Professor Dumbledore smiled proudly without a word, simply downing half a glass of mead in one go. The principals of the other magic schools had also read the latest British The Daily Prophet, hoping to gather some useful information, and thus saw Harley's achievements. So they all knew a bit about Harley and could now join the conversation. Only Karkaroff sat silently in his seat, sipping rum in small mouthfuls. It was unclear whether Professor Dumbledore did it on purpose or by accident. In any case, Karkaroff had an empty seat to his left, and to his right sat Hogwarts Defense Against the Dark Arts professor, Alistair Moody. Although he didn't look up, Karkaroff felt that Moody's magical eye was constantly fixed on him, its gaze sweeping over every inch of his skin. That old man, when he was still a Death Eater, it was he who personally arrested him and brought him to Crouch for trial. Fortunately, he was clever and sold out many teammates, thus escaping disaster. And now the seating arrangement was like this again, deliberately messing with his mind, wasn't it? Karkaroff cursed silently in his seat, but he didn't dare to make any unusual moves, and even had to keep a smile on his face. The side door of the Great Hall suddenly opened, and Filch guided 2 British Ministry of Magic officials inside. They were Ludo Bagman and Barty Crouch. However, these 2 looked to be in poor spirits. Crouch was as thin as an old skeleton, his face already lined with wrinkles. Ludo, though still looking plump, had a hint of annoyance in his eyes. Professor Dumbledore seemed to have anticipated this and stood up to greet the 2 Ministry of Magic officials as they took their seats. When Karkaroff first saw Crouch's state, he was a little happy. Although looking at Moody's condition, he would probably live for another 30 or 40 years. But Crouch seemed to be dying. This was also good news for him, wasn't it satisfying to outlive an enemy? But he quickly stopped being happy, because Karkaroff's seat was now between Barty Crouch on his left and Alistair Moody on his right. Karkaroff almost went red with anger. Dumbledore, you old geezer, what do you mean? On my left is the person who judged me, and on my right is the person who arrested me. You dare to target me. Believe it or not, I just chickened out. Karkaroff greeted the 2 with extreme sincerity and humility, his smile almost overflowing from his face. This made Kamo Doman marvel, never expecting that Mr. Karkaroff also possessed the bow and scrape spirit of Mahoutokoro. That bow was truly standard. This time, the 2 of us are responsible for being the judges of the Triwizard Tournament. Ludo chatted with Dumbledore after taking his seat. It was originally supposed to be Undersecretary Umbridge and me as the judges. But you know, Minister Fudge has been a bit busy recently, and Undersecretary Umbridge, as the minister's former secretary, naturally had to stay to help. Also, she made a small mistake. Saying this, Ludo looked around and said softly, that thing needed for the first task, it was agreed to be 1 per person, but Undersecretary Umbridge ordered 7. Alas, Undersecretary Umbridge still lacks experience. After all, she is quite talented, which has led to her having less time for tempering. Saying this, Ludo shook his head, looking very regretful. The other Hogwarts professors and the principals of the 2 European magic schools smiled without speaking, they naturally understood what Ludo meant. Wasn't Ludo implicitly accusing Umbridge of being parachuted in as the Minister for Magic's secretary, with no real ability? Ludo had, after all, toiled on the Quidditch pitch for decades, been chased and beaten by bludgers for decades, and won many honors for Britain, before successfully becoming the head of the Department of Magical Games and Sports. In short, Umbridge, by what right are you my equal? Moreover, it was clear that Umbridge's recent blunder was significant, even angering the usually good-tempered Ludo. After all, this task was jointly supervised by 2 undersecretaries, and one of them, a close confidant of the Minister for Magic, had caused a problem. Then Ludo would certainly have to take responsibility for solving her troubles. No wonder Ludo had started to speak sarcastically. However, everyone was an adult and chose not to pursue the topic, merely offering a few casual, "That's truly regrettable," before shifting the conversation. After a long while, when everyone had finished their dessert, the plates on the tables once again looked as good as new. Professor Dumbledore stood up, and a mix of excitement and tension permeated the Great Hall. All eyes were focused on Professor Dumbledore, and the Weasley twins were so excited they were almost standing, leaning forward. "The moment has finally arrived," Professor Dumbledore said with a smile to the faces looking up at him. "The Triwizard Tournament is about to begin. Below, I will explain some specific rules of the competition. First, we must introduce several important guests here. They are Principal Olympe Maxime of Beauxbaton's Academy of Magic, Principal Igor Karkaroff of Durmstrang Institute, Principal Egilborn Fontana of Ilvermorny School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, Principal Joseph Oliveira of Castello Bruxo, Principal Camo Doman of Mahoutokoro School of Magic, and Mr. Ludo Bagman, Head of the Department of Magical Games and Sports, and Mr. Barty Crouch, Deputy Head of the Department of International Magical Cooperation, both from the Ministry of Magic." As Professor Dumbledore introduced each guest, polite applause echoed through the Great Hall. And when Ludo was introduced, the applause was particularly enthusiastic. After all, Ludo was very famous as a beater and had won many honors for Britain. Even after so many years in retirement, he still had a considerable fan base. Over the past few months, the principals and heads of department have worked tirelessly to bring about our Triwizard Tournament. And now, together we will form an 8-person judging panel to evaluate the champions' performances. As you know, each school will send one champion to represent their school in the Triwizard Tournament. This year, the specific tasks for the champions have been fully designed and approved by the Ministry of Magic. There will be 3 tasks in total, which will test the champions' abilities in various aspects, including daring, deduction, and the ability to overcome danger. We will comprehensively score the champions based on their performance in various abilities during the tasks, and ultimately determine the champion. Professor Dumbledore paused, looked at the expectant faces below, and coughed twice. As for the method of selecting champions, which everyone is most concerned about, it is the Goblet of Fire. Filch emerged from the side door, carrying an ancient, jewel-encrusted wooden box. The box looked very heavy, so Filch walked slowly. After receiving the wooden box, Professor Dumbledore drew his wand and tapped the lid of the box 3 times. The lid slowly opened, emitting a creaking sound. Professor Dumbledore pulled out a large, roughly carved wooden goblet from the box. The cup itself didn't look remarkable at first glance, but upon closer inspection, one would find the roughness of its outer wall increasingly captivating. If there were discerning ancient runes masters or alchemy masters present, they would recognize that the cup was imbued with a large amount of magic and alchemy, and the rough marks on the cup's outer wall were actually tiny alchemical runes and ancient runes. At this moment, the cup was filled with blue-white flames, which were rhythmically leaping up and down. Professor Dumbledore closed the box and placed the cup on its lid, so that everyone in the Great Hall could clearly see it. Before me is the Goblet of Fire, a very ancient magical artifact. Every student who wishes to compete for champion must write their name and school name on a piece of parchment and throw it into the Goblet of Fire. The registration period is 24 hours. Tomorrow night, at this time on Halloween night, the Goblet of Fire will select the names of the 6 students it deems most capable of representing the 6 schools. From now on, the Goblet of Fire will be placed in the entrance hall. All students willing to participate in the Triwizard Tournament will have access to it. An invisible hand lifted the Goblet of Fire and flew to the very front of the Great Hall, to the place where the sorting took place at the beginning of the school year. A table suddenly appeared on the floor, and the Goblet of Fire landed steadily on the table. Thanks to Juwei Yanhu and Budenglu for your generous donations. P.S. The Triwizard Tournament in the original novel is slightly unreasonable. According to Dumbledore's initial statement, the champion with the highest total score after 3 tasks wins the Triwizard Cup. However, the original novel's writing, though not explicitly explained, roughly implies that winning the last maze task secures the Triwizard Cup. So, the author has modified it. The scores from the first 2 tasks only affect the entry time into the maze, and the ownership of the trophy is determined by the maze task. Chapter 280. You called me little darling yesterday. After placing the Goblet of Fire, Professor Dumbledore waved his wand again. Golden light rose from the ground, eventually forming a golden circle, with the Goblet of Fire at its very center. As we announced at the start of the term, originally we only allowed students aged 17 and above to register. Professor Dumbledore said, pointing at the circle. However, considering that some little wizards are exceptionally talented, they should also be given the opportunity to register and participate in the selection. Therefore, I have cast magic around the Goblet of Fire. Only little wizards over the age of 17 or those who can break through my magical defenses are eligible to register. And if a little wizard under 17 is ultimately chosen as a champion, they must also sign a magical contract with the Ministry of Magic, stating that they voluntarily participate in the competition and bear all responsibilities. Additionally, everyone can only put their own name into the Goblet of Fire. I do not wish to see underage wizards asking adult wizards to submit names on their behalf. At the same time, I must remind all students once again that this competition is not a game. As long as one registers and is chosen by the Goblet of Fire as a champion, a powerful magical contract will be formed. This means that the champions must come to the competition venue and complete all the challenges. They can fail, but they cannot withdraw from the competition. If anyone wishes to refuse to participate after being chosen, or to withdraw midway, even I cannot guarantee how miserable their fate will be. Professor Dumbledore's words silenced the Great Hall, but soon, everyone became lively again. It's just a little difficulty, who's afraid of that? I'm only held back by my grades, my athletic ability is average, and I'm prone to emotional outbursts, but in other aspects, I'm still very outstanding. How could I be afraid of such a small difficulty? Every student felt they were the chosen one, a true genius at Hogwarts whose talents were unrecognized. It's just a small competition, no need to be cowardly. After the banquet, students from other schools began to leave in an orderly fashion with their principals. They had their own accommodations outside the school, such as Bobaton's giant carriage and Castellobruxo's giant treehouse. Although Mahoutokoro's gourd and Durmstrang's sailboat had minor issues, they did not affect their habitability. Hogwarts, upper-year students also left the Great Hall in groups. They didn't immediately go to submit their names, some were too embarrassed to do so under everyone's gaze, while others felt that a genius should make a grand entrance at the end. However, some younger little wizards curiously gathered around the golden circle, observing and cautiously probing it. One Hufflepuff little badger foolishly extended a hand, and his hand successfully entered the golden circle. The little badger was immediately surprised and delighted, thinking he was a legendary genius who had easily broken the magic set by Professor Dumbledore. So he took half a step into the circle, and then, with a hiss, the little badger was directly thrown out of the golden circle, landing on the stone floor. When he stood up, a long white beard had sprouted on his chin. The surrounding students burst into laughter, causing upper-year students who were almost at the Great Hall door to frequently turn back, wanting to see what had happened. Summers, what are you doing? Professor Sprout suddenly appeared nearby. Do you think you're good enough to register? Hurry up and come with me to the hospital wing. In the common room that evening, 7th-year students gathered in small groups, discussing whether to register. Angelina and Alicia chatted about something, then mysteriously slipped out. When they returned, they excitedly showed off to the others, "We successfully registered." A round of applause immediately erupted in the Gryffindor common room, as if the champion was already a Gryffindor. However, there was indeed nothing seriously wrong with that statement. Even the Slytherins had to admit that Harley was the most hopeful candidate to become champion. The next day was Saturday, and Hogwarts students had no classes. Normally, everyone would sleep in late to fully enjoy the rare free time. But this time, a large group of students was sitting in the Great Hall early. On one hand, it was Halloween today, and the Great Hall had a brand new setup. A large swarm of live bats flew around the ceiling, and thousands of magically animated figures carved from pumpkins sang in the corners of the walls. Fresh pumpkin pies and pumpkin juice were already laid out on the Great Hall's long tables, but these were not as appealing as usual. Almost all the students were distractedly nibbling on their food, while focusing most of their attention on the Goblet of Fire. The Durmstrang students entered the Great Hall in a long queue early, everyone holding parchment with their name and school written on it. They orderly submitted their names, then headed to the Slytherin long table for breakfast. The Mahoutokoro people registered at 6 o'clock this morning, but Bobaton's, Ilvermorny, and Castellobruxo haven't appeared yet. A girl who had arrived very early kept informing the newly arrived students around her. I wonder when they'll arrive, I'm already impatient to watch. Harley, are you going to register now? Hermione whispered. Let's wait until noon. Harley shook her head. Hermione was about to say something else when a burst of laughter suddenly erupted in the Great Hall. Fred, George, and Lee, the three good friends, rushed down the stairs, each looking extremely excited. It worked. Fred noticed Harley at the Gryffindor long table, strode over, and said in a triumphant tone. Harley, we just got some high-quality aging potion, and each of us drank a drop. Now, Even with magical detection, our age is 17. We've already agreed, Lee added, no matter who gets chosen and wins the championship, the three of us will split the 1,000 galleon prize equally. Harley, we're certainly very confident in you being chosen as champion, but that doesn't stop us from trying, George explained. Even if you have 99.99% chance, there's still a 0.01% chance it could be us, isn't there? Of course I don't mind, Harley spread her hands, revealing a mischievous smile. I'm very confident, I believe I'll be chosen. I hope you won't be too disappointed then. Fred promptly returned Harley's grimace. Hermione, beside them, couldn't help but roll her eyes. Do you think Professor Dumbledore wouldn't have considered this situation? I bet he's prepared for it. Not necessarily, George retorted with a grin. Professor Dumbledore is very busy, with so many things to consider, he's bound to overlook some things. Maybe he just forgot about an inconspicuous potion like the aging potion. Then wouldn't we be making a huge profit? Are you ready? Fred's every inch of skin, from head to toe, was trembling with excitement. Together, let's go now. Of course, I'll count 1, 2, 3, and we go together. Lee responded, and the three of them pulled out slips of paper with their names on them from their pockets, stepping forward in unison. The golden circle showed no reaction, which delighted the trio, and they fully entered the golden circle's range. Immediately after, the hissing sound that had appeared last night rang out again. Light burst forth from the golden circle, and the Weasley twins and Lee were all thrown out of the golden circle. At the same time, with a popping sound, identical long white beards sprouted on the chins of all three of them. All the students in the Great Hall who witnessed this scene burst into laughter, and even the three of them, after getting up and seeing each other's beards, couldn't help but laugh. I believe I warned you, this magic is not easy to pass through. Professor Dumbledore appeared behind the trio, looking them up and down at their white beards, his eyes sparkling. I suggest you all pay a visit to Madame Pomfrey, but please be quiet and don't cause her any trouble. Our dear school nurse is already tending to Miss Fawcett of Ravenclaw and Mr. Summers of Hufflepuff. Poor Mr. Summers, he only grew a fresh white beard out of curiosity. Saying this, Professor Dumbledore shook his head, deliberately twirling his own beard. I must say, none of your beards are as handsome as mine. The surrounding students burst into laughter again, but no one dared to try crossing the golden circle anymore. Harley retracted her gaze, having understood the magic contained within the golden circle. It was a very complex and clever magic, but for Harley, there was a way to bypass it directly. The simplest way was to physically walk through it, violently enduring the golden circle's erosion. However, this method was too inelegant, Harley scorned it and had no desire to use it. Let's be a bit more violent then, Harley made her final decision with pleasure. Anyway, Professor Dumbledore will be the one to repair the magic, so I don't need to worry about it. After breakfast, seeing that Fleur seemed not to be awake yet, the two couldn't watch her register. Harley and Hermione chose to go to Hagrid's hut to visit an old friend. In truth, Harley and Hermione were reluctant to go to Hagrid's hut from the bottom of their hearts, as the first few times they went this semester, Hagrid always liked to show off his little darlings to them. Honestly, those blast-ended Scroots don't fit the description of little darlings at all. But Hagrid wholeheartedly believed that the blast-ended Scroots he personally bred were the best magical creatures in the world. Although others described them as ugly, disgusting, with mouths and excretory organs in the same place, brainless, extremely dangerous, and prone to cannibalism. But this didn't stop Hagrid from thinking these blast-ended Scroots were full of advantage, loving them deeply, and wanting Harley, Hermione, and every student in his class to pet these little darlings. So Harley and Hermione had drastically reduced their visits to Hagrid's hut to avoid tormenting their wounded souls. But this time, they had to go. Hagrid had written them several letters in a row, asking Harley and Hermione to help him with some ideas. Harley and Hermione were a bit curious, was Hagrid going to ask them for suggestions on raising blast-ended Scroots? If that were truly the case, Harley didn't know what Hermione would say. But Harley would definitely suggest that Hagrid package and sell these blast-ended Scroots to her, and she would then use them as excellent test subjects for potions. The two crossed the lawn and knocked on Hagrid's hut door. Fang's low barks sounded from inside, but Hagrid seemed to scold his pet afterward. Fang, shut up. You've finally arrived. Hagrid forcefully opened the door. I've been waiting for you for ages. What happened, Hagrid? Hermione's words were cut short as she froze in place. Hagrid was wearing a furry brown suit, paired with a yellow and orange checkered tie. He had also tied a peculiar knot in his tie, making the entire outfit appear even more bizarre. And what was even more astonishing was that Hagrid had probably given his hair a small makeover. His hair was smoothed down, neatly tied into 2 bunches, and he had used a large amount of hair product. However, the quality of this hair product was probably not very good, as his hair emitted a smell of machine lubricant and cologne. The house was also filled with these 2 scents, mixed with the aroma of high-purity malt whiskey and various meats stewed together. Even Fang couldn't stand it, desperately rushing out of Hagrid's hut, fleeing this troublesome place. Harley and Hermione stood dumbfounded for a few minutes, then, combining this with Hagrid's behavior last night, they suddenly realized why Hagrid had called them. Turns out, Hagrid was in love. How do I look? Am I handsome? Hagrid clearly hadn't realized how terrible his outfit was yet. I meticulously designed it all night to come up with what I believe is the most perfect outfit. Hermione swallowed, decisively choosing not to comment. Hagrid, where are your blast-ended scroots? Oh, they're out in the pumpkin patch. The pumpkins have just been harvested, and they're happily eating some of the leftover, poorly grown pumpkins. Hagrid waved his hand. These children are probably in their puberty and have developed ADHD. They were giving me trouble in the house all last night. So I sent them to the pumpkin patch to calm down, because you can't just let children run wild, can you? Never mind those rebellious children, come and help me decide, don't I look incredibly handsome in this outfit? Harley offered no comment on this. Hagrid's taste was indeed a bit questionable. But then again, while it's a normal wish for a magical zoologist to dream of raising a dragon. But being able to pet blast-ended scroots like Fang, a timid big black dog, how can that be normal? Speaking of blast-ended scroots, they are also a group of unfortunate children. Just a few days ago, they were Hagrid's cutest little darlings, and today they've become the rebellious teenagers in Hagrid's mouth. It's unknown if the blast-ended scroots would cry if they knew how quickly their good father's attitude changed. You called us little darlings yesterday. Pa, scumbag. 281 Harley, so weak. Chapter 281, Harley, so weak. Hagrid was about to say something more when he suddenly saw the door of the giant pink-blue carriage open about 200 yards from his house. Madame Maxime led the Beauxbatons students out of the carriage. Judging by their direction, they seemed to be heading to the Goblet of Fire to register. Hagrid's eyes instantly widened, and he immediately strode over, disregarding Harley and Hermione behind him. Watching Hagrid's retreating figure, Harley timely cast a spell on him, significantly reducing his scent. Harley seriously suspected that if Hagrid went over with such a strong odor, Madame Maxime would likely keep her distance from him. If he was unlucky enough, he might even be completely blacklisted by Madame Maxime, permanently losing the right to pursue her. So, Hagrid just chased after her like that. Hermione was full of surprise. He called us here, but didn't listen to any of our opinions. Was this still the Hagrid she remembered? This wasn't right. Harley and Hermione nimbly caught up, joining the Delacour sisters at the end of the line. Upon seeing Hagrid, Fleur also noticed Harley behind them, so she quietly slowed her pace. After a brief exchange of greetings, Fleur frowned, looking at Hagrid's back. Is this the professor you mentioned, who has a similar build to Madame Maxime? Indeed, you saw him last night too. Harley nodded helplessly. He's quite eccentric, isn't he? You're right, he is indeed very eccentric. Considering he was Harley's friend, Fleur chose to be somewhat lenient with her words. But he seems to have taken a liking to Madame Maxime. With all due respect, Madame Maxime doesn't like his style. Especially his taste. Well, it's rather wild, possessing a beauty 100 years ahead of its time, unknown to ordinary people. Harley and Hermione tried very hard not to laugh out loud, having to admit that Fleur's sharp assessment was spot on. If Hagrid had waited a bit longer, Harley and Hermione could have offered him some pointers, a brief lesson on the psychology of mature ladies at the level of magical school principals. But he just walked straight over like that. In that case, Harley could only express her inability to help and silently pray for him. Sure enough, although Madame Maxime had a polite smile on her face, she consistently maintained half a body length's distance from Hagrid. Given their 2 body types, half a body length could fit 2 Harleys. It wasn't just because of Hagrid's strange attire and the faint peculiar smell about him, but also because of Hagrid's compliments to her. Merlin, why would someone compliment her eyes as being like a dragon's, or her figure as being like a manticore? Were those compliments? Although, considering she had once met a certain magical animals expert introduced by Nicholas, Newt Scamander, and heard his marvelous metaphors. And Hagrid was also a magical animals expert, so this kind of peculiar metaphor might be a common trait among magical animals experts. But this didn't stop Madame Maxime from detesting it. She hated it most when others said she had a large build. However, Hagrid seemed oblivious to this and continued to shower her with attention. May Merlin bless him. It was approximately lunchtime by then, and students from other magical schools were already dining in the Great Hall. Apparently, apart from Beauxbatons, students from all 4 other visiting schools had completed their registration. When Fleur finished registering and returned to the Gryffindor long table, she couldn't help but look at Harley. "Harley, when are you going to register?" "Wait a bit longer." Harley glanced at her watch. "I've waited this long, might as well make it a round number, I'll go at 12 o'clock to satisfy my compulsion." When Harley finished her lunch, the time had just reached 12 o'clock, and the number of diners in the Great Hall reached its peak. Harley stood up and slowly walked towards the Goblet of Fire. Many students who had been constantly watching the Goblet of Fire immediately noticed Harley's actions and focused their attention on her. As the most highly anticipated champion candidate at Hogwarts, Harley naturally attracted a lot of attention. The lack of news about Harley registering from Gryffindor had also made many little wizards at Hogwarts anxious. After all, everyone valued the honor of Hogwarts very much, and Harley being the champion was undoubtedly the safest option, ensuring the championship trophy would remain at Hogwarts to the greatest extent possible. Even the many teachers and principals in the Great Hall watched with probing eyes, observing everything around the Goblet of Fire. At least for the other principals, everyone could see that the magic Dumbledore had set up was not simple. Observing Harley Potter passing through Dumbledore's magic beforehand could yield some useful information. Under everyone's gaze, Harley strolled towards the Golden Circle. Upon reaching the Golden Circle, Harley didn't hesitate, elegantly drew her wand, and pointed it at the open space where the Goblet of Fire was located. Streaks of emerald green and silver white light burst forth from Harley's wand tip. They covered the area around the Golden Circle, spreading like small snakes on the light wall formed by the circle, eroding inwards little by little. However, the magic personally set up by Professor Dumbledore was not that easy to break. Light bloomed on the Golden Circle, constantly resisting the invasion of external forces. As the attack intensified, golden lightning even appeared inside the Golden Circle, constantly colliding with the invading emerald green and silver white light. Harley maintained her leisurely posture, a smile on her face. Under the continuous infusion of magic, the Golden Circle's resistance grew weaker and weaker, finally vanishing without a trace. Cheers immediately erupted at the Gryffindor long table, and students from other houses and guests from other schools also applauded. After all, this was currently the only instance of an underage little wizard breaking Professor Dumbledore's magic. However, students from other magical schools, except Beauxbatons, applauded while secretly frowning. They themselves didn't have the ability to break through the magic Professor Dumbledore had set up, but this 14-year-old lady easily did it. This put a lot of pressure on them. The Beauxbatons students, however, were not surprised at all and were genuinely happy for Harley. After all, Harley had arguably saved them, and they had already witnessed her power. Harley was oblivious to the various reactions in the Great Hall. She glanced at Professor Dumbledore, who was still smiling at the teacher's table, and stepped into the Golden Circle. The Golden Circle wasn't small, it was a full 10 steps from the edge to the Goblet of Fire. Every time Harley took a step forward, the little lions of Gryffindor would cheer, as if Harley wasn't going to register but was participating in a fashion show at Paris Fashion Week. However, when Harley took her 5th step, an unexpected event occurred. The Golden Circle on the ground, whose traces had faded to being barely noticeable, suddenly reappeared, radiating light freely. Harley's entire body seemed to be confined by the golden light, and an unknown magic was still trying to push Harley out of the circle. The Gryffindors' half-finished cheers abruptly stopped, as if something had choked their throats. Professor Dumbledore's slightly teasing voice replaced the Gryffindors' cheers. "Harley, don't you think you broke the previous magic too easily? I don't think I'm old enough to leave such an obvious loophole, you were careless." Harley secretly pouted. She knew Professor Dumbledore wouldn't let her off so easily. When she had temporarily breached the defense earlier, Harley had carefully checked but found no traces. Now that she thought about it, Professor Dumbledore probably used his principal authority to conceal the magical fluctuations emanating from the subsequent changes in the magic, using the power of Hogwarts. What a cunning and detestable old fox. However, Harley still appeared very relaxed, with a serene smile on her face. Emerald green light condensed and rippled around Harley's body, blocking the golden light. After all, in the face of her own power, this little trick was useless. In the eyes of everyone else in the Great Hall, Harley, like Fred and George that morning, was being actively pushed out by Professor Dumbledore's magic. But Professor Dumbledore himself knew that at this moment, his power was continuously being injected into the magic around the Goblet of Fire, aided by the Great Hall. Harley was engaged in a silent, full-force contest with Professor Dumbledore. Just like that, Harley took 5 more steps, reaching the Goblet of Fire. Professor Dumbledore's smile remained unchanged, but his eyes grew deeper. During their journey to find the Horcrux together, the two had already had a fight, even almost coming to blows. Professor Dumbledore had thought that he had fought Harley to a draw without using the Elder Wand because he was too angry at the time. But now it seemed that this child had grown too fast. Professor Dumbledore's heart inexplicably tightened. The current Harley reminded him of an old acquaintance far away in Europe. Finally, the magic Professor Dumbledore had casually set up could not bear the confrontation between two demigod-level powerhouses, and was tragically destroyed with a crisp bang. The golden light shattered like glass, eventually dissipating completely. Harley quickly stepped forward and, under the awestruck gaze of all the students, threw the parchment with her name written on it into the Goblet of Fire. The blue-white flame flared up fiercely, engulfing the parchment and rejoining the Goblet of Fire. After registering, Harley bowed slightly towards the podium. "I'm very sorry, Professor. I seem to have accidentally broken the magic you set up." "It's all right." Professor Dumbledore's mouth twitched slightly, but he maintained his smile. "Don't worry about it, Harley, it's not a big problem. I'll just set up another one. Then I'll trouble you, Professor." Harley bowed again, then returned to the Gryffindor long table. Hogwarts has produced a genius student. Watching Harley sit down at the Gryffindor long table, Principal Olivera at the teacher's table exclaimed. "The last time I saw her shine so brightly was at the Magical School Potion Championship." Professor Dumbledore smiled proudly. Although his own school still had many problems, it didn't stop him from being happy for a while. At the Gryffindor long table, as soon as Harley sat down, a circle of students gathered around her. Everyone first congratulated Harley on successfully registering for Gryffindor, and even Angelina and Alicia came forward to offer their congratulations. Then, everyone started eagerly asking how Harley managed to break through Professor Dumbledore's magic. Especially those little wizards who still had some time before they came of age, they very much hoped Harley could teach them a trick or two. Professor Dumbledore had just reset the magic, and it was still that golden circle, so the magic contained within it probably hadn't changed much. If Harley could teach them, maybe they could also go and register, and make a grand display. Harley looked at the eager eyes around her and didn't directly refuse. Actually, breaking Professor Dumbledore's magic is very simple. Professor Dumbledore's spell is a complex spell, involving several laws recently announced by the Charms Association. I'll give you a few book titles. Charms and Runes. 13 issues back, Professor Dumbledore published an article titled, "On the Application of the Fourth Charms Rule in Compound Spells." Harley. Fred, who had already cured his white beard, quickly interrupted her. "Actually, we don't really need to know what spell Professor Dumbledore used, you just need to tell us how to break it." "Oh," Harley tilted her head slightly, tapping her chin, "I see, let me think. Simply put, first, based on the 7th and 18th models of the 26 models proposed in the 6th Magic Conduction Rule, combine to form a sub-model. Then, deduce the pattern of change in the magic key points of this constant magic cast by Professor Dumbledore. Then, according to the 4th clause of the 5th Magic Compound Rule, continuous spell compound combination." Harley spoke quickly, explaining Professor Dumbledore's magic around the Goblet of Fire with a serious expression, as if she were lecturing the students around her. The surrounding little wizards initially tried to make an effort, but quickly became dizzy. Putting everything else aside, what were the 26 models in the 6th Magic Conduction Rule? Why could the 7th and 18th models combine to form a sub-model? Was this something little wizards of this age should be exposed to? This seemed to be something only those 70 or 80-year-old old men studied. Looking at the pained expressions of the surrounding little wizards, Harley's lips curled up slightly in amusement, revealing a mischievous smile. With this level of skill, they still wanted to break Professor Dumbledore's magic. So weak. Harley is right, but I think there's a problem with the concept of the sub-model. Professor Flitwick suddenly appeared in the crowd and said with a serious expression. In fact, I think Albus's magic leans more towards a complete overlay of the 7th and 18th models, with its core key points repositioned according to the 22nd model. Seeing that this was tending towards an academic discussion, the little wizards immediately scattered like birds. Classes were already painful enough, and now they were expected to participate in an academic discussion on Halloween that exceeded the difficulty of what was taught in class. They'd rather be killed. 282 Azkaban represents Harry Potter. Chapter 282, Azkaban's Representative. Harley Potter. Harley and Professor Flitwick discussed spell models for a long time before concluding their academic discussion. During this time, Fleur listened quietly from the side. Gabrielle had initially wanted to sneak out to play, but Fleur easily subdued her with one hand. So the little girl could only make a bitter face and tease Crookshanks with a sausage. But how could a noble cat master bother with a foolish little girl? She hadn't sprayed catnip or brought a cat wand. So Gabrielle could only sit miserably on the bench, diligently counting how many times Crookshanks licked her fur. After Professor Flitwick left, Fleur exclaimed, "No wonder you're so proficient in everything, Harley. It turns out you work so hard, already discussing such profound topics with professors." "I can't help it, my talent is just here," Harley said frankly to her good friend. "Do you want to learn? I can teach you. After Hermione and I attend the professors' club, I usually tutor her on some of these topics. If you don't mind, you can join us." Fleur immediately nodded in agreement without hesitation. This made Gabrielle, who was beside her, very anxious. Considering the special status of the Delacour sisters, Gabrielle had signed a series of agreements with her parents to be able to come to Hogwarts. According to the agreement, she had to stay by her sister's side at all times. If her sister needed to be alone for some reason, she also had to be within sight of a large number of students or Madame Maxime. If her sister went with Harley to research magic, what would she do? Wouldn't she have to listen to boring magic with her sister, or be forced to follow Madame Maxime? This greatly troubled Gabrielle. "Let's go," Harley said, checking her watch. "It's still early before the champions are chosen tonight. Let Hermione and I show you around Hogwarts Castle." After spending the entire afternoon showing Fleur and Gabrielle around Hogwarts Castle, it was already evening. The Great Hall was filled with students on time, but everyone wasn't looking forward to the delicious dishes at the upcoming Halloween feast. Instead, their gazes were uniformly fixed on the Goblet of Fire. The blue and white flames in the Goblet of Fire continued to roll and leap, stirring the hearts of the little wizards. After a hasty Halloween feast, the students eagerly looked towards the staff table. At this moment, the Goblet of Fire had been brought up and placed on the central table at the staff table. The students stared at the Goblet of Fire, discussing in low voices and predicting who the champions would be. Finally, all the professors finished their meal. The golden plates in the Great Hall returned to their pristine state, and the buzzing sound around the student tables inexplicably grew louder. As Professor Dumbledore stood up, the Great Hall once again fell silent. The principals of the other 5 magic schools looked as nervous as the students, while Ludo, who had just arrived, had a wide smile on his face, and Crouch continued to look gloomy. "All right, the Goblet of Fire is about to make its decision." Professor Dumbledore watched the Goblet of Fire, seeing the flames within gradually contract and become calm. "I estimate it will need another minute to make its judgment. During this time, I will add some more information. After the champions' names are announced, I hope they will walk to the top of the Great Hall, then turn left along the staff table and enter the room next to the Great Hall." As he spoke, Professor Dumbledore pointed to an inconspicuous door behind the long staff table. "The champions will receive initial instructions there, and if there are underage champions, she will also need to sign a contract there." Many students' gazes turned to Harley, as she was currently the only underage student who had signed up. Harley, however, was focused on Professor Dumbledore. Professor Dumbledore drew his wand and waved it vigorously. Immediately, most of the candles in the Great Hall extinguished, leaving only the candles in the pumpkin lanterns that had just appeared that night still burning. The Great Hall instantly plunged into a hazy, semi-dark state. The flames in the Goblet of Fire emitted a dazzling glow, brighter than at any previous moment, and the sputtering blue and white flames were even a bit blinding. "The answer is about to be revealed," someone whispered, exceptionally clear in the Great Hall where even breathing was held. The blue and white flames in the Goblet of Fire suddenly turned red, and a large number of sparks splattered and shot out with crackling sounds. A charred piece of parchment, enveloped by a tongue of flame, flew out of the Goblet of Fire. Professor Dumbledore caught the parchment. "Durmstrang's champion is," Professor Dumbledore announced in a clear and powerful voice, "Victor Krum." Applause and cheers immediately swept through the entire Great Hall. Karkaroff, the principal of Durmstrang, roared like a bell. "Excellent, Victor. I knew you were destined to be the champion." Harley could vaguely see many Durmstrang students pouting or looking displeased. Clearly, their dislike for this biased principal was not new. Krum stood up from the Slytherin long table amidst the applause, walking listlessly towards the staff table and entering the adjacent room. A few seconds later, the flames turned yellow again, and a second charred piece of parchment, enveloped by a tongue of flame, shot out of the Goblet of Fire. "Beauxbaton's champion," Professor Dumbledore said, taking the parchment and reading loudly, "is Fleur Delacour. I'll wait for you in that room," Fleur whispered to Harley, even blowing a gentle breath towards her. Then she stood up, tossed her bright silver hair, and elegantly walked towards the staff table amidst applause and cheers. Many Beauxbatons students looked very disheartened, and 2 girls even started crying. Tongues of fire rose one after another. Ilvermorny's champion was Catherine Johnson, Castellobruxo's champion was Miguel Santos, and Mahadokoro's champion was Tsuchimikato Haruaki. Although these 3 champions were not famous international stars like Crumb, with numerous fans, nor were they as strikingly beautiful as Fleur, drawing attention. The Great Hall still echoed with polite applause, congratulating the 3 on their selection. After these 3 individuals successively entered the room next to the Great Hall quickly fell silent. This silence was filled with an almost overflowing excitement, as only Hogwarts champion remained to be revealed. Everyone was anticipating, who would it be? This time, the Goblet of Fire seemed to be deliberately building up the suspense, as its flames took a few minutes to turn crimson. The last half-burnt yellow piece of parchment flew out, propelled by a tongue of flame, and landed in Professor Dumbledore's hand. Hogwarts champion is, Professor Dumbledore instinctively announced before even looking at the slip of paper. But when his gaze fell on the slip, he suddenly froze, and his voice faltered. At the same time, an incomprehensible, bewildered expression appeared on Professor Dumbledore's face. The surrounding professors and principals felt a hint of curiosity. What was Dumbledore doing? Could it be that the Goblet of Fire hadn't chosen Harley, but an average rookie? So Dumbledore, foreseeing Hogwarts' defeat, was silently mourning. A faint buzzing sound also emanated from the student crowd below. After nearly 30 seconds, Professor Dumbledore finally read the words on the slip. Azkaban, Harley Potter. Immediately, the Great Hall erupted in an uproar. All the wizards' faces showed the same incredulous expression as Professor Dumbledore's earlier. Where was Azkaban? Among the wizards present, only the students from foreign magic schools would be unclear. Everyone else knew a great deal about the infamous place called Azkaban. Almost every little wizards from a British wizarding family had heard their parents' threats when they were young. If you don't behave, the Auror will come and take you away, and lock you up in Azkaban. Now, the Goblet of Fire actually spat out a piece of parchment linking Harley Potter with Azkaban. Something was wrong, absolutely something was wrong. There must be some malicious person who didn't want Hogwarts and Gryffindor to have this honor, and was therefore harming Harley. Even Harley was a bit bewildered. She didn't doubt the authenticity of the parchment, though. After all, when that parchment flew out, Harley clearly felt that, like the 5 champions before her, a contract had been formed between her and the Goblet of Fire. And the Azkaban, written on the parchment was not without reason. A small branch of this contract vaguely pointed to Azkaban. However, this branch of the contract was not important, because the core content of the contract was the promise of the vessel named Harley, that she would definitely participate in the Triwizard Tournament, contracted with the Goblet of Fire. And unless Harley died or failed the task, truly unable to do anything, Harley could not actively withdraw from the competition. If she withdrew, she would suffer the punishment of the contract. As for which school or region Harley represented, it was not important to the Goblet of Fire. But this was really wrong. How could Harley represent Azkaban? Although, looking back at her entire life, the Demoness of Unaging certainly had the qualifications to be a permanent resident of Azkaban, or even occupy it alone, like Nurmengard, turning Azkaban into her private prison. But Harley mused that she had only eliminated a few extraordinary individuals from the Orthodox Church and the royal family's official channels. It shouldn't warrant a cross-era pursuit, right? She mainly eliminated pirates, evil gods, and natives from the southern continent who engaged in various ancient live sacrifices. These dregs didn't have human rights, did they? Or was it that she had accumulated too many debts while playing the Demoness of Pleasure and continuously training that ability, so she was being justly apprehended? Wait, can crimes from thousands of years later be paid in advance now? That's too much. Harley formally protested, declaring this to be blatant targeting. Professor Dumbledore was about to say something more about this strange phenomenon when the flames in the Goblet of Fire suddenly turned red again. When a new charred piece of parchment was spat out and caught by Professor Dumbledore, the Great Hall instead fell silent. Their minds had been working too fast before, now they needed a rest. Let the champion selection fly for a bit, there's no rush to gossip. Professor Dumbledore was very cautious this time. After carefully reading the contents of the parchment, he said aloud. The content of this parchment is, Hogwarts, Harley Potter. The students blinked. What was going on? Another piece of parchment with Harley Potter's name on it. Wait, this time the prefix was Hogwarts. The Great Hall immediately erupted in thunderous cheers. Never mind what happened with the previous parchment, at least this parchment was fine, and Harley was still Hogwarts' representative. So let's celebrate first, and then consider other problems after the celebration. However, Professor Dumbledore's tightly furrowed brows did not relax. He placed the two parchments side by side on the table, then looked at Harley. Harley, you go to the room next to the Great Hall first. The judges and professors will be there shortly. Harley nodded, stood up, and walked through the gap between the Gryffindor and Ravenclaw long tables, smiling at the congratulations from the surrounding students. However, when Harley reached the dais, she suddenly slowed her pace. And the cheers in the Great Hall gradually subsided, because everyone saw that the flames in the goblet of fire had turned red again. 3 seconds later, a long tongue of flame shot up into the sky, carrying the parchment with it, flying towards the sky, instead of falling into Professor Dumbledore's hand like the previous parchments. Professor Dumbledore gently raised his hand, and the flying parchment instantly froze, then plummeted vertically like a stone. He took the parchment. It was a completely uncharted piece of parchment, with a name written in red ink. Harley Potter. Professor Dumbledore solemnly read out the name, his voice not loud, but clearly audible in the Great Hall. As Harley entered the room next to the Great Hall, directly opposite the door was a fireplace, where the fire burned fiercely, emitting waves of warmth. The walls around the room were covered with portraits of wizards, and all the portraits were of famous wizards who had graduated from Hogwarts. Krum leaned against the wall near the fireplace, arms crossed, looking as if he wouldn't bother with anyone. Catherine of Ilvermorny and Miguel of Castellobruxo simply conjured chairs in front of the fireplace and sat there warming themselves. Tsuchimikado Haruaki of Mahoutokoro seemed quite lively, apparently wanting to make friends with others, or at least extract some information through conversation. But his English was very poor, coupled with his not-so-photogenic appearance, and certain special lingering reasons, so the others were not very keen on engaging with him. Fleur stood not far from the doorway, unconsciously playing with her silver hair, seemingly waiting there for Harley. When she saw Harley enter, Fleur's eyes immediately lit up, and she rushed over to give Harley a hug. Harley, I knew Hogwarts champion would be you. But why are you only just arriving now? Thank you for your trust, Harley replied with a smile. There was a slight problem earlier, which caused a bit of a delay. But Harley's heart was not as light as the smile on her face, because as a powerful person involved, Harley could perceive more content through the contract. Something was very wrong with this whole situation. A brand new work by an author who once wrote, Sunlight Naruto. The male protagonist has a succubus physique, and his bodily fluids can make the female protagonist addicted. 283 We just want to eat some melon. About additional chapters. What happened? Fleur couldn't help but feel puzzled by Harley's words. The others at the other end of the room vaguely heard the keyword, champion, so they also looked up, curiously peering over. When selecting the Hogwarts champion, the goblet of fire spat out 3 slips of paper, Harley said calmly. And all of them had my name on them, but unfortunately, the prefixes and fonts were slightly different. Fleur's expression changed slightly, although she wasn't entirely clear on how the goblet of fire worked. Beauxbaton's alchemy curriculum hadn't covered such profound content. However, Fleur understood that this action by the Goblet of Fire was absolutely not a good thing. Considering that the principals of other schools would surely discuss this matter soon, Harley didn't deliberately lower her voice. So, the 4 champions at the other end of the room clearly heard Harley's words. They were stunned. Tsuchimikado Haruaki even strained to widen his small eyes, suspecting his English proficiency wasn't good enough, and he had misheard a word. Fleur was about to ask something else, but the room's door was pushed open. The principals of the 6 magic schools and 2 Ministry of Magic officials, along with Dean McGonagall, Dean Snape, and Professor Moody, the Defense Against the Dark Arts professor, all walked in. Everyone's expressions were not very pleasant, and Moody's magical eye darted around wildly, seemingly equally suspicious of every breathing life in the room. What is going on, Dumbledore? Principal Karkaroff roared the moment the door closed. Why, when it was Hogwarts' turn to select a champion, did the name, Harry Potter, come out of the Goblet of Fire 3 times? I am also very curious about this question, Professor Dumbledore responded calmly. I will certainly conduct research into this abnormal phenomenon. The Ministry of Magic will also step in to investigate this matter thoroughly. Crouch, who had been standing in the shadows outside the firelight, also spoke up. This is a very serious issue, and the Ministry of Magic will treat it with utmost seriousness. Oh, is this really a very serious issue? Principal Karkaroff deliberately drew out his words, speaking in a sarcastic tone. Could it be that Hogwarts feared Potter wouldn't become a champion, couldn't ensure Hogwarts won the championship, so you deliberately put multiple names into the Goblet of Fire? Karkaroff, are you questioning Professor Dumbledore's character? Professor McGonagall said sharply. Who knows? Karkaroff let out a short, cold laugh. This is Hogwarts, Dumbledore's territory. Karkaroff, your brain is as useless as it was when I first caught you. Professor Dumbledore hadn't replied yet, but Professor Moody on the side was the first to speak colorfully. If Albus wanted Harley to represent Hogwarts in the competition, would he write the word before Harley as Azkaban, rather than Hogwarts? And would he use almost blood-red ink to write Harley's name? Madame Maxime had intended to speak, but seeing Moody open his mouth, and speak with such conviction, she fell back into silence. The three principals from the other schools stood there silently, not speaking for either side. Although it seemed like someone was cheating, as new participants from another continent, they chose to observe given their limited understanding of the situation. Use your brain, Professor Moody continued his verbal assault. If I were Dumbledore, I could write, Gryffindor, Harley Potter, I could write, Hogwarts, Harley Potter, or even just, Harry Potter, by itself. But there's no way I'd write Azkaban. Karkaroff's words, which he was about to retort, were caught in his throat. His subconscious had been avoiding the Azkaban issue, and his brain had automatically forgotten the meaning of Azkaban appearing on the parchment. After all, he had barely managed to avoid being sent to Azkaban, so he wanted to stay as far away from that dreadful place as possible. Especially since that place held many of his former colleagues, who were extremely unfriendly towards him. And now, Moody had brought up the issue, making him realize that something was amiss. And I suspect there's a conspiracy here, a conspiracy targeting Harley. Professor Moody quickly threw out a new argument. Hey, we all know that if Professor Moody doesn't find 6 people trying to murder him before lunch, he'll think something is definitely wrong with the morning. Despite a premonition of trouble, Karkaroff still instinctively chose to be stubborn, retorting to Moody's point. Don't be so quick to deny it, let me analyze it for you bit by bit. Professor Moody said unhurriedly, his magical eye darting around in its socket, scanning everyone in the room. The goblet of fire spat out 3 parchments with Harley Potter's name, and the writing style on 2 of them was clearly malicious. Harley's friends and family wouldn't use such a method, as no one knows what bad things might happen when malicious magic combines with the goblet of fire's contract. So, it can only be someone plotting a scheme who wrote it that way, and the implication of targeting Harley is self-evident. And I deduce that this is very likely the deliberate act of an escaped Death Eater. After all, Harley Potter had previously thwarted their master's evil endeavors, and the downfall of those Death Eaters' master also led to their loss of power. Professor Moody, drawing on his extensive experience as a veteran Auror, spoke eloquently and methodically. It's perfectly normal and understandable for a Death Eater who managed to escape to harbor resentment towards Harley. And his writing Harley's affiliated school as Azkaban is also understandable, because if their master hadn't fallen, it would be Harley, and us, who are in Azkaban now. Coincidentally, there's a Death Eater loyal to you-know-who currently at large, that traitor Peter Pettigrew. His animagus rat is very suitable for infiltrating Hogwarts. More importantly, I happen to know that in this school of Hogwarts, no, to be precise, in this very room, there is also a Death Eater. As he spoke, he coughed a few times, clearly implying something. Standing at the back of the crowd, Professor Snape, whose face was even darker than Crouch's, suddenly widened his eyes. What did Moody mean by this? Professor Snape had long known that Moody disliked him, had even actively requested to monitor him, and made no secret of his suspicion. He had even occasionally discovered Moody's surveillance of him. Although Moody's professionalism as an Auror was high, Snape was also a magical genius, so he could naturally spot some clues. If it were just normal times, Professor Snape knew he couldn't explain the reasons for his betrayal of the Death Eaters and Lord Voldemort to outsiders, so being suspected was normal. But how dare Moody, how dare he accuse him of trying to harm Harley? He was practically insulting him completely, from spirit to body. He was insulting his beliefs and the most sincere emotions deep within his heart. Even more violently than Professor Snape, Principal Karkaroff roared in exasperation. Moody, are you suspecting me? Hey, who knows? Moody said slowly in his raspy voice. I only know that someone, when he was caught, was still arrogant and threatened Aurors, but in the end, he got off by snitching on his colleagues and becoming a traitor. Karkaroff's face flushed red, and his gaze seemed to want to pierce Moody through and through. If there weren't so many people here, he probably would have pulled out his wand and made Moody taste his unforgivable curse by now. Alistair, Professor Dumbledore spoke, do not make such baseless accusations. I trust everyone present, and believe they would not do such a thing. Professor Moody stopped speaking, merely taking a step back, ensuring both Karkaroff and Snape remained within his line of sight. At this moment, the other people in the room who were just watching the drama unfold were a bit bewildered. The impact of this matter could actually be either big or small, as all 3 slips of paper named Harley Potter as the champion. To put it broadly, it meant Hogwarts was playing dirty tricks, trying to ensure Harley Potter was chosen. To put it narrowly, it meant a student who disliked Harley played a prank, deliberately putting several extra slips of paper into the Goblet of Fire, writing, "Azkaban represents Harley," or writing the name in blood red ink. As a result, the Goblet of Fire spat them all out because all the slips of paper bore the same person's name. The people from other schools, of course, didn't mind pursuing the matter, and at the same time, warning Hogwarts, which had the home field advantage. Especially since Principal Dumbledore was the only principal who could know the competition events in advance, as the setting of the events required the principal's cooperation. Giving Professor Dumbledore a warning in advance could also effectively prevent Hogwarts from secretly leaking information to its champion, giving the Hogwarts champion an early advantage. And Karkaroff, taking the lead, was the best blunt instrument among the other principals. After all, the wizard before them was Dumbledore, whose reputation was that of the strongest wizard in the world, and who had actually suppressed the entire international wizarding world for a century. Perhaps British wizards, under Dumbledore's protection, were unaware of some situations and had not gathered relevant information. But for powerful wizards from other countries, no matter how many times they calculated, what hidden cards they used, or how many lives they sacrificed, they could not find a way to defeat Dumbledore. With such a powerful Dumbledore, who would dare to be the first to threaten him? As a result, Karkaroff, without thinking, charged in, actively threatening and attracting Dumbledore's full attention, which made the other principals very happy, content to watch from the sidelines. Everyone was just enjoying the show, but now, as the deductions continued, how did they arrive at the conclusion that someone was plotting a conspiracy? And this person plotting the conspiracy, it seemed, was one of those vicious dark wizard terrorists from back then. Things are serious now, people could die. Our students are still competing. And among all the principals, Karkaroff could be said to be the most flustered. He wasn't worried about the Triwizard Tournament being dangerous. After all, even if an accident occurred during the competition, it would be the champion who died, not him. Krum could bring him more money and reputation, but he was clearly not as important as his own life. Karkaroff was flustered because he suddenly realized that if this was a conspiracy targeting Harley Potter, then who had the most motive? Who hated Harley the most? It was his former boss. More importantly, Karkaroff's former boss did not accept resignations, nor did he accept job changes, and the method for actively dismissing subordinates was an Avada Kedavra curse. This led to their entire team being equally ruthless, treating former colleagues in the exact same way. He had sold out many colleagues to successfully unilaterally terminate his employment contract with his former boss in the Ministry of Magic's records. Regardless of who actually did these things, he was highly likely to be a Death Eater still loyal to his former master. If he had the chance, he would certainly not mind following the Death Eater rules and eliminating him, the traitor. Even worse, he seemed to have just been the first to speak out, offending Dumbledore, the only one who could protect him. Karkaroff's face was grim, and he didn't want to say another word. Since such a big problem has arisen, do we need to suspend the Triwizard Tournament and continue after thoroughly investigating all the issues? Madame Maxime said slowly, her face grim. She looked worriedly at Fleur, noticing that Fleur had, at some point, taken Harley's hand and let Harley lean into her embrace, seemingly comforting the young girl beside her. Madame Maxime couldn't help but nod. Fleur had also become increasingly mature after interacting with Harley. If it were the original Fleur, she probably would have actively mocked the Great Hall's meager British-style decorations on her first day at Hogwarts. She wouldn't be comforting someone like this now, would she? I'm afraid that's not very likely. Ludo had been trying to speak earlier, but before he could say a word, he was cut off by Karkaroff and Professor Moody's confrontation. Now he found an opportunity and quickly said, "It is well known that once the Goblet of Fire has chosen a champion, the tournament cannot be stopped, it must proceed to its conclusion. Even if 2 champions and 1 principal died in the last Triwizard Tournament, and the last champion lost an arm, he still had to participate in the remaining 2 events. Otherwise, he would have to bear the terrifying punishment from the contract of the Goblet of Fire." The atmosphere in the room grew heavier, and no one spoke up again. Chapter 284. Harley, I am weak, pitiful and helpless, and I can't leave the enemy with an intact body. Monthly ticket bonus. Finally, Professor Dumbledore took the initiative to break the silence, saying in a relatively relaxed tone, "Due to the contract, the tournament cannot be cancelled. Since things have come to this, let us take it one step at a time. After all, the minor issue with the Goblet of Fire choosing champions has no impact on the final outcome. 6 schools still correspond to 6 champions. Theoretically, the Triwizard Tournament can absolutely continue. The other principals all nodded. This was indeed the only solution at present. The Ministry of Magic will also assist in maintaining order for the Triwizard Tournament. Crouch spoke again at a critical moment, offering support to Professor Dumbledore. I will write a report to the Ministry to request some war support. I believe Minister Fudge should not be too stingy about this. All right, in that case, let us proceed with the normal procedures. Ludo rubbed his hands, smiling as he looked at everyone in the room. It's time to give instructions to our 6 champions, isn't it? Barty, why don't you speak? Crouch shook his head, silently stepping back. Seeing this, Ludo's expression remained natural, even appearing somewhat pleased. With a hearty smile on his face, he took another step forward, positioning himself directly in front of all the champions. Then, allow me to say a few words. The first task will test your courage, adaptability, and other precious qualities and spirit. The organizers will not tell you the specific content of the first task. After all, daring to face the unknown is one of the most important qualities of a wizard. The first task will take place on November 24th, at which time the champions will complete the task in front of all other students in the judging panel. During the competition, champions may not request or accept any help regarding the competition content from the professors of their respective schools. When facing the first round of challenges, champions are only allowed to carry their wand, as well as self-made alchemy items, potions, and other permitted items. Only after the first task is over will champions be able to learn information about the second task. After saying this long passage in one breath, Ludo looked at Crouch and Professor Dumbledore. That should be all. Is there anything else to add? There are 2 points to add. Considering that the Triwizard Tournament is long-lasting, demanding, and energy-intensive, champions do not need to take the end-of-year exams. Crouch's tone had no fluctuation whatsoever. If there are students who need to take the ultimate wizard-level exam, the Ministry of Magic of their respective countries will coordinate with the school to reschedule and offer a separate exam for them. Of course, champions can also choose to take the exam directly at Hogwarts, and the final scores will be mailed through international channels, with the specific scores having equal validity between countries. There's also another point. Miss Potter, as an underage wizard, needs to sign a contract. Oh, right, the contract. Ludo slapped his head. Look at my memory. He pulled 3 pieces of parchment from his pocket. Harley, the contents of these 3 contracts are the same. Read it. If there are no issues, sign your name. You, Hogwarts, and the Ministry of Magic will each keep a copy. Harley quickly scanned the contract. The content of the contract was very simple, roughly stating that the signatory takes full responsibility for all actions he or she takes in the Triwizard Tournament. If any incurable or irreversible harm is suffered, or death, all responsibility lies with the Ministry of Magic. No wonder the Ministry of Magic initially didn't want underage wizards to participate in the competition, it was afraid of taking responsibility. After confirming that there were no other mysterious patterns on the contract, Harley quickly signed her name. I think that's all that needs to be said. After all 3 parties had put away their contracts, Professor Dumbledore clapped his hands with a smile. It's getting late, everyone hurry back and rest. The principals led their students out in single file. By then, the Great Hall was empty. Fleur, taking advantage of Madame Maxime's large stature and being forced to wait for others to leave the room first, deliberately fell to the end of the line to chat with Harley. Before leaving the Great Hall, Fleur quietly leaned into Harley's ear and said, Harley, what's your Gryffindor password? I'll come find you tomorrow morning. The password is, babbling, Harley whispered, you should know my dormitory number. Of course, Fleur squeezed Harley's hand tightly, don't worry too much, Harley. There are so many powerful principals at Hogwarts, and 2 department heads from your British Ministry of Magic, and a batch of Aurors will be added in the future. Your own strength is also so strong, your safety won't be a problem. You don't need to be too nervous. Harley looked at Fleur with some surprise. How did she know that she was very nervous? Harley wasn't worried about herself at all. Instead of worrying about herself, it would be better to worry about those who were plotting against her. Of course, she did not refuse Fleur's kindness and even took the opportunity to show a very frightened expression. Such a good opportunity must be seized. Opportunities are always only in the hands of those who are prepared. After seeing Fleur off, Harley had just arrived at the entrance of the Gryffindor common room when she ran into Professor Snape. Harley, Professor Snape's complexion was not good, but he still managed to maintain a smile, and his voice sounded calm and unhurried. Headmaster Dumbledore requires you to go to the headmaster's office, right now. Harley's face showed no surprise. With something like this happening, Professor Dumbledore should definitely have a chat with her. She nodded. "Thank you, Professor, I understand." Then she turned and headed in the direction of the headmaster's office. Watching Harley's retreating figure, Professor Snape opened his mouth, having many words he wanted to caution her with, but not knowing how to say them. He sighed silently. His poor communication skills would always be his weakness. In Professor Snape's mind, Professor Dumbledore was probably looking for Harley to comfort this poor and helpless little witch, to tell her not to be so nervous. But he himself couldn't learn that skill. Professor Snape turned and strode towards the stairs, calculating in his mind. He decided that after he returned, he would look through his long unused address book, find the addresses of potions masters he once had some acquaintance with, and write a few letters to the Extraordinary Potioneers Association. He didn't have many reserves of precious potions like Felix Felicis, Wiggenweld potion, and Polyjuice potion. Although he was going to go back and brew these potions now, he didn't know if he would have enough time. So he had to go to other potions masters to purchase a batch of goods, at least enough for a few uses as backup. Professor Snape believed that Harley would definitely have times when she needed these potions. As for the rules of the competition, the so-called allowing only potions made by the champion himself, did the rules of the Triwizard Tournament even have any validity? Professor Snape knew very well that cheating had always been an unwritten rule in previous Triwizard Tournaments, and this Triwizard Tournament would not be much different. Besides, even if such a rule had mandatory validity, for Harley's sake, would he care about breaking a broken rule? In Professor Dumbledore's headmaster's office, if Professor Snape were here, he would find that the situation was not quite as he imagined. Harley, just like her last visit, had sunk into the soft armchair, holding a fresh cup of jasmine tea, her face full of leisure. And Professor Dumbledore, just like last time, was holding a cup of milk with a lot of honey, sipping it in small sips, his face full of enjoyment. The two looked very relaxed, as if it were leisure time during a holiday, and the old and young were enjoying delicious pre-sleep beverages. If Professor Snape knew what was on his mind at this moment, Harley would probably only agree. Professor is right, I am weak, pitiful, and helpless, unable to leave my enemies whole. After a long while, even the old principals quietly eavesdropping on the wall grew impatient, before Professor Dumbledore finally spoke. Harley, after reading these 3 notes, what are your thoughts? As he spoke, he gestured with his eyes towards the 3 pieces of parchment on the table. The first piece of parchment was the one with Azkaban written on it, in a handwriting Harley had never seen before. The second piece of parchment, with Hogwarts written as the school name, was the one Harley had written herself. Aside from being slightly scorched, it looked as fresh as if it had just come from Harley's hand. The third piece of parchment, however, was brand new, with no scorch marks whatsoever, and Harley's name written on it in blood-like ink. Moreover, the handwriting of the person who wrote on this piece of parchment was very strange. For letters with straight lines, such as H, T, and R, the writer wrote the straight parts of the letters very straight, like a sharp sword, as if drawn with a ruler. But when it came to letters with curved lines, such as O, A, and E, the writer always unconsciously embellished the curved parts. Under his pen, these letters seemed to be the curved edges of wings. Harley had repeatedly examined these notes several times before, but she hadn't gained much. And regarding the third piece of parchment, Harley couldn't even be sure. Did it truly spew out of the goblet of fire, or did someone use magic to hide this parchment at the exit of the goblet of fire, disguising it as if it had spewed out? After all, this piece of parchment was different from the other 2, it had no scorch marks at all. Harley also didn't feel that she had established a contract with the goblet of fire through this piece of parchment. It should be known that when the first 2 pieces of parchment were spat out, Harley clearly felt that she had established a contract with the Goblet of Fire, and this contract had been signed twice. And this was precisely what made Harley slightly worried. It seemed that, besides Lord Voldemort and his servants, an unknown entity was also involved. Forget it, I don't think any of that matters. Harley sat up from her lounge chair, as if speaking to herself, yet also to the people and portraits around her. Anyway, my magic is here, and no matter what schemes or tricks are at play, I have the courage to thwart them. Good. That's the confidence you should have. Before Professor Dumbledore could speak, a short, stout old principal on the wall cheered. This is a true Gryffindor, a Gryffindor who charges forward, ouch. Another old principal, a Gryffindor alumnus, sharply poked him in the back with his wand, while loudly exclaiming. What you're talking about is foolishness and recklessness, you idiot. It's you people who've turned Gryffindor's reputation for bravery into one of recklessness and thoughtlessness. Don't corrupt the children. Who are you calling an idiot? Who are you calling an idiot? The portraits on the wall instantly erupted into chaos, then were forcibly separated by several more rational principals who had graduated from Ravenclaw. "What's all the fuss about?" Old Principal Daly said imperiously. "Can't you see Albus and Harley are discussing important matters?" Harley and Professor Dumbledore were unaffected. Listening to Harley's words, Professor Dumbledore nodded. "You're right, with your magical attainment, there's no need to fear anything. You're almost on par with me." Professor Dumbledore's voice was full of emotion and relief. "Let me think, regarding the Triwizard Tournament, I don't have much more to advise. I'll just briefly explain the types of magic other schools specialize in." "Professor," Harley tilted her head slightly, a mischievous smile on her face as she teased Professor Dumbledore. "Doesn't the rule say that champions are forbidden from requesting or accepting any help from their school's professor regarding the competition's content?" "That's right," Professor Dumbledore blinked innocently, a hint of playfulness in his expression. "That is the rule, you haven't misremembered. But the rules of the Triwizard Tournament also don't explicitly tell me that I can't introduce other schools of magic to students, do they? I think this is just an ordinary magic class, and I'm temporarily moonlighting as a history of magic professor, aren't I?" Harley smiled slyly. "Professor, you're right, I was overthinking it." Professor Dumbledore waved his hand gently, and a whiteboard appeared out of thin air in the middle of the headmaster's office. He began to introduce the other 5 participating schools of magic to Harley. At the same time, images also appeared on the whiteboard, showcasing the most distinctive magic of these schools. There was no need to say much about Beauxbaton's Academy of Magic. Harley had encountered this school many times. Considering that Nicholas Flamel was a keyboard member and financier, Beauxbaton's Academy of Magic had extremely ample funding each year. Therefore, the school's strengths leaned towards alchemy and potions, which are expensive courses only affordable by wealthy families. This is also why the Extraordinary Potioneers Association is located on the European continent and is closest to Beauxbaton's Academy of Magic. After all, the Extraordinary Potioneers Association has the most graduates from Beauxbaton's Academy of Magic. Moreover, considering that Beauxbaton's Academy of Magic's champion this time is Fleur, she herself possesses Vila blood, and her father, Mr. Delacour, is also a renowned potions master with extensive family knowledge. So, in this competition, besides using her self-made potions, Fleur might also use some spells granted by her Vila bloodline, such as powerful hypnotism or charm. Durmstrang Institute, on the other hand, is located on a glacier somewhere in northern Europe. Its exact location is unknown and is said to be constantly changing. Due to certain special historical backgrounds when the school was founded, and its very unique geographical location, close to a large wizarding world headquartered in Siberia that was not on good terms with the European wizarding world at the time. Therefore, the Northern European wizarding world was almost like a vanguard at that time, which led Durmstrang Institute to advocate all-powerful, violent magic and dark arts. Students who graduated from there were particularly skilled in destructive attacks. My dear old friend, the dark wizard who once swept across Europe, Grindelwald, came from Durmstrang. Professor Dumbledore unhesitatingly used his old acquaintance as a concrete example for analysis. However, he didn't graduate from Durmstrang. Instead, he was expelled early at the age of 16 for conducting certain particularly dark magical experiments. At the same time, the screen in midair happened to display a shocking image of a city engulfed in a sky full of ghostly blue flames. This was his signature magic. Professor Dumbledore sighed softly, his voice tinged with regret. I still remember this one. Around 1927, Grindelwald nearly destroyed Paris with the Fiendfire curse, and it was Newt and his companions who worked together to extinguish the raging Fiendfire. He loved the Fiendfire curse the most and developed new heights in this magic. I apologize, Harley. I seem to have gotten off topic. In short, he learned this spell at Durmstrang, but he secretly learned it from a secret library similar to the restricted section of the Hogwarts library. Durmstrang allows students to use dark arts, but they are still quite wary of particularly forbidden dark arts. And this competition has no major restrictions in this regard. Low-level dark arts like the Blasting Curse and the Severing Charm are also allowed. Only the unforgivable curses, which are explicitly prohibited by international law, are excluded from the competition. Castelo Bruxo, located in northern Brazil, specializes in herbology and magical creatures, as they are situated deep within a tropical rainforest teeming with various magical plants and animals. Professor Dumbledore particularly emphasized that students from this school are especially skilled in a type of plant magic. They can scatter plant seeds and quickly make them sprout, thereby manipulating plants for combat. Given that this competition allows students to bring self-made magical items or certain natural items within a specified range, the contestants from Castelo Bruxo also need to be taken seriously. After all, the rainforest is so vast that no one knows how many secrets it holds, nor what magical seeds the Castellobruxo contestants might bring. Furthermore, this school is also particularly adept at magic that changes terrain. A certain principal from Castellobruxo once instantly created a vast swamp. Of course, the magic he used didn't seem that easy to cast. From the images recreated by Principal Dumbledore, it appeared that the principal prepared for a long time before casting the magic. Mahoutokuro in Japan is located on the volcanic island of Minami Iwo Jima, and its students specialize in a unique magic similar to, but not quite, alchemy, controlling puppets called shikigami in combat. Mahoutokuro also possesses a small amount of soul magic, and it seems to have once temporarily fused shikigami with the wizard themselves, though only exceptionally talented students can master it. Considering that this school is in the mysterious East, quite far from Europe. Moreover, the Japanese wizarding world's relationship with the British wizarding world was not good back then, and not much information was revealed, so Professor Dumbledore couldn't show any images. As for Ilvermorny, Professor Dumbledore paused slightly. As the top-ranked magic school in the International Confederation of Wizards, they have no obvious weaknesses, they are strong in almost every aspect. However, considering the unique environment of North America and the many magical creatures there that are skilled in manipulating weather, they seem to have their own understanding of weather charms. Of course, they also excel in a certain degree of alchemy and offensive potions. For example, many wizards have studied the fashionable items popular among American muggles, a long-range metal wand called a pistol, that can only fire physical killing curses, and a spherical item called a grenade, whose effect is equivalent to a blasting curse. As Professor Dumbledore spoke, Muggle pistols and grenades appeared in the image. And I vaguely remember that Ilvermorny had wizards who created similar alchemical items and potions. Their alchemical items can only produce the effect of minor curses and don't need to be taken too seriously. However, their explosive potions are very powerful, several times stronger than the blasting curses used by ordinary wizards. Harley couldn't help but nod, inexplicably recalling the popular saying in the Muggle world. Free America, gun violence every day. Indeed, the Muggle world always influences the wizarding world. Although the American wizarding world and Muggle world are severely disconnected, they are still highly coincident in this aspect. How do you feel after hearing all that? After finishing his explanation, Professor Dumbledore asked with a smile. Is there any magic that you feel is a threat? Professor, do you think any of that magic could threaten you? Harley retorted. Even if their principals personally cast those spells, could they threaten you? Of course not, Professor Dumbledore said with a playful shrug. Not to boast, but even if I stood there without moving, I alone could suppress all of them. As he spoke, he and Harley looked into each other's eyes, and both couldn't help but laugh. Chapter 285, Hermione twisting and turning on the bed revised. After briefly discussing the 5 schools and understanding their unique types of magic, Harley asked curiously. Professor, why didn't the other magic schools participate in the Triwizard Tournament this time? 3 magic schools didn't have any outstanding students, they didn't even attend the previous Magical School Potion Championship, let alone this Triwizard Tournament. Professor Dumbledore said with a smile, after all, magic schools have their pride. If they don't have students worth showing off, how could they intentionally embarrass themselves? If Hogwarts hadn't produced such an excellent student like you, we probably would have missed this Magical School Potion Championship as well. And the Triwizard Tournament probably wouldn't have happened, it would have remained the same size as the original Triwizard Tournament. Everyone only wants to interact with outstanding magic schools. The previous rankings of Hogwarts, Beauxbatons, and Durmstrang on the international stage weren't very high, so internal exchanges among them were acceptable, but there was no need to embarrass themselves outside of Europe. What about the other 2 magic schools? Koldov Storts and Uagadou seemed to have participated in the last potions tournament, Harley asked, raising a new question. Something happened in the wizarding world where Koldov Storts is located, Professor Dumbledore shrugged. You know, the Muggle country they were in disintegrated, and the wizarding world followed suit. Initially, the official Professor Dumbledore wouldn't use nicknames like this, but the author feared censorship, thought everything had settled, so they still arranged for students to participate in the subsequent potions tournament. But now, the after effects of the split have emerged. During the last Quidditch World Cup in Britain, conflicts in that region intensified, so they don't have the energy to participate in such competitions now. Professor Dumbledore's tone was somewhat somber, seemingly saddened by Koldov Storts' inability to participate and regretful over the disappearance of that powerful and vast wizarding world. As for Uagadou, they had a minor issue themselves. Last year, they detected a suspected case of the Black Death. Although only one student ultimately died, and there was no contagion, no potion or magic could cure that student. This scared them quite a bit, and they decided not to travel abroad for a short period, refusing to participate in any international events. Listening to Professor Dumbledore, Harley felt a strange sense of familiarity. She suddenly remembered that Fleur seemed to have mentioned this disgusting fellow shrouded in her disease aura. Forget it, just thinking about it felt unlucky. It was good that he wasn't coming. Only Professor Dumbledore felt some regret, as Uagadu's wandless magic and combat using animagus forms were exceptional, and Koldovstortz's control over cold weather was unique globally. Not being able to interact with them was truly a great pity. Seeing that it was already 9 o'clock, Harley prepared to leave. But Professor Dumbledore's expression suddenly became extremely serious, looking at Harley intently. Harley, before we conclude our conversation tonight, I want to ask you a question. And I personally hope you can tell me the truth. I should have mentioned to you that one can only master the animagus form of a mythical creature form after achieving a near-rule level understanding in a certain field. And if one later gains a near-rule level understanding in a new field, the species of the existing mythical creature form animagus will not change significantly, only subtly. I have a unique understanding in the fields of life and transfiguration, and Tom has his understanding in the field of death. Grindelwald is adept in order, mind, and death, which is why he was able to stir up trouble in Europe. Professor Dumbledore paused slightly, hesitated, and then added, and his understanding of death and my understanding of life can be said to be the opposition of life and death, similar yet different. And Nicholas, I only know that he has reached an extremely high level in alchemy, and having lived so long, he might also have his unique understanding in the field of life. And I can confirm that all four of us have our own mythical creature form animagus. For example, I am a phoenix, and Tom's animagus is a powerful emerald green snake, even stronger than a basilisk, surrounded by black mist. So, in which fields have you touched the level of rules? Professor Dumbledore's last sentence was almost inaudible, yet it clearly reached Harley's ears. Seeing Harley's slight silence, Professor Dumbledore's usual smile suddenly reappeared on his face. Of course, it's fine if you don't want to say. After all, it's your privacy, and you have the right to keep it confidential. Actually, it's not impossible to reveal. Harley's expression showed a slight hesitation, and after a brief thought, she said, I feel that I've almost touched the rules in death, and recently, I've inexplicably gained some insights in the field of soul magic. Of course, the most important authorities of the witch pathway, negative emotions and disaster, were concealed by Harley. Compared to the negative reputation of these two authorities, the first two authorities were hardly worth mentioning, and the first two fields could even be attributed to Senior Riddle, which was simply perfect. Death and soul, huh? Professor Dumbledore's expression froze slightly. It's just as I thought before. Seeing Harley get up to leave, Professor Dumbledore reminded her again. Harley, I must caution you about one thing. It's best not to use your mythical creature form animagus in the competition. Of course, Professor. Harley nodded. I don't think the competition tasks will be so difficult that I'll need to use my animagus. Of course, more importantly, Harley's Medusa was not a so-called mythical creature form animagus, but a mythical creature form. A mythical creature form animagus doesn't have the ability to drive those who see it mad, but a mythical creature form does. Harley needed to accumulate more anchors through the Triwizard Tournament, not create a bunch of lunatics. As Harley walked out of the headmaster's office, Professor Dumbledore's right hand gently rubbed a black gemstone ring on his left middle finger. The black gemstone embedded in the ring was cracked, but it still shone brightly. Do you think I should tell her about that place? Professor Dumbledore looked at the gemstone ring and murmured, my dear old friend. ... Although it was getting late, the Gryffindor Tower was still brightly lit. The moment Harley stepped into the common room, a deafening roar of fervent cheers erupted. Fred and George simultaneously lit their homemade firecrackers, and one golden and one red confetti cannon exploded under the ceiling. Golden and red mixed-colored paper strips flew out, scattering everywhere. In a golden-red smoke, the lion from the Gryffindor crest slowly emerged and let out a roar. Although the lion had no mane on its neck, the Weasley twins thoughtfully added a crown to it, making it even more majestic. The two also ingeniously stored a sentence on a magical megaphone. Let us welcome Her Majesty, the Supreme Lion Queen, to her loyal Gryffindor. And now, this sentence echoed through the common room. Angelina was the first to rush over, giving Harley a tight hug. That's amazing, Harley. I knew you could do it. You should be Hogwarts champion. Saying this, Angelina waved the bottle of butterbeer in her hand, looking extremely happy, showing no signs of sadness from her own failure to be chosen. Alicia and the other 6th and 7th year students who had signed up for the Triwizard Tournament were also cheering, not sad at all about not being selected. The little lions, who were not old enough to sign up, were even more unable to contain their excitement, constantly squeezing through to congratulate Harley on becoming the champion. If they could talk to Harley for a few more words at this time, that would be even better. After dealing with the crazy little wizards, Harley finally found some peace. She looked around and found delicious food everywhere, as if the feast in the Great Hall had been extended here. And in one corner of the common room, there were several large barrels of butterbeer and a large pile of Honeydukes candies. Help from certain righteous individuals. Fred noticed Harley's gaze and winked at her. You know who I'm talking about. Seeing the little lions still cheering, Harley felt a little tired and chose to sneak back to her dormitory. Hermione was on her bed, flipping through a thick, ancient book borrowed from the restricted section, which recorded the specific events of past Triwizard tournaments. Seeing Harley, she also showed a sincere smile. Congratulations, Harley. Congratulations on becoming the champion. As expected, Harley's voice was slightly flat, but the corners of her mouth curved upwards. It's a pity we couldn't find out who cast the other 2 slips of paper. A hint of worry appeared on Hermione's face. Yes, it's quite concerning. Especially since they were so ill-intentioned, either writing, Azkaban, or writing the name in red ink. Clearly, only the students sitting at the very front of the Great Hall saw the last piece of parchment, and they didn't see it very clearly. Otherwise, they couldn't have missed the blood-like color, and Hermione would definitely have been even more worried. Quote. It's obvious these people absolutely want to ensure you get chosen, so they can take the opportunity to harm you. Hermione continued flipping through the heavy book, faster and faster, her expression growing increasingly anxious. I just found several more cases, including contestants being poisoned by a blind basilisk or eaten by a manticore during the competition. Now that I think about it, if they just tamper with the competition tasks a little, for example, by feeding certain highly dangerous mythical creature forms some special potions, then the danger of this competition will skyrocket, and uncontrollable accidents will definitely occur. Harley, I think you must be very careful. Hermione wanted to continue speaking, but suddenly felt a weight on her. Harley had, at some point, hung her robe on the hanger, wearing only her undergarments. Have a little faith in your highly skilled magical best friend, Miss Granger. Harley said softly, quickly putting on her pajamas. Professor Dumbledore and I talked all night and prepared a lot of contingency plans, so it's very safe. And have you forgotten? I received the Order of Merlin, first class because I'm strong enough. Saying this, Harley also playfully pinched Hermione's nose. Already revised, there might be some incoherence before and after, just bear with it, the original version couldn't pass. Hermione let out an almost inaudible whimper, her hand, which had been flipping pages, fell limply onto the bed. I know, she said weakly, I have faith in you. Let go of me, take your hand out. I have absolute faith in you. Harley then stood up contentedly, humming a tune as she headed to the washroom, leaving Hermione alone, rubbing her earlobe, her face flushed red and in a daze. Hermione suddenly slammed the book shut, tossed it onto the bedside table, and buried her head in her pillow. She thrashed wildly on the bed for a while before finally quieting down, then kicked the curtain down. Hedwig was perched on top of Hermione's bed canopy, preening her feathers. After drinking the Sequence 7, psychiatrist, potion, she rarely returned to the Ollery. Anyway, Hedwig wouldn't cause trouble, so Harley let her stay in her dormitory. Hermione's kick startled Hedwig, who flapped her wings and flew to the edge of Harley's bed opposite. She looked at Hermione's fully zipped-up canopy with confusion, tilting her head. Crookshanks, nearby, seemed to want to jump onto the bed for her owner to groom her fur. But she meowed for a long time, only to be met not with Hermione's caresses and grooming, but a crisp, "Shut up, Crookshanks." Crookshanks whimpered sadly, opened the dormitory door, and prepared to go to the common room to find some snacks to comfort her wounded spirit. Hedwig glanced at Crookshanks with disdain. Although Hedwig herself didn't know what had happened, that didn't stop her from inwardly sneering, "HMPH, stupid cat." Chapter 286 Please trample on me heart, shock. The next morning, Harley was forcibly woken up before she had fully opened her eyes. She lay in bed, her eyes still closed, her mind still full of the images from last night. Last night, Harley had once again explored Peter Pettigrew's memories. Just as Harley had suspected, the first parchment that popped out of the Goblet of Fire, the one that read, Azkaban, Harley Potter, was Barty Crouch Jr.'s doing. The old Crouch these past few days was Barty in disguise. He had the house elf Winky bring him back to Hogwarts that night. Subsequently, he easily crossed the age line and cast a confundo on the Goblet of Fire, making it believed that Azkaban would also send a contestant to participate in the tournament. This was also why Old Crouch had looked so gaunt these past few days and had stood in the shadows all last night, unwilling to make too many moves. After all, Barty had been under the Imperious Curse for so many years, and he still suffered from considerable after effects. His physical condition was not particularly good. However, Peter Pettigrew only knew that Barty was responsible for this matter. As for the specific reason, and why the parchment's content was written that way, Peter Pettigrew was completely unaware. After all, to Lord Voldemort, this kind of foolish and clumsy fence-sitter became unimportant once he had more loyal servants. Harley was indeed a little disappointed. After all, relying on her intuition, Harley realized that the word, Azkaban, on the parchment was problematic, and Barty and Lord Voldemort must have had their reasons for doing this. The lack of crucial information made Harley vigilant. As for the parchment with her name written in blood-red ink, even Barty Crouch Jr. and Lord Voldemort were completely puzzled. According to Peter Pettigrew, the two talked until very late last night. He had even fed a pet snake named Nagini twice before they finished their conversation. It was a pity that judging by Barty's expression when he left his master's room, they probably hadn't come to any conclusion. Harley planted new suggestions in Peter Pettigrew's mind, asking him to find ways to obtain more information through various coincidences, and then she cast Peter Pettigrew aside. Afterward, Harley pondered this problem until very late before finally falling asleep. She had planned to sleep in, but a mischievous hand directly pinched Harley's nose, forcibly waking her up. Harley stretched and pushed away the hand that was messing with her face. She opened her eyes and saw Fleur, already in her Beauxbatons uniform, sitting by the bed. Fleur's expression looked a little reluctant, clearly not having enjoyed enough of the comfortable feeling of Harley's smooth skin. "Harley, why are you up so early?" Harley yawned, glanced at the others still sleeping in the dormitory, and asked in her quietest voice. "I went to sleep as soon as I got back last night." Before Fleur could finish speaking, she suddenly caught sight of Harley, who, without any hesitation, unbuttoned the top button of her pajamas. A faint blush instantly appeared on her face. "I'll wait for you in your common room, Harley." With that, Fleur hurriedly left the room, carefully closing the door behind her. When Harley had finished washing up and arrived at the common room, Fleur was sitting there alone, reading a book. Seeing Harley arrive, she greeted her as if nothing had happened earlier. Harley responded briefly, then completely collapsed into a nearby chair. "Where's Gabrielle? Didn't she come with you?" "No." Fleur adjusted her hair. "She likes to sleep in, always going to bed late and waking up late. But that's good, at least it won't disturb the other students in the carriage. You know how noisy she is when she's awake." Immediately after, Fleur changed the subject to what happened last night and reminded Harley to be careful. It was clear that Fleur was genuinely very worried about Harley, even preparing to give Harley one of the rapid healing potions her father had given her. However, after learning that Professor Dumbledore had already made preliminary arrangements and would continue to monitor Harley, Fleur's anxious heart relaxed considerably. After chatting for a while, the two set off for the Great Hall to enjoy breakfast. On the way, Harley suddenly remembered something. "How are you going to attend classes during this time?" "I'm not sure about the other schools, but Beauxbatons offered two choices," Fleur thought for a moment. "If we are confident enough in our English proficiency, we can attend classes with the same year group at Hogwarts. If we are not confident in our English proficiency, we can also choose to stay in the carriage and self-study using textbooks. Generally speaking, Madame Maxime can answer most common magic questions we encounter. If there are questions she can't solve, we can also write to our teachers or wait until we return to our country to resolve them. Anyway, our Ministry of Magic has already made plans. After returning home, we will have 2 months to prepare for the ordinary wizarding levels." Harley nodded thoughtfully. "That's right, those who come to Hogwarts to compete for champion are basically the most outstanding wizards of their age group. How could such good students have poor self-study abilities?" After breakfast, Harley took Fleur on a tour of Hogwarts Castle for an entire morning. Along the way, the two also encountered many little wizards who came to ask for autographs, and some even wanted to take photos with them, with male wizards being the majority. In their mouths, Harley was practically hailed as a hero of Hogwarts. One first-year little wizard even claimed to have grown up listening to Harley's stories. While this was true in a sense, as the wizarding world had always circulated stories of Harley defeating you-know-who, and after Harley received the first-class Order of Merlin, the story evolved again. But this still made Harley very embarrassed, and she even vaguely heard Fleur's laughter, not daring to look up at Fleur's expression for a while. However, Harley soon discovered that these were definitely fake fans. After getting her autograph, they immediately turned around and came up with a similar excuse to ask Fleur for an autograph. So, after signing 4 or 5 autographs, Harley decisively pulled Fleur into a little-known secret passage to escape the enthusiastic fans. However, it seemed the fans weren't particularly disappointed. Seeing that they couldn't find Harley and Fleur, they immediately turned and left Hogwarts Castle, seemingly going to stake out the other champions at the other 4 schools' quarters. One can only say that these people talked a better game than they played, but their actions were still so honest. In the following days, various discussions and excitement about the Triwizard Tournament continued for a full week. When Harley went to class, she would always encounter little wizards who surrounded her, asking for autographs and photos. Fred and George also took advantage of this craze, mimicking the small vendors at the recent Quidditch World Cup, and produced a large batch of badges. The badges were of ordinary material, printed with the Gryffindor lion and the Hogwarts crest. Moreover, the two ingeniously applied magic to them. By pressing a badge, the Hogwarts crest and the Gryffindor lion would disappear, and the words, "Support Hogwarts Champion Harley Potter," would appear. Thus, for a time, almost everyone in the 3 houses of Hogwarts, except Slytherin, bought a badge to express their support for Hogwarts. The Weasley twins, seeing that they had indeed earned a large sum of galleons, were instantly overjoyed. They were good at making money from their major shareholder. The cheering items that appeared at the Quidditch World Cup, including hats with Clover logos on top and various posters, were also produced by the Weasley twins. The two even designed a plan overnight, preparing to emulate the vendors who made Crumb figurines and create a batch of Harley figurines. The two believed that this would definitely sell well, and they wouldn't even need to pay royalties. However, after Harley learned of their plan, she suppressed them without hesitation. What a joke. Making badges and posters was one thing, but they wanted to make statues. Harley needed to maintain a glorious image and obtain a better anchor. How could she allow her statue to be held and played with by others? It was simply bullying the witch too much. It was absolutely not because the statues made by the Weasley twins were not pretty enough, causing a certain appearance-conscious witch to despise them. Of course, even though they couldn't make statues, the Weasley twins still made a fortune. Even students from other schools bought them, and Beauxbaton students each bought a set of Harley's merchandise. After all, during the Quidditch World Cup, Harley's heroic posture was truly handsome. If they could, they really wanted to shout, "Sister Harley, please stomp on me with all your might." When the Weasley twins reported to Harley, they specifically mentioned that Fleur and Crumb had also purchased a set from them. Harley could understand Fleur buying them, but why would Crumb buy them? Was he also her fan? Harley expressed great confusion, but since there was money to be made, it didn't matter. Unfortunately, the excitement of the Triwizard Tournament was quickly suppressed because the professors all noticed students' minds wandering in class and, by unspoken agreement, increased the difficulty of their courses. In recent Transfiguration classes, Professor McGonagall almost calculated the exact time remaining until the ordinary wizarding levels in every class, creating a tense atmosphere. When Justin foolishly argued with Professor McGonagall, stating that there were still nearly 2 years until the ordinary wizarding levels at the end of the 5th year, Professor McGonagall would glare at him with a death stare. Moreover, Professor McGonagall also used the rounding method, forcefully portraying the exam, which was still nearly 2 years away, as if it would appear almost tomorrow. So Justin broke out in a cold sweat on the spot and decisively chose to shut up, no longer arguing with Professor McGonagall. After class, he almost got into a fight with Macmillan, because he insisted that Macmillan had incited him to question Professor McGonagall. And if there was one course whose difficulty was even greater than Transfiguration, it would definitely be Potion class. Professor Snape was practically a powder keg now, exploding at the slightest touch, and he even fearlessly found an excuse to argue with Professor Moody. Of course, everyone unanimously agreed that Professor Snape was looking for trouble, because Professor Moody was just passing by and was inexplicably accused by Professor Snape of tracking him. According to the 6th-year students who witnessed the scene, it was the first time they had seen Professor Snape being so fierce towards another professor, and he even actively drew his wand, with both sides almost coming to a magical duel. And because Professor Moody showed no fear of Professor Snape, his already popular standing in the school became even higher. Many students felt very regretful, lamenting why Professor Moody hadn't properly taught Professor Snape a lesson. Fairly speaking, wouldn't an experienced retired or beating a potion class professor who spent all day brewing potions in the basement be a piece of cake? The little wizards, who had suffered under Snape for a long time, were too eager to see Professor Snape get thrashed. Of course, Professor Moody being able to argue with Professor Snape was enough for everyone to show their support for him and be happy for a long time. Unfortunately, the little wizard soon couldn't be happy anymore, because Professor Snape had multiplied the difficulty of the class several times over. After a few simple lessons on poisons, Professor Snape directly demanded that students brew specific antidotes. He also hinted that he would randomly select a class and draw a group of lucky students from that class. This group of lucky students would have the privilege of tasting the poison personally brewed by Professor Snape, and then they would test whether their self-made antidote could take effect. When Professor Snape stated this in a slow, deliberate tone, somehow, Seamus and Neville suddenly felt a chill down their spines. The two suddenly had a strange premonition that Professor Snape intended to use this opportunity to get rid of them. Their premonition ultimately did not come true. In Friday's class, the person who was poisoned was Harley, not the cauldron-destroying duo. The antidote Harley brewed was, of course, perfect, but Professor Snape still nitpicked. "Why is your antidote so slow to take effect? It actually took 10 seconds to work. With a stronger poison, 10 seconds would be enough for you to die how many times over?" Detention. Go to my office tonight for more detention. The Slytherins, led by Malfoy, almost cheered. They had been suffering for a long time since the damned Potter became champion. Finally, righteous retribution arrived. Professor Snape stepped in to suppress Gryffindor's Harley Potter. This was justice. Chapter 287 Ollivander's warning. Today's daily 10,000 votes, another 6,000 votes will be added. Professor Snape was about to say something else when the potion class door was suddenly knocked. He reluctantly walked over, slowly opened the classroom door, and looked at a first-year little wizard at the door with an icy gaze. "Mr. Creevey, if you cannot give me a suitable reason, and explain why you interrupted my lesson, then it will be very unfortunate, and bad things will happen. I think Gryffindor will probably lose 20 points because of you. No, lose 30 points. Professor Snape calculated the points he had added to Harley in this class and casually increased the threatened deduction. The little wizard immediately trembled, his face pale, his body swaying slightly, and he stammered. "Report. Professor Snape, Professor McGonagall asked me to take Harley Potter upstairs." This lie is not very clever. Professor Snape's tone became more drawn out, his gaze falling vertically from above his aquiline nose onto Creevey. "I think it should be class time now, and Professor McGonagall would not be unaware of that. But, Mr. Ludo Bagman is also there." The little wizard seemed even more flustered, his hands not knowing where to put them. "Mr. Bagman asked all the champions to come over, it seems to be for a photo shoot." Professor Snape's expression softened considerably, and he nodded silently, turning to look at Harley. "Harley, hurry up and take the photos, don't keep Professor McGonagall waiting. Also, don't forget your detention tonight." Immediately after, Professor Snape's gaze quickly moved back into the classroom. "Weasley, is something very funny. Gryffindor loses 15 points. He had given Harley a bit too many points earlier, now it was time to deduct them back. On the way to the classroom on the first floor, the first-year little wizard kept apologizing to Harley. Apparently, he believed it was because of him that Harley had been given detention by Professor Snape. He also introduced himself to Harley as the younger brother of Colin Creevey, a third-year Gryffindor student. Harley quickly remembered the boy who always carried a Muggle camera and took pictures everywhere. He seemed to admire her greatly, although for some reasons, she hadn't particularly liked his behavior at the time. However, now, that slight unpleasantness from back then had long been forgotten by Harley. And Colin's brother also seemed to be a fervent admirer of Harley. He spent the entire journey describing to Harley why he wanted to come to Gryffindor. Because the great Harley Potter was here. What relieved Harley was that Colin had probably already warned his brother, telling him that Harley didn't like being photographed indiscriminately, and that he himself had been expelled for taking photos. So even though Creevey also had a Muggle camera hanging around his neck, he kept resisting the urge to use it. After arriving at a classroom near the Great Hall on the first floor, Harley knocked on the door alone and then walked in. This classroom was not large. Almost all the desks had been pushed to the very back of the classroom, leaving a large open space in the middle. In the open space, several desks were lined up side by side, placed in front of the blackboard, covered with a long piece of velvet. Behind the velvet-covered tables were several chairs, and in front of them were standees with the judges' names written on them. Ludo was sitting on one of the chairs at the very edge, talking to a witch in a magenta robe. Behind the witch was a pot-bellied middle-aged wizard, holding a black camera that was emitting a slight wisp of green smoke, waiting for instructions at any moment. Upon hearing the door open, Rita's eyes lit up, and she immediately turned to look at the doorway. But when she saw that the first champion to arrive was Harley, Rita's eyes instantly dimmed a few shades, and she unhesitatingly turned her head back to continue chatting with Ludo. Although she was very eager to interview this underage champion from Hogwarts, and even more so wanted to write a good report about Harley, delving deeply into her various stories. However, the scenes in the Forbidden Forest and at the Quidditch World Cup campsite had left an extremely deep impression on Rita, and the magical mark on the back of her hand constantly reminded Rita of who she pledged allegiance to. So Rita still chose not to cause trouble for herself and decided how to write about Harley's news after consulting with Harley. But the pot-bellied middle-aged wizard's eyes lit up. Previously, for various reasons, the photos of Harley in the Daily Prophet were not taken by him. So far, he hadn't had the chance to personally photograph Harley. Today, he finally found an opportunity, and he was determined to take several good sets of photos. However, when the middle-aged wizard raised his camera, it instantly scared Rita into a cold sweat, and she subtly kicked him. Harley didn't pay attention to these small movements. Instead, she nimbly sat on a table in the corner and started chatting with the portraits on the wall. After a while, champions from other schools also arrived one after another. Perhaps because they were competitors and spoke different languages, the champions hardly communicated with each other, each finding a corner to space out alone. Only Fleur's eyes lit up when she saw Harley, and she also chose to slip to the back of the classroom and sit on a table. The wizard responsible for taking photos felt his work was back when he saw Fleur, but he was still stopped by Rita, who found some random excuse. "Are you kidding? Didn't you see Harley sitting next to her? What if you took a picture of her?" Left with no choice, the middle-aged wizard had to focus on photographing Crumb and Catherine. At least the former was an international star with high popularity, and the latter had a more refined appearance. Fleur had also grown accustomed to the wizard's previous actions. After all, she had encountered many such wizards. Instead of focusing on a newspaper employee who wanted to take her picture, it was better to chat more with Harley. During this time, because their classes were staggered and she wasn't very familiar with Hogwarts Castle, Fleur had chatted with Harley relatively few times. In this week, Fleur, like most Beauxbatons students and all Ilvermorny students, had been attending classes with Hogwarts, 7th-year students. Except for Defense Against the Dark Arts, a course notorious in international education circles, students from both schools did not miss a single compulsory class. Of course, when leading Fleur on a tour of Hogwarts Castle, Harley had specifically mentioned that this year's Defense Against the Dark Arts course quality was good. This year's professor was a seasoned retired Auror, and the class content was quite profound. It was just a pity that Hogwarts' reputation for defense against the dark arts was too infamous, single-handedly dragging down Hogwarts' international standing. So despite Harley's endorsement, only Fleur from all of Beauxbatons ended up attending Professor Moody's class. However, it seemed that Fleur had not been having a pleasant time during this period, and harbored considerable resentment towards Hogwarts. "Is your potion class professor, perhaps encountered something recently, and therefore hasn't prepared lessons seriously?" Fleur complained softly to Harley in a very subtle tone. "Yesterday afternoon we had 2 potion classes, and based on your potion skills, I was really looking forward to this class. As it turned out, Professor Snape barely taught any knowledge points in class, just read 2 lines from the textbook, wrote the formula on the blackboard, and then let the students do it themselves. If the potion professor at your school is so easy to be, I feel like I could handle it with my current skill level. After all, it's just rote recitation and copying formulas onto the blackboard." Harley was stunned. Was Professor Snape really that bad? She thought back carefully. Wait, it seemed that Professor Snape always briefly explained a few knowledge points in class, and then let the students brew potions themselves. Even when pointing out her problems and giving her potion lessons after class, Professor Snape still disliked lecturing on many knowledge points, preferring to let her operate hands-on and find problems herself. Well, now that she thought about it, Professor Snape really was very perfunctory. Finally, Professor Dumbledore, accompanied by the principals of other magic schools, filed in, with Ollivander following at the very end. Except for Crouch, all the other judges had arrived. "Please come and sit down, everyone." Professor Dumbledore's voice was not loud, but it resonated throughout the classroom. "Sit opposite us, please. Thank you." After the champions were all seated, Professor Dumbledore pointed to Ollivander, who was sitting to one side. "Please allow me to introduce Mr. Ollivander, a British wand master. He is here today to inspect your wands and ensure they are in good enough condition before the competition. Although you are allowed to carry other items during the competition, your wand is still your most important companion." Mr. Ollivander slowly stood up, his gaze quickly sweeping over the 6 champions, then walked towards Crumb, who was sitting at the very edge. "Mr. Crumb, you first, please." He quickly inspected the wands of the first 5 champions. Everyone's wands had their own unique characteristics. For example, Fleur used the hair of her Vila grandmother as the wand core, while Miguel from Castelobruxo used the nerves of the blue-eyed tree frog, a species unique to the South American rainforest. The former made the wand more compatible with Fleur, while the latter made the wand flow more smoothly when using Castelobruxo's unique magic. The wand core of Tsuchimikado Haruaki, the champion from Mahoutokuro, was even more peculiar, even Ollivander could not discern its origin. According to Tsuchimikado Haruaki himself, his wand core was the most precious feather from the wing of a storm petrel, a species unique to the southern Ryukyu Islands. However, Ollivander clearly did not particularly like the craftsmanship of other wand masters, and he had quite a few criticisms, especially for Crumb's wand, which was made by Grigorovich. Although he didn't say it directly, he subtly mocked Grigorovich, believing that his wands only pursued powerful offensiveness, while neglecting the degree of compatibility with the wizard. Ollivander also vaguely suggested that the next time he saw Grigorovich, he would advise him to go to the United States and chat with Muggles, hoping he would simply change professions to make the kind of metal wands that are extremely focused on violence and lethality in the United States. When it was Harley's turn, who was sitting at the other end of the line, a mix of excitement and caution suddenly flashed in Ollivander's eyes. And finally, Miss Potter. Harley stood up, drew out the wand that had been with her for so long, and handed it to Ollivander. Ollivander took the wand, admiring it carefully, a strange emotion in his voice. Yes, very good, a snakewood wand, the core is the nerve of an unknown serpentine creature, 12 inches. I sold it myself back then, but it's a pity I didn't make it, my poor grandfather. The wand is in perfect condition, Miss Potter. It's clear you've been taking great care of this child. Ollivander carefully returned the wand to Harley, not using a spell to test its sensitivity as he had with the previous wands. However, after finishing the inspection of Harley's wand, Ollivander did not immediately return to his seat but looked at Harley. Miss Potter, after you're all done, I wonder if you could stay for a few minutes. Regarding your wand, there are some things I need to remind you about. After seeing Harley nod in agreement, Ollivander finally concluded the wand inspection and returned to his seat with satisfaction. Thank you all for your cooperation. Professor Dumbledore stood up from his seat. Now you can go back to class, but I think you should probably just go eat. There are only 15 minutes left until the bell rings anyway. Photos, Dumbledore, photos. Seeing the champions about to leave, Ludo excitedly shouted. Hey, Dumbledore, you forgot about the photos. We planned for each champion to have a photo, and then a group photo of the judges and champions. What do you think, Rita? I think, alright, let's take the photos. Rita's eyes flickered, and she only nodded and spoke after receiving a response from a certain witch, while looking at the male wizard holding the camera behind her. Get to work. Let's take a group photo first, then a solo shot for each champion. The subsequent photo shoot took a long time, even longer than the previous wand inspection. No matter where Madame Maxime stood, the photographer could not fit her entirely into the frame. Karkaroff kept twirling his goatee with his fingers while telling the photographer about the international star power of Crumb, wanting his beloved student to stand at the very front. But the photographer was not too keen. He preferred Harley and Fleur, the two beautiful witches, to stand at the front. And Crumb himself, despite being an international star, didn't seem used to being photographed, so he kept dodging and trying to stay as far away as possible from Ludo, who was trying to stand next to him for a photo. After a long commotion, the photo was finally barely taken. When Harley was the first to finish her solo photo and leave the classroom, Mr. Ollivander was standing quietly at the door, clearly having waited for some time. Sorry, Mr. Ollivander. Harley bowed slightly. I probably kept you waiting for a long time earlier to cooperate with the Ministry of Magic's work. It's all right, I, an old man, happen to be very free. Ollivander stroked his beard and chuckled twice. This time, Miss Potter, I mainly wanted to remind you about your wand. Harley tilted her head slightly, quietly looking at Mr. Ollivander. I think I should have mentioned to you that this wand was not made by me, but by my grandfather, so even now I don't know what its core actually is. Mr. Ollivander's voice was very soft. After making this wand, my grandfather went mad. I told you back then that my grandfather was diagnosed by St. Mungo's Hospital for Magical Maladies and Injuries as having gone mad due to problems with his brain after high-intensity work and drinking a lot of alcohol. According to their judgment, my poor grandfather would probably never recover. I used to believe St. Mungo's Hospital for Magical Maladies and Injuries. But recently, my grandfather suddenly returned to normal. Returned to normal. Harley repeated softly, her voice filled with doubt. Yes, Ollivander's voice was firm. He was already 100 years old when he went mad, and now he is 130. I certainly couldn't leave him alone in St. Mungo's hospital for magical maladies and injuries, so I brought him home. And recently, he briefly returned to normal and asked me about the whereabouts of the wand in your hand. After learning that you now possess this wand, he asked me to give you a warning. His exact words were, "Tell Harley Potter, beware of this wand's core." Beware of the wand's core. Harley was a little confused. Did I mishear, Mr. Ollivander? No, you didn't mishear. Ollivander gave a wry smile. Although I also can't understand what he meant by his words, I still advise you to follow this advice. After all, there are too many unknown mysteries in the wizarding world. Just with wizards themselves, we still cannot explain a series of wonderful phenomena like metamorphmagy. Not to mention this vast and boundless wizarding world, whose historical records also have significant flaws. With that, Ollivander pulled a small bottle of silver liquid from his pocket. This is my grandfather's memory. He specifically extracted it before his death and asked me to give it to you. Inside is the specific location where he obtained this wand's core, and the process of making this wand. His exact words were, "If you are interested, you can watch it in the company of Principal Dumbledore." He forbade me from viewing this memory alone, and I am not interested in it either. This memory is for you, but I personally don't really recommend you watch it. Even that wand, I also believe my grandfather's words and suspect there's something wrong with this wand. Although I am a professional wand maker, and as such, I shouldn't say this, I still want to advise you to abandon this wand. I can make you a new, more suitable wand. Chapter 288 I just took Farong for a walk in the middle of the night monthly ticket plus more. Despite Ollivander's earnest persuasion, Harley merely nodded and accepted Ollivander's grandfather's memories, without suggesting a wand change. This wand was very comfortable to use, and Harley wasn't ready to change it yet. She simply made a mental note to perform a magic mirror divination upon her return to see what secrets were hidden behind the wand's core. After Ollivander left, Fleur, who had been waiting nearby, walked over. "What did Ollivander want with you?" Fleur asked curiously, watching Ollivander's retreating figure. "Nothing, my wand was made by a member of the Ollivander family, so he reminded me of some information regarding wand maintenance." Harley said casually, without batting an eye, coming up with an excuse. Fleur nodded and did not press further. After all, such commercial knowledge involving the unique secrets of different magic families was not suitable for arbitrary inquiry. Seeing that the class bell had rung some time ago, the two simply no longer returned to the classroom but headed straight for the Great Hall. Hermione had reserved seats for them at the Gryffindor table. She was still flipping through the thick book related to the Triwizard Tournament. Gabrielle was using a fork to poke at the smoked bacon on her plate, while Crookshanks lay obediently on the little wizard's lap, his eyes constantly moving with the up and down motion of the fork. Seeing Harley and Fleur return, Hermione picked up her book bag from the adjacent seat and casually asked, "What did the professors want with you two? Was it just a simple photo for publicity?" "They also checked our wands," Fleur said lightly, her voice suddenly becoming urgent. "Gabrielle, cats can't eat chocolate. Have you forgotten again?" Gabrielle, realizing something, quickly put the chocolate pudding in her hand back on the plate. Crookshanks let out a disgruntled meow, forcefully nudged Gabrielle's cheek twice with his head, and even extended his paws. The little wizard was forced to push the chocolate pudding a little further away and rub the big cat's head in her arms. "Crookshanks, be good, you can't eat these." "It's fine, Crookshanks has Kneazle blood." Hermione waved, picked up Crookshanks and placed him back on her lap, then wrapped a piece of chocolate cake in a spare napkin. "Kneazles can eat chocolate. I checked several books for this and even asked the pet store owner to examine Crookshanks." Fleur nodded, but still glared at her mischievous younger sister. After chatting for a few moments about Hogwarts classes, their conversation naturally drifted towards the Triwizard Tournament. Hermione kept flipping through the book, speculating about the possible contents of the Triwizard Tournament. The first task tests the wizard's courage and ability to adapt. Hermione suddenly looked up. "Magical creatures. I have a feeling the first task is very likely to involve a dangerous magical creature." Fleur was chewing a small piece of lamb chop with her mouth closed, only able to make a nasal sound to express her question. "Look here. Never mind, I'll read it to you too." Hermione had just raised the book halfway when she suddenly remembered that they were still eating, so she put the book back on her lap and read seriously. "Listen to this passage. In the Triwizard Tournament of 1792, the champions had to work together to capture an adult basilisk, and were scored based on each person's performance. And in the Triwizard Tournament of 1697, each champion had to individually confront a blind basilisk, and were scored based on the time and method taken to defeat the basilisk. Here's another one. In the Triwizard Tournament of 1642, the champions, knowing the task involved several half-fed dragons, had to endure for at least 20 minutes within a designated area. These dragons were young male dragons, and not completely full, making them relatively dangerous and highly aggressive. The champions' scoring criteria were based on the duration of their endurance. Enduring for 20 minutes would earn a passing score. The longer the time, and the higher the difficulty of the magic used, the higher the score. Hermione abruptly closed the book, looked up, and said seriously, "There are many more examples like this, such as I remember seeing cases involving confronting banshees, and manticores, among many others. In short, in almost all Triwizard tournaments, the tasks testing courage are linked to extremely dangerous magical creatures. Only a few times did it involve surviving in dangerous natural environments. And in those few times, there were almost always champion deaths. This time, restarting the Triwizard tournament and additionally introducing 3 schools, they should aim for stability. So I am almost 90% certain that as long as the Triwizard tournament tasks are not drastically changed, your first task should involve facing magical creatures. And this time, with the added condition of facing the unknown, the requirements of the competition should be much lower. Taking dragons as an example, if this time you were required to face half-fed dragons, it might ask you to endure 10 to 15 minutes. Listening to Hermione's words, Fleur's face grew paler and paler. After swallowing that mouthful of lamb, she didn't touch her knife and fork again. She was now very nervous, as Fleur was still clear about how much magical knowledge she possessed. For a less dangerous competition like the Potion Championship, she could handle it with ease. But for such an extremely dangerous Triwizard tournament, honestly, she couldn't think of a way to endure 10 minutes under a dragon's attack. 5x class dangerous magical creatures. Alright, doesn't sound too difficult. Harley said casually, then noticed Fleur's pale face. Fleur, are you okay? Are you feeling unwell these past few days? No, Fleur said with a wry smile, I just, really can't think of a way to deal with dangerous magical creatures. Even with the most numerous dragons, I feel helpless, let alone rarer magical creatures like manticores and basilisks, about which there is even less knowledge. Don't worry, I'll help you, Harley whispered reassuringly. I happen to know that there are quite a few lovely creatures in the Forbidden Forest that are perfect for training. I can take you to practice, to get some combat experience. Hermione, are you coming? Of course. Hermione rolled her eyes. Someone promised to teach me practical combat a long time ago, but only taught a little theory and then stopped. Harley unconsciously lowered her head, looking a little embarrassed, remembering her past promise. She instinctively clasped her hands together, bowed slightly, and apologized. My fault, the courses this semester and last semester were really too many. This time, I promise, this time for sure. Hermione huffed with a slightly angry nasal sound, didn't say anything more, and pulled out a roll of parchment. Oh, Harley, Hagrid asked me to give this to you. He hopes we can go to his place tonight. He remembers you know the disillusionment charm. Harley glanced at the parchment. Hagrid had written on the parchment that he wanted to take Harley to see something good tonight. Somehow, Harley inexplicably shivered. She sincerely hoped that Hagrid hadn't bred anything new. And let's not forget, there were still so many acromantulas and fire crabs in the Forbidden Forest. If Hagrid really bred a new magical creature using these two, Harley wouldn't be surprised. Interesting little creatures. Fleur thought seriously. This professor must be the one responsible for taking care of the Abraxans, right? I remember when I went to visit the Abraxans a few days ago, I felt like they had almost gained a whole size in just 10 days. It seems this professor is very caring and loves magical creatures, otherwise he wouldn't treat the Abraxans so gently. I wonder what little creatures he keeps. The Diracals and Neasels at our school are truly adorable. Harley's lips suddenly curved into a mischievous smile. Since that's the case, and I know the disillusionment charm anyway, do you want to go together tonight to see? Of course, Fleur nodded, her eyes filled with anticipation. I hope it's unicorn foals, those magical creatures are the cutest. And I haven't seen them many times. Hermione couldn't help but turn her head, thinking of all the sad things in her life to keep herself from laughing. Fleur probably hadn't taken the Care of Magical Creatures class at Hogwarts and hadn't seen Hagrid's original blast-ended Scroots. Hopefully, she would still be able to say such things tonight. That evening, when Harley gently knocked on the door of the Beauxbatons carriage, Fleur immediately slipped out quietly. Evidently, she had been waiting outside the carriage door for a long time. However, a huge head also peeked out from behind Fleur. It was Madame Maxime. Harley, it's so late, where are you and Fleur going? Madame Maxime stood with her hands on her hips, staring intently at Harley. Ahem. Good evening, Madame Maxime. Harley showed an awkward smile on her face. I'm taking Fleur to stroll through the Forbidden Forest. Really, we're just going for a walk. Oh, are the little wizards of Hogwarts so refined that they go for walks in the Forbidden Forest late at night? Madame Maxime's smile grew even brighter. Or, are you going to see the specific content of the first task of the Triwizard Tournament? Fleur, with her back to Madame Maxime, smiled helplessly at Harley. Harley's eyebrows twitched slightly, and she suddenly noticed that Madame Maxime was not wearing pajamas, nor the black satin robe she usually wore. Tonight, she had changed into a deep purple robe that Harley had never seen before. Considering Hagrid's behavior recently, and Hagrid's past and present professions at Hogwarts, Harley vaguely felt she had guessed something. Never mind, it's not important. Seeing that Harley didn't respond for a while, Madame Maxime waved her hand. Anyway, I'll probably be going to see the first task of the Triwizard Tournament soon too. Your Professor Hagrid cordially invited me, and I couldn't very well refuse. You're going to find out about the task. Harley muttered to herself, remembering Hagrid's impressively peculiar attire 2 weeks ago. It seemed Hagrid was truly in love and, to find an excuse for a date, had actively invited Madame Maxime to admire the magical creatures to be used in the first task. He probably didn't intend to leak the task content to Beauxbatons, he just thought those highly dangerous magical creatures were very cute, and Madame Maxime absolutely had to see them. Outside Hagrid's hut, Hermione was casually breaking off smoked bacon and throwing it to Fang. The rustling from the pumpkin patch not far away indicated that the blast-ended Scroots had also smelled the smoked bacon and wanted to come and taste it. However, Hagrid had already used simple magic in the pumpkin patch, so creatures with so little brain as blast-ended Scroots couldn't possibly get out. And Hermione was clearly unwilling to bother with these disgusting things. When she saw Harley and Fleur arrive, Hermione frowned slightly. Why are you so slow, Harley? This isn't like you. It's almost time for our appointment with Hagrid. I was discovered by Madame Maxime. Fleur spread her hands. After I coaxed Gabrielle to sleep, I ran into Madame Maxime as soon as I stepped out the door. Apparently, your Professor Hagrid didn't just invite Harley, he also invited our dear principal. Hermione paused, then looked at the door of the cabin in disbelief, and finally nodded vigorously. That sounds very reasonable, it's something Hagrid would do. She casually threw the remaining smoked bacon to Fang and walked up to knock on the door. With a creak, Hagrid appeared. He had clearly dressed carefully, his beard and hair were more neatly groomed than last time, and he had obviously used hair gel. His rough brown suit had been replaced with a brand new, smooth dark black suit, and a fresh flower, a French iris, was tucked into his buttonhole. More importantly, the strong smell on Hagrid had disappeared, replaced by the faint scent of a mix of Hermes Terre d'Hermes men's cologne and Guerlain perfume. Harley didn't know where he got these two classic perfumes, as she rarely saw wizards use such fragrances. However, it was clear that Hagrid had completely learned from his last lesson and had also taken the advice Harley and Hermione gave him in the last Care of Magical Creatures class, giving himself a brand new look. How do I look? Hagrid proudly held his head high. Isn't it very striking? Very handsome. Quite good. Harley looked Hagrid up and down. It would be even better if you cleaned out the broken comb teeth from your hair. Hagrid's expression changed slightly, and he immediately reached up to feel his hair. Harley sighed and snapped her fingers. 2 broken comb teeth flew out and fell to the ground. After finally confirming that his appearance was fine, Hagrid belatedly looked at Harley. Oh, right, Harley. I don't think I've congratulated you on becoming a champion yet. Wait, is that the girl from Beauxbatons behind you? Harley and Hermione exchanged glances, shaking their heads helplessly. Hagrid in this state was beyond help. After a brief explanation, Hagrid still prepared to take the 3 of them to the Forbidden Forest. However, he first took a detour to the Beauxbatons carriage and knocked 3 times on the door, which was emblazoned with 2 crossed golden wands. Madame Maxime's figure appeared. She was still wearing the same outfit as before, but a silk shawl was draped over her immensely broad shoulders. Upon seeing Hagrid, Madame Maxime's gaze scanned him up and down, then she nodded slightly. Although for Madame Maxime, who hailed from France, Hagrid's attire was still not exactly photogenic. But the perfume he was wearing now, commonly used by British gentlemen, was much better than before. Good evening, Hagrid. Madame Maxime chuckled, blinking slightly. Hagrid was somewhat stunned, looking at Madame Maxime's fluttering eyelashes, and said dryly. Good evening. Clearly, Hagrid didn't have much experience and didn't know what else to say, so he simply raised his arm. The two walked arm in arm, side by side, around the edge of the temporary enclosure. After a quick look at the status of Madame Maxime's beloved Abraxan, the two walked directly into the depths of the Forbidden Forest. Soon, the Black Lake and the castle disappeared in the distance. Harley vaguely recognized this as the path to the lake in the Forbidden Forest where magical creatures drank water. And there were 7 powerful auras there, mixed with a scorching heat, as if a combination of a red priest, a warrior, and the sun. No, considering that the power level of those creatures was only equivalent to an ordinary sequence 5, it should be said that the nature of their power was more similar to a mixture of extraordinary characteristics such as a priest of light, a harvester, and a guardian. Walking a few more steps forward, past a thicket, Hagrid and Madame Maxime stopped. "We're here." Hagrid waved his hand. "See, I didn't lie to you. What adorable little fellows." However, Madame Maxime's expression was somewhat peculiar, and the way she looked at Hagrid wasn't quite right either. But Harley, who was still under the disillusionment charm, said she could understand, because Hermione and Fleur had the same expressions at this moment. In the clearing by the lake in front of them, a large group of wizards was gathered. In their midst were dragons. A full 7 dragons. Chapter 289. The strange feedback from the magic mirror divination, 5,000 words, first give me 1,000 words for the reward. In the clearing beside the lake, 7 enormous dragons were confined within enclosures made of thick wooden planks. To restrain these dragons, massive iron chains were fastened around their necks, limbs, and wings. The dragons probably disliked the chains, so they were now supporting themselves on their hind legs, trying to stand up. At the same time, they let out roars, snorting fiery breaths with a huff, huff sound. However, the Ministry of Magic had already made sufficiently thorough preparations. The thick wooden planks and iron chains were imbued with numerous spells. When the flames mixed with their breath splattered onto the thick wooden planks, a magical shimmer always flickered above the planks. When one of the dragons attempted to fly, magical fluctuations also operated on the chains, ensuring they wouldn't break. Moreover, this area had already been enchanted with sound-weakening magic, so the dragon's roars were significantly diminished. Welsh green dragon, Australian opal-eye dragon, Hebridean black dragon, Swedish short snout, Chinese fireball dragon, South American cabro red-eyed dragon, and Hungarian horntail. Harley's lips didn't move, but her voice clearly reached Hermione and Fleur's ears. And these all seemed to be female dragons. Judging by the patterns on their bodies and some subconscious movements, they should be female dragons currently incubating eggs. Around these dragons stood about 60 to 70 wizards, approximately 7 wizards per group, dealing with 1 dragon. Harley noticed that the dragon handlers around the most aggressive South American cabro red-eyed dragon and the overall most dangerous Hungarian horntail numbered as many as 9. Despite the aid of magic, these dragons continued to struggle, even attempting to fight each other. This was tough on the dragon handlers, who constantly waved their wands, ran around, and cast stupefy spells. These are the cute little things Professor Hagrid mentioned in his letter. Fleur finally came back to her senses, inhaling sharply. Because she had just seen the Hungarian horntail breathe a jet of flame at the South American cabro red-eyed dragon nearby. However, the South American cabro red-eyed dragon lowered its head, and the column of fire flew over its head, landing in the lake. Instantly, plumes of steam rose, and 2 freshwater fish floated up, belly up, emitting a fragrant aroma. And after being attacked, the South American cabro red-eyed dragon showed no mercy, forcefully spewing out jets of flame. This time, the Hungarian horntail wasn't so lucky. Faced with the opponent's attack, it was completely unable to dodge. However, the South American cabro red-eyed dragon's flames sprayed onto its body, yet caused it no harm at all. There wasn't even a burn mark on its dragon hide, only leaving a cupping-like mark. Some of the flames spread out, igniting a large area of the surrounding forest. 2 dragon handlers, acting as reserves nearby, grimaced and rushed over to put out the fire. Watching the animal trainers spend a great deal of effort to subdue these dragons, Madame Maxime couldn't help but complain. "Hagrid, are you sure these dragons are those cute, gentle, cuddly, little ones you mentioned?" "Yes," Hagrid exclaimed, his face full of excitement. "Aren't they cute? Aren't they gentle? And I feel they're even better for cuddling than Fang." Madame Maxime didn't reply. Clearly, the reality was quite different from his imagination. Before inviting her, Hagrid had only hinted at showing her some cute, gentle magical creatures that could be used in the first task. At the time, Madame Maxime had thought the Ministry of Magic would provide some animals, similar to nifflers, to assist the champions in passing the first stage. After all, if they were dangerous creatures to be used as opponents, Madame Maxime couldn't for the life of her find any magical creatures that fit the criteria of cute and gentle. But Hagrid actually forcibly lowered the dragons to, or rather, elevated them to the standard of cute and gentle. Madame Maxime inexplicably recalled the magizoologist Newt Scamander she had once met, and how Newt had praised her as beautiful like an Abraxan. Madame Maxime had initially thought he was insulting her and was so angry she wanted to hit him with a jinx. But not long after, Madame Maxime heard him praise his wife as having a noble temperament, like a Noondu that had just completed a hunt. Indeed, magical creature experts are all cut from the same cloth, even their understanding of magical creatures is so peculiar. Hagrid also took Madame Maxime closer for a detailed look and chatted with the wizards around the enclosure. Harley also saw the Weasley family's second eldest son, Charlie Weasley. He was once the Gryffindor Quidditch team captain and had excellent grades. It seemed he had already become the captain of a dragon-taming squad. At this moment, he was exchanging words with Hagrid. "Hi, Hagrid, why are you here now?" "Of course, to see these little darlings. I think you should know my dream." Charlie smiled. "Of course, how could I forget? That little one you provided is still in our sanctuary." At the mention of the unborn Norbert, Hagrid couldn't help but tear up. "Oh, poor Norbert, lost his mother right after being born. In fact, I think you should call her Norberta." Charlie shrugged. "I don't know what book you read to get such made-up knowledge, trying to determine the species and gender of a baby dragon from its eggshell. But in reality, you can barely determine the species of a baby dragon from its egg, but the gender is impossible to determine. And Norberta is a big girl." Hagrid reached out to scratch his head, but suddenly remembered that his hair had been styled for a long time and shouldn't be easily messed up, so he put his hand down again. However, very quickly, his attention was no longer on Norberta but on the dragons in front of him. With a new love, he decisively abandoned the old one. Madame Maxime, standing nearby, couldn't help but ask curiously, "This? My name is Charlie Weasley, Madame Maxime." Charlie nodded, but his expression wasn't particularly pleasant. As Madame Maxime began to observe the dragons around the enclosure, Charlie spoke even more directly. "Hagrid, I think your actions are a bit inconsiderate. You shouldn't have brought her here. The champions shouldn't know what they're going to face, and Madame Maxime will definitely tell her students, won't she?" "Oh, I just thought she'd be very willing to gain some insight and try out these cute little ones." Hagrid's gaze remained entranced by the dragons. "By the way, why are there 7 dragons?" "Because some idiot was careless." When mentioning that idiot, Charlie's expression was as if he had just eaten a vomit-flavored every flavor bean. There were clearly 6 schools, but she accidentally filled in 7 dragons. "I really don't understand, the Arabic numerals 6 and 7 shouldn't be hard to distinguish, should they? Because of this extra dragon, we had to slightly modify the first task. It's really enough, that's why I don't want to join the Ministry of Magic. These pure-blood family idiots really bring us countless troubles." Hagrid continued to admire his beloved dragons, but Harley and her companions had already quietly departed. Upon returning to the edge of the Forbidden Forest, the 3 stopped. Fleur's face wasn't looking good. "Those are the targets we have to deal with. And targets we have to deal with without knowing anything and without being able to prepare effectively. In fact, everyone should have some preparation, more or less." Harley looked back at the Forbidden Forest and said softly, "On our way back, I saw Karkaroff. He didn't even use a disillusionment charm, he just snuck past to peek. There was also a small bird of unknown species flying in the sky, with faint life aura, probably a so-called Shikigami sent by Mahoutokoro to scout. Earlier, a tree was sprayed by the South American Cabro red-eyed dragon's flames, but a flower on it was completely unharmed and contained magical fluctuations. It should be Castellobruxo's doing. Also, there seemed to be a small thunderbird circling in the clouds in the sky. I guess that's where the Ilvermorny people are." "Ah, really? I didn't discover anything at all," Hermione instinctively exclaimed, then turned her head to look at the sky. She was suddenly shocked to realize that there indeed seemed to be an extra dark cloud in the sky, quite conspicuous against the clear night. And based on the information that could be inferred from Hagrid and Charlie's earlier conversation, this batch of dragons had probably just arrived this afternoon, and they were just being locked up to prevent them from affecting other creatures in the Forbidden Forest. Yet, as soon as night fell, all the principals or champions from the 6 schools knew about it. Is this called secrecy? What kind of leaky secrecy is this? Seeing Fleur's face still tense, Harley proactively held her hand and comforted her. "It's all right, just dragons. Tomorrow is Saturday, so we'll start preparing tomorrow. Tomorrow morning we'll go to the library first, and I'll make a simple plan." Fleur nodded, her pale complexion becoming much rosier. After a brief farewell to the 2, she wrapped her robe tightly around her and hurried towards the Beauxbatons carriage. Harley and Hermione also took advantage of the night to quickly return to the Gryffindor common room. It was already very late, and the common room was empty. Hermione had originally wanted to discuss a plan to deal with the dragons, but after exercising in the Forbidden Forest for so long, the little witch was already tired and sleepy. After showering, she almost fell asleep the moment her head hit the pillow, so the plan for a night discussion had to be abandoned. Harley, however, didn't sleep. She still remembered Ollivander's reminder to her. Considering it was getting late, the memory from Ollivander's grandfather wasn't urgent to look at yet. Harley needed to do a magic mirror divination first. And the magic mirror's divination was much like Harley's guess: this wand would bring her danger. However, the danger was not great, it was within an acceptable range for her. Moreover, according to the revelations obtained from the spirit world through the magic mirror's divination, what was more related to this wand were clues regarding restoring to sequence 3. This made Harley a little excited. So, Ollivander's grandfather likely went mad because he wasn't strong enough and witnessed things he shouldn't have. Harley summarized in her mind, her emotions fluctuating slightly. After all, the core of this wand is related to my restoration to sequence 3, which is a saint. It's hard to say if Ollivander's grandfather even had sequence 5 level strength. Restoring to sequence 3, the demoness of Unaging. Harley casually put away the magic mirror, but as soon as she tucked it into her pocket, Harley suddenly froze. She had just realized that she had used her most frequently used magic mirror. But in Harley's impression, this magic mirror had already been deemed to have a problem. After reading Peter's memories a few weeks ago, Harley learned that Senior Riddle and Barty were both unaware of the origin of the parchment written with red pigment. Since that was the case, Harley certainly couldn't allow unknown enemies to scheme against her, so she chose to activate a magic mirror divination the next night. But that time, Harley could be said to have gained nothing. The spirit world did not give Harley any response through the magic mirror divination. There was no feedback indicating divination failure, no backlash from divining a high-ranking existence, and no issue of incorrect divination subject or content. Even the 7 lights of the spirit world, which should have been continuously watching her, showed no reaction, giving no revelations. In the mirror's surface, only a dream-like void appeared, a deep and boundless emptiness. The result of this divination could truly be described as having no feedback. If it weren't for the consumption of her magic, Harley would have even thought that she had made a mistake in the steps because she hadn't used magic mirror divination for too long. After repeated experiments multiple times with no change in the result, Harley originally thought that the rituals, dark arts, and curses she had attached to this commonly used magic mirror had become ineffective due to overuse. She had even planned to find time to check it and go through the creation process again. But this time, she used the magic mirror that had been deemed problematic, and yet the magic mirror gave her a response. Harley hesitated for a moment, pulled the magic mirror out of her pocket again, and at the same time, lightly flipped out of bed. She pulled out a brand new mirror from her trunk, as well as various essential oils and hydrosols needed for ordinary magic mirror divination. Afterward, Harley quietly slipped into the washroom, quickly locked the door, to avoid being disturbed. After completing all this, Harley took a deep breath and divined the events of this competition. After all, she had already obtained enough information about the events of this competition to verify its correctness. Although the specific competition events shown by the magic mirror divination were somewhat unexpected, in terms of correctness, the results of the 2 magic mirror divinations were identical. Moreover, compared to the information she had already mastered, the results also matched the scenes she saw in the Forbidden Forest last night and the key points revealed during Charlie and Hagrid's casual chat. It seems that her usual magic mirror has no problems after all. Then why did the magic mirror divination show that strange phenomenon of no feedback at all? Harley silently put away all the materials and then directly stuffed them into her pocket. Lying on the bed, Harley stared at the ceiling, and the unique handwriting on that parchment reappeared in her mind. The next day was Saturday, and although she had slept late the previous day, Harley still woke up early. After breakfast, Harley and Hermione went directly to the library. Because it was the weekend, there weren't many people in the library, and the 2 easily occupied a large table in the corner, bringing over a thick stack of books. Although Harley felt that dragons were not strong for her, and even without any preparation, she could easily kill a dragon without activating her mythical creature form. But she had also heard Charlie and Hagrid's conversation yesterday, and she already knew the specific events of the competition in advance. Considering that an extra dragon had been rented this time, and the galleons spent could not be wasted, the Ministry of Magic temporarily adjusted the plan, hoping to make use of all 7 dragons. Under these circumstances, Harley naturally had to consider a suitable tactic to achieve a higher score in as elegant and handsome a way as possible. Not long after the 2 sat down, Fleur also arrived with her bag. Upon hearing that she was preparing for the Triwizard tournament with Harley, Madame Maxime was very happy to let Fleur go, and also promised to look after Gabrielle for her. As soon as she sat down, without even putting down her school bag, Fleur eagerly asked, "What preparations do we need to make?" Clearly, after learning that the first task was dragons, she was a little too nervous. Let me think. Harley casually drew her wand and cast a silencing charm around them. Then she moved the stack of books about dragons in front of her to the side, spread out a parchment, and quickly wrote various pieces of information on the paper with a quill. Our opponents are dragons, and the requirement for this competition task is very likely to be for us to hold out for a period of time. Oh, and I observed yesterday that those were all mother dragons incubating eggs. If we pose a threat to the dragon eggs, or if the organizers make these mother dragons believe we pose a threat to their eggs, they will certainly display extreme aggression. So, if my guess is correct, the first task should be for us to retrieve certain items from the mother dragon's nest. A very reasonable conjecture. Fleur recalled what she had seen last night, as well as the batch of carefully preserved dragon eggs that Madame Maxime had mentioned to her this morning. Then everything is clear. Harley gently tapped the table with her finger. Take out the dragon, and the dragon won't threaten us. Perfect. Chapter 290. I just wanted to protect a phoenix, what did I do wrong? Fleur, who had been nodding continuously, suddenly froze when she heard Harley's last sentence. Is there something wrong with this logic? It seems I'm currently worried precisely because I can't defeat dragons and don't know how to deal with them, right? If I could take down dragons, why would I be so nervous now? Just kidding. Harley gave a mischievous smile, stuck out her tongue. Taking down dragons is definitely the worst option. After all, the Ministry of Magic leased the dragons from the Romania Dragon Reserve. If we just kill them, it will definitely cause considerable financial loss to the Ministry of Magic. The Ministry of Magic wouldn't allow that to happen. Although the rules don't say anything, and there's no reason for us to pay, our scores would definitely be lowered. Listening to Harley, Fleur's expression grew increasingly strange, and Hermione couldn't help but rub her forehead. The reason for not taking down dragons is truly outrageous. Harley continued to rapidly analyze the dragon's weaknesses. The core idea for the competition is just one: research and target weaknesses. Dragons are massive, but their eyes and nasal cavities are relatively fragile, making them two major weak points on a dragon's body. A dragon's eyelids are not quite like other parts of its hide, they don't possess much magic resistance. Even with its eyes closed, taking a spell hit would be very uncomfortable. And a dragon's nasal cavity is also one of its major weaknesses. More accurately, the nasal cavity and oral cavity combined should be considered one weakness. If magic is used to interfere with these two parts of a dragon, it's very likely the dragon won't be able to breathe fire. And most importantly, at that moment, the dragon's fire has already been produced. Hermione, flipping through the thick books in her hand, continued Harley's thought. So, an excessive accumulation of dragon fire within the dragon's oral cavity could very likely cause its own magic to lose control, leading to certain harm and interference for the dragon itself. Additionally, there's the dragon's resistance to mental magic. Harley again proposed a new idea. Because they are virtually without natural predators in the wild, dragons' attention isn't very focused, and they are more easily drawn to large creatures or moving creatures. There are two pieces of evidence for this. One is an instance where a wizard, encountering a rampaging wild dragon, transfigured a nearby stone into a large dog. According to that wizard's account, the dragon immediately chose to chase the running dog, ignoring the wizard, which allowed the wizard to escape with his life. I also read a case where someone used a mental hypnosis type of magic to force a dragon into a state of deep sleep. Harley and Hermione, one after another, quickly analyzed a series of plans to deal with dragons. Fleur was stunned listening on the side. She hadn't even had any ideas yet, but others had already come up with so many solutions. Was she the 7th-year student, or were these two little wizards in front of her the 7th-year students? And much of the knowledge they spoke of, she had never encountered before. Is this what genius is? I love it, I love it. In less than a single morning, the three of them had devised several detailed and highly feasible plans. This included not only scenarios where a single person faced one dragon, but also situations where 6 champions entered the arena simultaneously, facing 6 or 7 dragons. The latter was clearly much more difficult than the former, as during the competition, there might be interference from dragons that other champions needed to contend with, or even from magic cast by other champions themselves. And Harley believed that the possibility of this happening was very high. Charlie also said last night that they should avoid wasting dragons as much as possible, so the best plan would be to have all dragons and champions appear at the same time. However, Harley estimated that she wouldn't need to use any of these plans during the competition. After all, relying solely on pure magic power and the power of Sequence 4 would be enough for her to crush the competition. These plans were merely backup options for Harley in case of an emergency. Alright, that should be all the content. After putting down her quill, Harley looked at the parchment filled with writing in front of her. There are less than 3 weeks to prepare. We can spend one day brewing fire-resistant and healing potions. For the remaining time, we can do some practical training. Practical training. Yes, that's right. Harley nodded. By my reckoning, Hedwig should have delivered the letter. Sirius needs some time, but considering Professor Dumbledore's help, then in about 3 days, at most a week, everything should be in place. So it's decided, today we'll brew the potions we'll need. During the waiting days, besides brewing potions, Fleur also extensively practiced the magic that might be used. As for her regular classes, Fleur only attended Transfiguration, Charms class, and Defense Against the Dark Arts. Potions, herbology, and other elective courses available at both Hogwarts and Beauxbatons, Fleur chose to forego entirely. Harley, however, continued to attend all her classes as usual, not exercising the right of champions to request exemption from classes from their professors and deans before the competition. She didn't even miss Transfiguration Club, Charms Club, Professor Snape's detentions, or Professor Babbling's private lessons. In addition, Harley also spent several afternoons specifically consulting Professor Sprout. Regarding the unique magic of other magic schools, Mahautokuro's magic was too biased towards the Eastern system and had no records in the Hogwarts library. And considering that Flourish and Blots also had no relevant books, and she couldn't deduce anything from the names alone, Harley decided not to waste time on the Shikigami magic mastered by Mahautokuro. As for the magic that other magic schools excelled in, Harley herself had some involvement, and her level was even much better than that of the champions from other magic schools. Even for the unique secret technique that Fleur was preparing to use to subdue the dragon, Harley was confident that her skill far surpassed hers. Harley could confidently guarantee that if she wanted to, whether it was on humans or fantastic beasts, regardless of gender or orientation, she could easily achieve the desired magical effect. Only Castellobruxo's plant magic was very mysterious, yet clues seemed to be traceable. After perusing books in the restricted section and finding little relevant information, Harley chose to specifically consult Professor Sprout. After all, Professor Sprout had worked in the field of herbology for so many years and certainly had her own unique understanding. And Professor Sprout indeed lived up to her reputation as a master in the field of herbology. While she usually appeared unassuming, she was exceptionally proficient in plant-related magic. Upon hearing that Harley was preparing for the Triwizard Tournament, Professor Sprout immediately showcased a large array of magic without reservation. Besides spells developed simply to benefit the growth of herbs, such as those for weeding and curing plant diseases, Professor Sprout also demonstrated various unique spells for controlling plants in combat to Harley. Under Professor Sprout's magical control, even the most common magical plant, Devil's Snare, which first-year little wizards could handle, underwent a transformation. They seemed to gain human intelligence in an instant, their bodies grew larger, and they no longer feared light and fire. As for the dangerous plants learned in higher years, such as puffpods, venomous tentaculas, and fanged geraniums, they became even more dangerous in Professor Sprout's hands. For example, the shiny beans spat out by puffpods were originally harmless, only taking root and sprouting instantly upon contact with solid objects, then quickly flowering. But after being enhanced by Professor Sprout's magic, these beans developed extreme parasitism, able to directly attach to any solid object they touched and severely weaken the host in every aspect. Professor Sprout even demonstrated a special magic that allowed a broken branch of a whomping willow to instantly drain the nutrients from a surrounding patch of ground, transforming into a giant whomping willow with lush branches and leaves. Each whip from that whomping willow could shatter stone slabs reinforced with strengthening magic, its power several times greater than the whomping willow on the Hogwarts grounds. Harley also had experience fighting druids, Sequence 5 practitioners of the cult of the Earth Mother's plantar pathway, and had witnessed them controlling plants in battle, experiencing the power of these extraordinary abilities. But Harley felt that Professor Sprout, both in terms of comprehensiveness and combat power, was probably a cut above these druids. However, Professor Sprout herself wasn't particularly satisfied. She told Harley that Hogwarts once possessed even more powerful plant magic. According to Professor Sprout, there was once a mysterious and powerful plant called the Eastern Biting Cabbage. Used with a unique magic, this plant could even produce power greater than the Killing Curse. Unfortunately, something happened at the time, and this magic was not preserved. In the following days, Professor Sprout guided Harley without reservation, teaching her all sorts of knowledge. And Harley did not disappoint Professor Sprout's efforts, spending 4 days of her free time to learn these spells. However, she had only just learned them. A deeper understanding of these spells would require extensive practice. Of course, for Harley, this was enough, as she had only wanted to understand Castellobruxo's combat methods. Moreover, there were more important matters awaiting Harley. Sirius had arrived. Exactly 2 weeks before the competition, Sirius appeared in Professor Dumbledore's office, accompanied by an old man. When Harley received a small note from Professor Dumbledore and arrived at the headmaster's office, the two old men were laughing and chatting. And Fawkes stood on the table in front of the old man, enjoying a handful of fresh herbs. Sirius, meanwhile, was drinking tea on the side, listening to the old men talk, and occasionally staring at his great-grandfather. Although it was their first meeting in person, Harley quickly recognized the old man from newspaper photos. Newt Scamander, an internationally renowned expert on fantastic beasts, who had written Hogwarts' former textbook for care of magical creatures, fantastic beasts and where to find them. However, it was clear that while this old man was quite famous throughout the wizarding world, he was not particularly welcome. Because the first thing Harley heard upon entering the headmaster's office was a probing question from Professor Dumbledore. "So, you've stowed away into Britain again, haven't you, Newt?" The old headmasters in the portraits on the wall closed their eyes, forcefully suppressing the smiles on their lips. Those who truly couldn't hold it uncovered their mouths, or even buried their heads in their clothes. After all, they were all professional principals, having received professional training, and absolutely could not laugh in such a situation, unless they simply couldn't help it. However, Grandpa Newt's face showed no trace of embarrassment. He even nodded, looking utterly dejected. "Yes, it's truly infuriating. I merely wanted to return to Britain, to my dear homeland. Those incompetent scoundrels at the British Ministry of Magic. They actually refused to let me come back. You should reflect on yourself, Newt. An old principal, a Hufflepuff alumnus, couldn't stand it any longer. Think about all the cities you've visited. Think about poor New York and Paris. Why do you think they wouldn't let you go? You're a disgrace to Hufflepuff." Cough, cough, cough. Professor Dumbledore suddenly coughed several times in a row, clearly recalling something unpleasant. He happened to notice Harley at the door, and a look of genuine surprise appeared on his face. "Ah, Harley, you're finally here. We've been waiting for you for a while." Fawkes also let out an excited cry. The herbs in front of him no longer seemed appealing, and he instead plunged into Harley's arms. After greeting Headmaster Dumbledore and having her hair ruffled by Sirius, who was overjoyed to see his goddaughter, Harley bowed slightly to Newt. "Mr. Scamander, hello. It's a pleasure to meet you. My name is Harley Potter. You can just call me Harley." "Hello, Harley." Newt kindly waved his hand, his demeanor like that of the old men who routinely lay on lounge chairs sunbathing at the entrance of Muggle neighborhoods. If there was anything that made him different from those old men, it was that he wasn't holding a fan and a teacup, but rather tightly gripping an unassuming black briefcase. "It seems Fawkes is very fond of you. That's quite unusual, as phoenixes are generally too wary. Even Fawkes was full of caution when she first saw me, as if I intended to capture her. These traits have prevented me from ever effectively protecting a phoenix to this day." Newt sighed with emotion, his expression harmless. Fawkes, in Harley's arms, suddenly lifted her head and let out a long string of urgent, sharp cries. "PFF'd." Professor Dumbledore burst out laughing, completely unmasked. "Newt, do you know? Fawkes just called you a liar, saying you're shamelessly fabricating stories." Cough, cough, cough. "I'm a magizoologist. There's nothing wrong with wanting to protect a phoenix, is there?" Newt's expression was a bit awkward. "I swear to you, Fawkes, I truly just wanted to help you find a mate, to research phoenix reproduction, and to help your species flourish. I merely made a mistake that any magizoologist would make." Chapter 291. Is this a box? This is the kingdom of God on earth. As Grandpa Newt described, Harley's expression grew increasingly strange. Newt also realized that his words seemed a bit off and were painting him in a worse light, ultimately heading in an unpredictable direction. So, he coughed twice and decisively changed the subject. Grandpa Newt gestured with the black case in his hand towards Harley. "Harley, at the invitation of Albus and Sirius, I've brought a dragon." This was Harley's plan. Have Sirius invite Newt to visit Britain and, while he was there, borrow a dragon for Sirius to use as a training partner for Harley and Fleur. Considering Sirius and Newt weren't particularly close, Professor Dumbledore's influence was more effective, so Professor Dumbledore naturally had to help write the letter. And since Sirius was the primary borrower of the dragon, it wouldn't count as Professor Dumbledore violating rules or helping his own champion cheat. After all, the rules didn't say that parents couldn't worry about their children or provide them with assistance, nor did they prohibit parents from using dragons for practical training with their children. Newt readily agreed and not only brought the dragon but also his legendary case. There are currently 2 dragons inside the case. One is a pure wild Norwegian ridgeback dragon. This poor creature was injured a while ago and is currently recuperating with me. Newt introduced it to Harley, his voice full of tenderness. The other dragon is a Romanian longhorn, a poor creature I've raised for a long time. When I first found her, she was separated from her mother, barely alive, and almost starved to death. I originally only intended to raise her until she was a juvenile and then release her back into Romania. But this creature refused to leave, she wouldn't budge from my case, so in the end, I just had to let her make it her home. As he spoke, Newt gently stroked the handle of the case, caressing his favorite old companion. Professor Dumbledore casually pulled out a handkerchief, removed his glasses, and gently wiped the corner of his eye. Ah, how touching. Every time I hear the stories behind these magical creatures, I'm moved by their spirituality. Professor Dumbledore hadn't finished speaking when a sudden click echoed through the room. Professor Dumbledore's voice cut off abruptly, and the tenderness on his face vanished, replaced by extreme caution, evidently reminded of certain things. He stared intently at the case, his wand having appeared in his hand at some point. A hint of panic also appeared on Grandpa Newt's face. The atmosphere had built up so perfectly, how could it be ruined now? Just as he was about to close the case, a small head timidly poked out. The small head was dark and had a long nose. Its front paws, clinging to the edge of the case, were rather flat, like shovels. It was a niffler. Upon seeing that it was this little creature that had emerged, Newt's constipated expression softened considerably. "Oh, why are you out? Little Dylan," Newt said, reaching out to pick up the niffler. "Come out quickly so I can lock the case." But the mischievous niffler didn't comply with Newt's wishes. Instead, it was attracted by the shiny little clasp on the case. It scrambled out, quickly grabbed the case's lock, and exerted all its strength to try and pry it off. Newt's case was enchanted with various spells, so its sturdiness was certainly not something a small creature like a niffler could damage. However, Dylan interfered with the magic on the case, causing a pointer next to the case lock to point in an unknown direction. In that instant, a partially opened entrance to the case was fully opened. At this moment, Newt was reaching out to embrace Dylan, so he wasn't holding the case's handle. Thus, to the stunned gazes of the 4 people in the office and the numerous portraits, the case fell to the floor and sprang open upwards. Inside, many restless auras surged, seemingly rushing towards the outside world. Merlin, the magical creatures had escaped. 5 minutes later, the headmaster's office was in a complete mess. Professor Dumbledore waved his wand, returning various scattered objects to their places, while glaring unhappily at the case next to the table. Earlier, due to the antics of that little niffler, many magical creatures had rushed out. Although the headmaster's office wasn't particularly spacious, magical creatures like dragons, horned serpents, and noondoos couldn't escape. But Grandpa Newt's case didn't just contain these large, dangerous magical creatures. His case also held many inconspicuous or self-inconspicuous little things, such as alchemies, demiguises, and billywigs. And for example, a whole swarm of nifflers. Professor Dumbledore's reaction was swift. Several consecutive spells immediately sealed off the headmaster's office, preventing the magical creatures from entering the corridor outside the office. At the same time, he also freed a hand to conjure a purple light membrane, protecting the precious magical books on the surrounding bookshelves. But his magic was too late to protect the various items on the table and his own precious magical silver artifacts. Harley's goal also coincided with Professor Dumbledore's. While casting shield charms around herself, Sirius, and Grandpa Newt, she also applied several layers of magic to the surrounding bookshelves. As for Grandpa Newt and Sirius, they just stood there dumbfounded, seemingly not having reacted. Thus, under the cover of alchemies, billywigs, and various other smaller magical creatures, the nifflers almost instantly pilfered all the silver artifacts from Professor Dumbledore's desk and scattered back into the case. This made Newt extremely embarrassed. After catching all the other magical creatures, he immediately dove into the case to help Professor Dumbledore retrieve the silver artifacts. The old principals in the portraits, who should have been shamelessly mocking Professor Dumbledore's current predicament, didn't look too pleased themselves. After all, a few nifflers had earlier taken a fancy to the glittering buttons or opal rings in their portraits and rushed up to scratch at the frames several times. I finally understand why Newt isn't popular. His case should be reinforced. An old Hufflepuff principal grumbled, dusting off some unknown grime from his clothes. Damn it, when I was with Grant Scamander back in the day, his case never just opened by itself. At this moment, Grandpa Newt just emerged from the case, and upon hearing this, his face darkened. But he couldn't refute it, because that old Hufflepuff principal was the best friend of one of the Scamander family's ancestors. And he himself had kinship with the Scamander family, possessing a part of the Scamander family's bloodline. Newt's mind raced, then he gave up thinking and meekly admitted his mistake. He then quickly grabbed the case and slipped out of the headmaster's office, and Harley also bid farewell to Professor Dumbledore. Sirius had originally wanted to go along, but Professor Dumbledore wanted him to assist Lupin in investigating some matters. So, Sirius could only cheer Harley on, telling her to relax, and then regretfully stayed behind. Soon, the two appeared in the Room of Requirement. At this time, the Room of Requirement, at Newt's request, had become enormous, with the space of 4 or 5 great halls. Harley had originally suggested going to Hagrid's hut, allowing Hagrid to finally interact with the dragons he so longed for. But Newt insisted that it wasn't appropriate for Hagrid to know such an important matter, and that he had to stay away from Hagrid while carrying the case. Hagrid's threat to my case is even higher than a Niffler's threat to gold. Old Gentleman Newt made this sharp comment, his words incisive. Not to mention his mouth has no doorknob. As soon as he has a couple of drinks, Hagrid will definitely spill the beans about me being in Britain. And I'm here illegally. Illegally. Child. Harley suddenly remembered this and changed her mind. All right, you go in first and pick a dragon. Grandpa Newt carefully opened the case only after setting up numerous spells in the Room of Requirement. I'm also going to lend another dragon to Ilvermorny soon. They, like you, have figured out this Triwizard Tournament event and have written to me for help. Alas, while I really hope Hogwarts wins, Ilvermorny is Tina's alma mater after all, so I have to help if I can. It's a pity my grandson, Rolf, is good for nothing. He couldn't pass Principal Eigelburn's test as an underage little wizard's. So he doesn't even qualify to come to Hogwarts to participate in the champion selection. With that, Newt shook his head. Sorry, I got a bit sidetracked. Let's go into the case for a tour, and then you can decide whether to choose that pure wild Norwegian Ridgeback dragon or the Romanian Longhorn that I've long domesticated. By the way, the Norwegian Ridgeback dragon's injuries have fully recovered. After it finishes training with you all this time, I'll release it back into Norway. Oh, I remember Albus's letter also mentioned 2 little girls. They also want to borrow a dragon for training. Why haven't I seen them? Grandpa Newt's words came out like a machine gun, making it hard for Harley to imagine that this was the Newt Professor Dumbledore described as reserved, shy, and having social anxiety. However, considering that while the two hadn't met directly, they had become very familiar with each other through Professor Dumbledore and Nicholas Flamel's accounts. So, Newt's enthusiasm was not difficult to understand. Sir, Hermione and Fleur are still in the library, Harley said softly. I thought I should wait until I met you and got your permission before bringing them here. How polite, and so intelligent, able to speak. I should have Rolf learn from you. That child is nothing like his mother, but very much like his father, inheriting my lack of eloquence. He doesn't know what to say when he sees strangers. Newt smiled kindly. Well, let's go. Let me take you on a tour inside the case first. With that, Newt stepped 1 foot into the case. The opening of the case didn't look large. It couldn't possibly accommodate an adult's body. But Newt directly slipped inside and quickly vanished from sight. Harley followed closely behind, also entering this legendary case. After Harley had explored the case for a while, her face was full of emotion and awe. If she hadn't been certain that the old gentleman in front of her hadn't yet reached a demigod level, Harley would have even thought he was a newly promoted Sequence 0 true god, with his own earthly divine kingdom. Inside that unassuming little case, there was a vast and boundless space. Snow-capped mountains, grasslands, tropical rainforests, oceans, almost all environments found globally could be found corresponding parts within the case. In the area where the dragons lived, Harley even saw a small active volcano. It was simply terrifying, and in these different environments, Harley witnessed a large number of magical creatures. For example, the group of little creatures that had previously swept away Professor Dumbledore's collection of silver artifacts lived in a tree. As Harley passed their dwelling, this group of Nifflers were hugging gold coins and constantly playing with them, clearly still sulking. And beneath the tree lay a Noondu, but this Noondu didn't attack the Nifflers in the tree, nor did it show hostility towards Harley and Newt. Upon seeing Newt, the Noondu happily pounced on him, frantically licking Newt's face and rubbing its head against Newt's bent legs. And while performing this series of affectionate actions, it also retracted the barbs on its tongue and carefully tucked away its venom sacs, to avoid harming Newt. See, there's no need to worry at all. These little creatures are very attached to me," Newt boasted to Harley, who had her hands in her pockets, while stroking the big cat that Hagrid couldn't pet. "And I've recently been thinking of expanding it even more, adding a volcano inside, and trying to build a bigger home for the fire salamanders. After all, fire salamanders don't really like lava, but they can't be too far from flames." Newt seemed to have triggered some magical switch. Once he started talking about magical creatures, he couldn't stop. Finally, at Harley's reminder, he reluctantly stopped introducing the case and the magical creatures within it. After the two quickly selected a dragon, Newt guided the other dragon out of the case. The dragon successfully passed through the narrow opening of the case into the room of requirement and burrowed into another small red case, which appeared out of nowhere. "You can go call your two companions now. I need to go to Ilvermorny's outpost first to deliver that Romanian longhorn to them," Newt said, sealing both cases with magic. "See you this afternoon." Chapter 292, The Elegance of a Witch, the Calmness of an Immortal. 5,000 words, with additional chapters to complete. Although Newt said he would see them in the afternoon, when afternoon came, he had already disappeared to who knows where, leaving only a piece of parchment explaining the situation. In Newt's words, there were so many magical creatures in Britain still being harmed, how could he stand by and do nothing? As a member of the Scamander family, he would fulfill his duty to protect magical creatures to the end. However, Grandpa Newt didn't truly stand Harley up. He left a black box containing the wild Norwegian ridgeback dragon for Harley in the room of requirement. As for himself, he took his most precious box and went to rescue those magical creatures. Although the Norwegian ridgeback dragon in the box was wild, Newt was not worried about the safety of Harley and the other little wizards. After all, after spending so much time with Newt, this creature no longer held such great animosity towards human wizards. In fact, under Newt's care and guidance, it could even accept human wizards hand-feeding it large chunks of beef. One can only say, Grandpa Newt was born to protect magical creatures. And even if this Norwegian ridgeback dragon had any bad intentions, Grandpa Newt wasn't afraid at all. This was Hogwarts. It was no exaggeration to say that Hogwarts was currently Professor Dumbledore's private domain. No matter what stir occurred, Professor Dumbledore would know immediately. Moreover, Professor Dumbledore had a knack for dealing with dragons, otherwise, he wouldn't have so many raw materials for his research on the 12 uses of dragon blood. Of course, Grandpa Newt was unaware that Professor Dumbledore had zero control over the room of requirement. But it didn't matter, although Professor Dumbledore couldn't know everything happening in the room of requirement, Harley was there. As long as Harley was present, a dragon couldn't cause any major trouble. Of course, all of the above was hypothetical. This Norwegian ridgeback dragon ultimately did not disappoint Newt, staying quietly in its box after eating its fill, causing no disturbance. When it saw Harley preparing to take it out of the box, after sensing the terrifying aura of the tiny creature in front of it, the Norwegian ridgeback dragon obediently followed behind, not daring to roar wildly. Harley made a small modification to the room of requirement, preparing a huge training ground for the Norwegian ridgeback dragon. Outside the training ground door in the room of requirement, Hermione and Fleur, wands in hand, had been waiting for a long time. However, Fleur's face was pale, her legs trembling constantly, and Hermione's hand gripping her wand was also shaking wildly. Both felt a surge of fear and apprehension at the thought of the terrifying creature behind the door. Seeing Harley finish setting up the practice ground and walk out, Fleur stammered. "Harley, isn't it a bit too early for us to train with a dragon now?" "Not at all too early," Harley shook her head. "The competition is in 2 weeks, time is already quite tight. Of course, I personally would have preferred to practice with some magical creatures in the Forbidden Forest before this dragon arrived. But now with such a large number of dragons and staff in the Forbidden Forest, it's really not suitable to go there. Indeed, the Acromantulas should thank the staff of the Romanian Dragon Sanctuary for choosing to place the dragons in the Forbidden Forest. Otherwise, 3 days ago, they would have fallen as practical training subjects under Fleur and Hermione's wands." Seeing that the two in front of her still seemed a bit scared, Harley waved her hand. "Come on, let's start training. Relax, take a deep breath, and exhale, there's no need to be nervous. I'll give you a demonstration first, using the method we discussed earlier for a simple demonstration." A minute later, the three stood on the training ground in the room of requirement. The black Norwegian ridgeback dragon was glaring fiercely at the three, completely unrestrained. This creature was particularly intelligent. After only about half a year of Newt's treatment, it could already understand a wizard's words. Newt had also communicated with it for a long time before leaving, asking it to cooperate with the three for a small training session. Of course, at the Norwegian Ridgeback Dragon's current level, it probably still couldn't understand the human word, training. But Newt was indeed a master in the field of magical creatures. After a series of flashy dances, the Norwegian Ridgeback Dragon seemed to barely grasp Newt's meaning. However, its understanding might have been a bit off. It seemed to have interpreted it as Harley and the other two attacking, and it being the defending party. Of course, it was more likely that combined with Harley's terrifying aura, this Norwegian Ridgeback Dragon couldn't muster the will to attack. So, while the Norwegian Ridgeback Dragon appeared fierce, its posture was defensive. Seeing this, Harley couldn't help but sigh, reaching into her pocket with her left hand and pulling out a box. It seemed she had to find a way. Watch carefully, I'll only demonstrate once. Harley calmly stood still in front of the dragon, her eyes faintly glowing green. A pair of gold-rimmed glasses had appeared on Harley's face at some point. A similar green light instantly flashed in the Norwegian Ridgeback Dragon's eyes, and an invisible power of instigation covered its entire body, directly merging into the depths of its mind. Roar, roar, roar. The Norwegian Ridgeback Dragon instantly stood up, spreading its wings to both sides. At the same time, its mouth opened wide, and while letting out a roaring bellow, hot magic brewed within its nasal and oral cavities. A thick flame burst out. With the help of magic, the flame's temperature was very high, and faint halos subtly appeared in the surrounding air. However, Harley's expression remained unchanged. Let me first demonstrate the most difficult method, purely defending against the dragon's flames without using any magic potions. Harley's voice remained incredibly calm, yet it resonated throughout the entire training ground. She subtly flicked her wand upwards, and an invisible wall appeared in front of Harley. It was a shield charm. Since she said she would use the purest and most difficult magical method, Harley would not use her extraordinary abilities, but instead rely purely on her control over magic to resist the dragon's fire imbued with magic. If an ordinary wizard were to cast this shield charm, the Norwegian Ridgeback Dragon's flames would surely destroy the defense with overwhelming force. But Harley's shield charm seemed to form a solid city wall, and she could even control it with her wand to slowly push back against the dragon's flames. And Harley still had the leisure to continue explaining to the two observers. This is the most basic defensive method against dragon fire that we discussed, the shield charm. However, this method requires a very high level of mastery of the shield charm, so let's try the second method, the augmenti spell combined with a freezing spell. After all, fire is afraid of water, and high temperature and cold are relative. This is common sense. Saying this, Harley's wand gently rotated, and the shield charm wall in front of her disappeared. A powerful stream of water erupted from the tip of her wand, surging towards the Norwegian Ridgeback Dragon's flames, forcefully pushing the dragonfire back. And while casting, Harley quietly uttered another spell, extreme freezing. Invisible cold air spread from the tip of her wand, moving up along the water stream, instantly freezing the entire stream into an ice sculpture. The cold air did not stop, it combined directly with the water stream, moving against the flames, dispelling the flames spewed by the Norwegian Ridgeback Dragon and directly thrusting into the Norwegian Ridgeback Dragon's nasal and oral cavities. The Norwegian Ridgeback Dragon painfully shook its head a few times, seemingly not understanding what had happened, why it suddenly couldn't breathe fire. Of course, this is just the most basic method. I personally recommend mastering the advanced application of the augmenti spell, releasing water streams at a fixed point on the dragon's head. As soon as her voice fell, Harley's wand rotation frequency changed again. The Norwegian Ridgeback Dragon was still confused when it was suddenly drenched in a waterfall-like stream of water. The demonstration of the first plan ends here. Let's conclude this battle, which can barely be called a battle. The waterfall that inexplicably appeared in the sky instantly grew larger and transformed into chains of ice, instantly binding the Norwegian Ridgeback Dragon. This poor Norwegian Ridgeback Dragon let out an unwilling roar, and then was directly crushed to the ground, unable to move. Green light flashed in Harley's eyes again, and the green glow slowly faded from the Norwegian Ridgeback Dragon's eyes. It gradually regained consciousness, and under Harley's deliberate manipulation, remembered what it had just done. So it stared pitifully at Harley, its face full of pleading, almost sticking out its tongue. For a moment, Fleur and Hermione both subconsciously gaped, their eyes blank. Elegant, composed, subduing a dragon in the most understated way. So cool. Harley spent a full 2 hours practicing almost all the plans the three of them had previously drawn up in the library. Only a few spells, like the Eye Jinx, which caused significant harm to the dragon, were not demonstrated by Harley. Thankfully, this dragon had already been swayed by Harley's instigation ability combined with the psychological suggestion ability of the manipulation glasses, and the legal level abilities of the two gloves. Otherwise, after being repeatedly beaten by a little bug it disdained, this poor Norwegian ridgeback dragon would probably have had its confidence shattered long ago. But even so, after encountering so many frustrating failures, a look of confusion still appeared in the Norwegian ridgeback dragon's eyes. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? Why did I provoke this terrifying demon? No, how did I provoke her in the first place? Mom, I want to go back to Norway. It wasn't until Harley stopped and fed it several bottles of special potions that the Norwegian ridgeback dragon's eyes calmed down considerably. And during this process, Hermione and Fleur's gazes towards Harley became increasingly adoring. Hermione was all right, at least she had long known that Harley's strength was extraordinary. She just hadn't realized that this spirited best friend, who often shared a bed with her and exuded a unique charm, also had such a cool side. Fleur, however, was truly mesmerized. In the past, she had rejected countless boys at Beauxbatons. After all, the quality of Beauxbatons students in these recent batches was truly poor. If they truly faced danger, aside from having quick hands for the French military salute, they were otherwise utterly useless. Looking at them now, if they had even a fifth, no, a tenth of Harley's coolness, she would have agreed. Darn it, why is Harley a beautiful older sister? After Harley demonstrated once, she left the training ground and looked at Hermione and Fleur. I've already demonstrated it. Who wants to go first? Fleur and Hermione exchanged glances, and finally Hermione raised her hand. I'll try. Under Harley's hands-on guidance, Hermione and Fleur trained for an entire afternoon. They didn't stop until almost 8 o'clock in the evening. After appeasing the dragon, feeding it, and putting it back into the small box provided by Newt, Fleur and Hermione were almost exhausted. During this training, neither Hermione nor Fleur managed to successfully subdue the Norwegian ridgeback dragon with their chosen methods. Don't be discouraged, Harley comforted them, many adult wizards can't handle a dragon alone. I remember those dragon trainers need a full 7 people to incapacitate a Norwegian ridgeback dragon. Your performance tonight is already better than most adult wizards. Fleur rolled her eyes, completely disregarding her image, and wiped the sweat from her cheeks with a handkerchief she had just conjured. At this moment, her fair skin was flushed, and silver strands of hair clung to her cheeks, making her appear quite charming. The previous battle had also consumed too much of Fleur's stamina, causing her to now press her hand to her chest, breathing heavily. Are you kidding me? I don't even have a tenth of your skill. You subdued that Norwegian ridgeback dragon so easily earlier, and you could even deal with it in various ways. Who said that? You still succeeded once today, Harley said with a mischievous smile. You successfully hypnotized that Norwegian ridgeback dragon, you know. Fleur immediately became flustered, her face flushed, and she lightly punched Harley. Don't bring that up again. During the last training session that afternoon, she had indeed used her bloodline talent combined with other spells to successfully hypnotize the Norwegian ridgeback dragon once. However, that hypnosis was very reluctantly, and it could even be said that she only got a chance because the Norwegian ridgeback dragon itself was a bit tired. Moreover, the Norwegian ridgeback dragon had only just been hypnotized, and in less than a minute, it snorted and simultaneously breathed out a stream of fire. Fleur was completely unprepared for this, and although Harley intervened in time, Fleur's long dress still caught fire directly. And then, the Norwegian ridgeback dragon immediately woke up. It seemed to realize its embarrassing situation of being hypnotized, and angrily sprayed fire everywhere. So, overall, this was a textbook example of failure. And now, Fleur's clothes appeared neat, but that long dress was no longer the previous one, it was one Harley had conjured on the spot. Now that Harley brought up the past, of course Fleur was not happy about it. Yes, we are still far behind you, Hermione, at that moment, expressed her support with a serious face, clearly also very dissatisfied with her performance today. Harley chuckled mischievously. If you want to compare yourselves to me, then it's no fun. I'm a genius. Genius. Clearly a monster. Monster, take this. The three of them chatted and laughed, playfully making their way downstairs. By then, dinner was over in the Great Hall, and Harley and Hermione took Fleur directly to the Hogwarts kitchens for a stroll. The house elves were also very hospitable, bringing out all sorts of delicacies, including many French desserts, allowing Harley and the others to feast. As for the problem of getting fat, magic is omnipotent. Beautiful young witches will never get fat. For the next 2 weeks, Fleur spent her mornings diligently studying in the library and her afternoons undergoing arduous training in the room of requirement. Hermione, seemingly encouraged by her, also began to reduce her time in the library and started focusing on training her practical combat abilities. Harley, in turn, had to stay in the room of requirement to provide protection for the two of them. On the weekend 1 week before the competition, students in 3rd year and above were allowed to go to Hogsmeade. Fleur, who had never been to Hogsmeade before, was completely unmoved. No matter how much Gabrielle pleaded, Fleur mercilessly refused the little girl, at most only allowing her to go to the 3 broomsticks with Madame Maxime. Finally, the day before the competition arrived, the 3 of them put the Norwegian Ridgeback dragon back into its box at noon, ending the day's training. They were wearing sportswear, sitting on the training ground floor, drinking water. After the embarrassing incident on the first day, both Fleur and Hermione realized the inconvenience of the long dresses and robes witches usually wore during combat. The two learned from Harley and specially customized a set of fireproof, form-fitting combat attire. In these past few days, Fleur and Hermione had been borrowing Harley's firebolt and accompanying Quidditch sportswear, taking turns wearing these outfits to train with the dragon. At this moment, they had just finished their training for the day, covered in sweat, slumped on the ground, drinking water and wiping their foreheads with towels draped around their necks. "I feel like tomorrow's competition is a sure win," Fleur said confidently, magically cleaning her towel and putting it back around her neck. "I can now effortlessly solo a dragon, and I don't even need to use hypnosis, my ultimate trump card." "Of course, and who is your teacher?" Harley chuckled lightly. "Hermione, how do you feel about your gains these past few days?" "Of course, I've gained a lot." Hermione also proudly raised her slender neck like a swan. "Don't forget, there's more than one genius at Hogwarts. I am Hermione Granger." Chapter 293. It's bad, he really carries dangerous magical animals. The Triwizard Tournament was finally about to officially begin. Inside Hogwarts Castle, a fervent and restless atmosphere was quietly brewing. Although the specific tasks for the tournament were still unknown, the little wizards had already learned that the first task would generally test the champion's courage and ability. Testing courage, then it must be a dangerous or terrifying task. Putting everything else aside, in terms of excitement, this type of task would definitely be enough. Expectations were soaring. After lunch, Professor McGonagall found Harley, and the two headed to the competition grounds in advance. The competition grounds were set up on the Hogwarts Quidditch pitch, but it had undergone extensive modifications. From the outside, the Quidditch pitch looked normal. However, upon entering the pitch area, one would discover that the grounds had been magically expanded by more than 10 times. The organizers probably feared that if the grounds were too small, the dragons might injure innocent spectators in the stands. The basilisk that had injured a large number of spectators back then, its file is still tucked away in a dusty corner of an archive room in some country's Ministry of Magic. Meanwhile, in the stands, a team of Aurors stood fully armed, and Kingsley, their leader, was chatting with Charlie. Barty knew that for his master's grand plan to succeed, the first step, impersonating his father, had to be flawless. So, after returning home that day, he went to see Fudge the next day. Although Fudge wasn't particularly keen, upon hearing that Harley Potter was involved, he could only agree to Barty's suggestion. After all, he was still hoping Harley would achieve an excellent ranking in this Triwizard Tournament to alleviate some political pressure for him. When they saw Harley from afar, Kingsley and Charlie both waved to her, grinning and giving her a thumbs up. Harley also waved back at them, making a confident V sign. Speaking of this competition ground, they originally planned to put it in the Forbidden Forest. Professor McGonagall grumbled to Harley on the way. "I really don't know what those people were thinking. Don't they know what the task is? Aren't they afraid of setting the forest on fire?" Soon, the two arrived at a tent beside the grounds. At this time, the champions from the other 5 schools had already gathered there, but except for Fleur, the other 4 champions were clearly not in good spirits. Crumb's face was even gloomier than usual, as he leaned against an iron pole supporting the tent. Catherine was expressionlessly chewing gum, her hands in her pockets, her eyes fixed forward. Miguel had a foxtail grass in his mouth, his toes unconsciously scraping the ground, expressing his inner nervousness. And Tsuchimikato Haruaki no longer had a smile on his face, instead, his entire face was etched with tension. Only Fleur stood outside the tent entrance, looking into the distance. Upon seeing Harley, a smile immediately bloomed on Fleur's face, and she came over to greet her. Professor McGonagall didn't put any pressure on Harley before the competition, she simply ruffled Harley's hair, gave her an encouraging smile and a hug, and then walked towards the stands. Harley and Fleur gathered in a corner of the tent, chatting in whispers, their faces full of confidence, drawing frequent glances from the other champions, who in turn felt even more psychological pressure. A moment later, Ludo strode into the tent. For some reason, he was wearing the uniform of his former Quidditch team, making him look like a giant bumblebee. Upon seeing Harley, Ludo's eyes lit up. However, he made no special gestures, but instead stood in the center of the tent. All right, everyone is here now, Ludo said cheerfully. Please gather around, and I will introduce you to the task. First, let's draw lots. Please pull out a small model of the thing you will be facing from my pocket. They come in different, types. And your task is a bit complex, please allow me to explain it last. The audience outside is probably all here now, so let's speed things up. Ladies first, guests first. With that, Ludo handed the bag to Catherine. Catherine closed her eyes and, with trembling hands, pulled out an exquisite small model. It was a struggling black dragon, a Hebridean black dragon. Surprised, unexpected, Ludo's voice rang out, his eyes wide, staring at Catherine, hoping to get an interesting reaction from the champion's face. However, Catherine seemed to have anticipated it, still chewing gum frantically, her eyes fixed on the model in her hand. Ludo's smile became even more awkward, and in his heart, he was already cursing. He had long felt that placing the dragons in the Forbidden Forest was inappropriate, as it would surely leak the task. Now, looking at Catherine's reaction and the unchanging expressions of the surrounding champions, they must have all known the general content of the task long ago. Cheating really is a tradition of the Triwizard Tournament, isn't it? Although he grumbled inwardly, Ludo maintained his smile and handed the bag to Fleur. A model of a Welsh green dragon appeared in Fleur's palm. With Catherine's example, Fleur's expression management was much better. She lightly covered her mouth with her hand, appearing very frightened, though her acting was a bit over the top, making it seem too stiff. Ludo's mouth twitched, feeling that this girl really had no acting talent. Even a coarse old man like himself could see through the exaggeration. However, he was too lazy to expose her and handed the bag to Harley, giving her an encouraging glance. Harley didn't hesitate, casually pulling out a model. It was a Hungarian horntail. Harley appropriately put on an expression mixed with fear and nervousness, her pupils slightly constricted, her fingers slightly stiff, everything perfectly calibrated. She was still giving Ludo face. What Harley didn't know was that this time, Ludo's mouth didn't twitch, but his heart did instead. Hogwarts isn't cheating because Dumbledore is too noble, is it? Ludo wailed in his heart. However, there was still a sliver of comfort in his heart. At least Harley's strength displayed during the Quidditch World Cup was strong enough, so it probably wouldn't have much impact. Upon seeing the model Harley pulled out, Harley could clearly hear the three champions who hadn't drawn lots yet sigh in relief. Clearly, in everyone's mind, the most difficult dragon had been drawn, so the remaining lots couldn't possibly be worse than the Hungarian horntail, could they? The remaining three champions also quickly drew their lots and, looking at the models in their hands, swiftly began to devise the strategies they would need to use in the upcoming task. Meanwhile, Ludo remained in place, also reaching into the bag and pulling out the last model. A model of a South American cabro red-eyed dragon. I think everyone already knows what they're facing. That's right, it's dragons, different kinds of dragons. Ludo waved the model in his hand, his voice still maintaining the previous excitement and enthusiasm. Considering that you are all excellent champions, the elite of your schools, and the strongest little wizards of the younger generation in your respective countries. So the Ministry of Magic has slightly increased the difficulty of the task, leasing an additional dragon, which is the South American cabro red-eyed dragon corresponding to the model in my hand, which no one chose. And now I will reveal your specific task. You 6 contestants need to go onto the competition grounds together and simultaneously face the dragons you each drew. As for your specific task, it is to snatch the golden egg guarded by the dragon. Friendly reminder, each dragon is a mother dragon incubating eggs, and the magic on the golden egg will make them believe that the golden egg is their most important dragon egg. We will ultimately evaluate you based on your various performances and data during the process of obtaining the golden egg, as well as the number of golden eggs you hold. The number of golden eggs. Miguel couldn't help but cough twice, asking in his English with a Brazilian accent. Isn't each champion only allowed to obtain 1 golden egg? Oh, this involves the increase in difficulty we mentioned. Ludo paused for a few seconds, creating suspense, before continuing. See this model in my hand. The South American cabro red-eyed dragon it corresponds to will also appear on the competition grounds, guarding a golden egg. If any champion has the extra energy, they can choose to obtain this golden egg as well. Furthermore, according to the rules, we do not prohibit champions from snatching golden eggs from each other, and ultimately, we will only count the number of golden eggs a champion holds when leaving the grounds. The grounds are quite large, and I think that if you have the strength, it will certainly be enough for you to snatch golden eggs within the specified range. We can also snatch golden eggs from other champions. How can this be? Catherine crossed her arms, her expression somewhat indignant. I remember the purpose of this competition wasn't to foster unity. I just read the Triwizard Tournament outline last night. Originally, there was no such rule, but this was proposed by your principal Eagleborn last night after he learned about the task. Ludo rolled his eyes inwardly, but his tone was slightly helpless. Dumbledore, Madame Maxime, and Principal Oliveira disagreed, but Principal Commodore and Principal Karkaroff supported his proposal. Perhaps Principal Eagleborn believes that Ilvermorny students are inherently more gifted in this aspect. Considering there was ample time, we ultimately decided to add this rule allowing the mutual snatching of golden eggs. Catherine's words were instantly caught in her throat. If it was her principal, that typical American wizard, she could understand. It was a truly hellish Big America style. Seeing that the champions had no more questions, Ludo clapped his hands. Then I'll head to the judges' table. Please set off when you hear the whistle. As Ludo disappeared outside the tent, the other champions' expressions grew even worse. Although everyone had known in advance that the opponents in the task would be dragons, and their preparations were all made according to the standard of subduing dragons. However, this simultaneous entry was unexpected by the other schools. Although it could be inferred from Ludo's words that everyone would maintain a certain distance, there was still a possibility of interference from other schools' champions or dragons during the task. Not to mention the rule allowing the snatching of golden eggs, which was indeed somewhat worrying. Fleur, however, looked relieved. It was a good thing she had trained for so long, prepared several plans, and all of them had successful practical precedents. And her initially formulated plan, the one to hypnotize the dragon, had also been strengthened. During training, Harley had constantly used magic to startle the dragon, to train the intensity of Fleur's hypnotic magic. Now it seemed, this was definitely the most correct training. Soon, a whistle sounded from an unknown direction. Let's go, Fleur. Harley glanced at the hesitant opponents and chuckled softly. The two were the first to leave the tent. The other champions exchanged glances and silently followed quickly. In the center of the competition grounds, 7 dragons lay on the ground. Each dragon was flicking its tail, flapping its wings, spewing flames from its nostrils, and lying on a clutch of dragon eggs. And everyone could clearly see a golden dragon egg in the middle of each clutch of real dragon eggs. That was the champion's objective. Around the competition grounds, thousands of faces were staring intently at the dragons below, or looking up at the sky. 7 projections formed by charms had risen into the sky at some point. Each projection corresponded to the area around a specific dragon, allowing spectators to choose what they wanted to watch at will. And the aurors and a large number of dragon handlers had already spread out, standing in the stands or on the edge of the arena, ready to intervene at any moment. Professor Moody, as Hogwarts Defense Against the Dark Arts professor, was also among these people as a security officer. His magical eye was spinning frantically, wondering what he was thinking. At the judges' table, 8 judges were chatting leisurely, and an extra chair had been placed beside them. It was Mr. Newt Scamander. Grandpa Newt had not been idle these past few days, running all over Britain protecting various magical creatures. Consequently, he was successfully discovered by the British Ministry of Magic. The British Ministry of Magic was quite a headache after discovering this stowaway, as, strictly speaking, Grandpa Newt still retained his status as a British wizard. But he was also an unstable factor, so they planned to expel Grandpa Newt on the charge of illegally carrying or smuggling dangerous magical creatures. As it happened, a staff member took a photo, showing Grandpa Newt carrying his iconic black case. Now, this was bad, he really was carrying dangerous magical creatures. Chapter 294, each using their own means. Considering that Grandpa Newt actually carried that legendary case, the British Ministry of Magic immediately performed a classic Eastern face-changing act. They proactively dispatched a staff member to accompany Grandpa Newt, ostensibly to protect the safety of an internationally renowned wizard. Furthermore, the Ministry of Magic invited Grandpa Newt, as a dragon knowledge master, to be a guest commentator for the first task of the Triwizard Tournament. Of course, their true purpose was merely to keep Grandpa Newt under the Ministry of Magic's watchful eye at all times. After all, making one surveillance officer work overtime versus making a whole team from the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures and the Obliviator headquarters work overtime, the choice was not difficult to make. As for any short-sighted Ministry of Magic employee who suggested the Ministry of Magic previously thought Grandpa Newt was guilty. What was he guilty of? Clearly, you are guilty. You are guilty of disrupting the harmonious and stable international wizarding relations. You are a walking 500-galleon fine. At this moment, although Grandpa Newt was chatting and laughing with the others on the judges' table, an occasional glance at the principals other than Professor Dumbledore and Madame Maxime revealed a hint of pity in his eyes. In the morning, he had retrieved 2 dragons, one from Hogwarts and one from Ilvermorny, and also checked their mental states. And the mental states of these two dragons were in stark contrast. It was clear that the Romanian longhorn dragon from Ilvermorny had been pampered for the past 2 weeks, showing no injuries and being in excellent spirits. Judging by its appearance, the creature seemed to have merely moved to a different location, continuing to enjoy a good life with plenty of food and drink. However, the Norwegian Ridgeback dragon lent to Harley, Hermione, and Fleur was different. This Norwegian Ridgeback dragon carried the scent of potion and the fluctuation of magic, indicating that Harley had also been tending to it. Grandpa Newt also deduced from various clues that this Norwegian Ridgeback dragon had definitely had a very uncomfortable, or rather, very tiring 2 weeks. From this point alone, the training intensity of the two sides was clearly not on the same level. As for the other schools, Grandpa Newt had not witnessed their training, but he imagined they wouldn't be able to get dragons for practical combat training, so the effect wouldn't be particularly good. Therefore, for the champions of the other 4 schools facing those from Hogwarts and Beauxbatons, Grandpa Newt didn't think they had much chance of winning. As the whistle blew, Ludo's excited voice, amplified by magic, echoed across the arena. Welcome, welcome, everyone, to the first Triwizard Tournament. First, allow me to introduce the members of the judges' table. They are Principal Joseph Oliveira of Castellobruxo, Principal Egilbert Fontana of Ilvermorny School of Magic. Ludo's peripheral vision caught sight of the champions emerging from the tent outside the arena, seemingly having waited for a long time. He quickly cut short the polite pleasantries, and after a few brief words, immediately shifted the topic to the champions. Next, you will see the champions who are about to enter. The champion of Beauxbatons Academy of Magic, Fleur Delacour. The champion of Durmstrang Institute, Victor Crumb. The champion of Mahoutokoro School of Magic, Tsuchimikato Haruaki. The champion of Castellobruxo School of Magic, Miguel Santos. The champion of Ilvermorny School of Magic, Catherine Johnson. And, the champion of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, Harley Potter. Please give them a round of applause. Upon hearing Ludo's voice, the champions, still outside the arena, exchanged glances, then instinctively walked into the arena in the order of the list, approaching their corresponding dragons. Each time a champion appeared, there was a polite round of applause. But when Harley appeared, the atmosphere immediately reached its peak, with the little wizards letting out deafening cheers. Apart from Slytherin, students from the other 3 houses raised neat red flags and red cheering props, adorned with lion motifs. Many students also threw small balls into the sky. The balls exploded mid-air, emitting red smoke that formed lion heads. Fred and George also ignored Professor McGonagall's murderous glare, leading the celebration and setting off a barrage of fireworks. The fireworks burst in the sky. Despite it being a clear, sunny day, the effect of the fireworks was incredibly splendid, featuring a golden lion's head in the center. This was a Gryffindor mark Harley had specially helped the two design, mimicking the dark mark, and also served as an advertisement for their joke shop. At the judges' table, the other principals smiled without saying anything. Occasionally, someone would nod, merely sighing that youth was indeed wonderful. Only Principal Karkaroff let out a disdainful snort, seemingly intending to be sarcastic. However, Professor McGonagall seemed not to have considered practical seating arrangements, resulting in Principal Karkaroff still being next to Old Crouch. At the same time, Professor Moody, whether intentionally or accidentally, appeared perfectly positioned directly in front of Principal Karkaroff on the judges' table. Principal Karkaroff could only swallow his sarcasm and continue to glare murderously at all the champions in the arena, except Crumb. Amidst the cheers, Harley waved back in response, steadily walking into the arena and stopping not far from Fleur. The dragons corresponding to the champions on the previous list were arranged in a circle, so after Harley walked around, she ended up next to Fleur. As for Harley's other side, it was occupied by the South American Cabro red-eyed dragon, which ranked second in danger among the 7 dragons and had no one assigned to it. Upon hearing the whistle, the champions may begin their actions. Ludo's voice grew more excited. A final reminder, the time you take, the strategies you use, and the magic and courage you display will all be important scoring criteria. Dragon tamers and aurors are constantly waiting nearby for rescue, so please do not worry. Good luck to everyone. Ready, 3, 2, 1, the competition begins. A piercing whistle sounded, and the champions immediately sprang into action. Harley and Fleur were the fastest, both flicking their wands simultaneously. Their robes, representing their schools, instantly fell off and flew towards the audience. A cheer immediately erupted from the audience. Were they going all out from the start? And you know what, watching 2 beautiful young women, our friends really enjoy this. So please, more of it. But they were quickly disappointed, as Harley and Fleur's robes were not the form-fitting garments they had imagined. Beneath their robes, they wore outer clothing, a set of sportswear suitable for combat. The cheers immediately turned into boos, and some people waved flags, jeering. "Damn it, our expectations were through the roof, and this is all you show us." The other champions also heard the change in sound at that instant and, before they made a move and provoked their dragons, turned to look. Upon seeing Harley and Fleur's attire, the other 4 champions first paused, then their faces filled with annoyance. After all, they were currently wearing robes that were inconvenient for movement. Why hadn't they thought of changing into more flexible clothing before the battle? Especially Crumb, he always wore his Quidditch sportswear during training, yet he had forgotten it now. The choice of clothing was merely a small interlude. The champions quickly cleared their minds and continued to perform their magic. The magic performed by the champions from Castellobruxo and Mahoutokoro was the fastest, manifesting almost simultaneously. Miguel directly waved his hand, and a handful of seeds fell to the ground. He casually flicked his wand, and the seeds quickly merged into the soil, beginning to root and sprout under the power of magic. Many small, delicate seeds formed first, transforming into a unique magical plant from the Brazilian rainforest, fire-resistant vines. And among these small seeds, there were a few larger ones. These seeds grew just as quickly, turning into a patch of peculiar shrubs, which then bloomed with eerie flowers. Tsuchimikado Haruiki's movements were not much slower. He gently raised his left hand, and several paper sheets flew out, expanding in midair. Suddenly, several large black cats appeared on the ground. These black cats had large, pointed ears and teeth that were strangely double-serrated. Even more impressively, they had 2 tails, which were now wildly wagging, gathering magical power. They were the Japanese mythical yokai, Nekomata. Tsuchimikado Haruiki himself had already appeared in midair, seated on a swallow formed from a paper charm. Both waved their wands, the vines wrapped around the dragon, and the Nekomata attacked the dragon from all directions. The other 4 champions were not so direct. Everyone was clearly preparing something. At this moment, Harley's wand was pointed towards the sky, and an invisible force brewed and gathered as Harley cast her magic. Today was originally a clear sky, with the sun shining brightly and not a single cloud in the sky. But as Harley made her move, a whistling wind gradually appeared in the sky. At the same time, dark clouds began to form and gather, making the sun's light appear somewhat dimmer. The Hungarian horntail opposite Harley seemed extremely uneasy at this moment. Earlier, they had inexplicably fainted, and then very abruptly appeared in this open, treeless, and lakeless area. And inexplicably, many mounds had appeared around them, covered with those small creatures that were very rare in their homeland. Just now, it felt that some of its kin, with whom it was at odds, seemed to be enraged and fighting with those small creatures. This made the Hungarian horntail even more vigilant, especially since there was also a small creature standing opposite it, a mysterious creature whose danger level it found hard to gauge. Fortunately, the creature opposite it had not yet moved, merely holding the wooden stick that all these creatures carried, pointing it at the sky, and had not yet threatened it or its child. So, the Hungarian horntail merely stretched its wings, nervously exhaling small bursts of flame from its nostrils, not moving an inch from its dragon egg. Ludo, as the commentator, was constantly scanning the entire arena at this moment. His gaze always drifted unconsciously towards Harley's direction. Upon realizing that Harley had not yet made any move, Ludo was somewhat disappointed, but he did not show it on his face. He retracted his gaze and continued to commentate on the magic used by the 2 most active champions in the arena. We can see that the magic used by Tsuchimikado Haruiki, called Shikigami, is generally effective. Principal Kamo Doman tells me that those black cat-shaped Shikigami are imitations of the yokai from their myths and legends, the Nekomata. Ludo had originally wanted to introduce this Shikigami in more detail, but seeing that Kamo Doman was unwilling to reveal more information, he could only stop there. It's clear that champion Tsuchimikado Haruiki plans to use the Nekomata to distract the dragon, which is indeed a very good plan. But he seems to have forgotten one thing: the dragon he drew is the Australian opal-eye dragon. Let me give everyone some background. According to information provided by the Romanian Dragon Sanctuary, the Australian opal-eye dragon has almost no natural predators in Australia. The only magical creature that can limit the numbers of this dragon is a type of rodent magical creature called the Australian egg-stealing rat. Australian egg-stealing rats are not afraid of the dragon's inherent deterrent and are very adept at stealing Australian opal-eye dragon eggs. This leads to the Australian opal-eye dragon having a stable monogamous system. During incubation, the male dragon fully undertakes foraging duties, while the female Australian opal-eyed dragon rarely leaves the nest. Facing such a highly focused dragon, I think Tsuchimikado Haruiki's plan might not succeed. Tsuchimikato Haruaki in the arena was indeed troubled, just as Ludo had said. Although the Nekomata continuously harassed this Australian opal-eye dragon, attacking it with their sharp claws and double serrated teeth. However, dragon hide was simply too thick. The Nekomata's attacks were almost like tickling to this Australian opal-eye dragon. This made Tsuchimikato Haruaki somewhat anxious. He hesitantly touched a Shikigami in his pocket but was reluctant to use these trump cards just yet. A moment later, he waved his hand, releasing more Nekomata, preparing to continue causing trouble for the Australian opal-eye dragon. Miguel's magic, on the other hand, was much more spectacular. At this moment, a sky full of vines sprouted around him, forming a small green ocean. A large portion of the vines completely enveloped Miguel, protecting him from danger. The other vines furiously whipped the Swedish short-snout dragon in front of him, and occasionally some vines would writhe along the ground, attempting to directly snatch the golden egg from the dragon's nest. At the same time, the strange flowers on the peculiar shrubs in front of Miguel also bloomed. Puffs of purple gas emerged from them, drifting towards the Swedish short-snout dragon. These gases emitted a cloying fragrance, making one feel drowsy. Chapter 295, The Raging Waves of the Natural Disaster. Nabistine are coming. Second, Nabistine's fury approaches. Watching these peculiar moves, students from various schools couldn't help but exclaim in wonder. However, some students clutched their chests, their faces pale, clearly experiencing some lingering fear. These were all students who had vied for the champion position, and after the champion list was released, they had secretly felt unconvinced, believing that the gap between themselves and the champions wasn't significant, and that they could have performed just as well. But now, thinking it over, if they had been chosen back then, these students in the audience didn't believe they had the ability to deal with a dragon. They probably would have been scared stiff upon learning of the event. While the Hogwarts students were still curiously observing Miguel and Tsuchimikato Haruaki's methods, and anxiously discussing why Harley hadn't made a move yet, Ludo suddenly let out a surprised shout. "Look, Crumb has made a big move. What is he doing?" One of his spells accurately struck the Chinese fireball dragon's eye. He truly lives up to his reputation as a legendary seeker, renowned internationally. The precision of his spell is incredibly high, directly hitting the dragon's eye from such a distance. But I think, he might have been a bit thoughtless this time. We can see, the Chinese fireball dragon has gone completely berserk. Oh, if I'm not mistaken, Crumb used the eye-blinding charm, and that would directly send the dragon into a frenzy. At this moment, the Chinese fireball dragon, just as Ludo had said, let out a series of wails and furiously spat out fireballs. The Chinese fireball dragon is called a fireball dragon precisely because its dragon's breath gathers into extremely powerful fireballs, which also explode. Despite wearing robes, Crumb remained agile, dodging several fireballs in quick succession. Instead, Fleur and Tsuchimikato Haruaki on either side of him bore the brunt of it. The competition had only just begun, less than 5 minutes ago. To maximize the effect of her hypnotic magic and ensure success in one go, Fleur was still in the process of preparing. The Chinese fireball dragon going berserk nearby directly interrupted Fleur's half-prepared magic, and also reawakened the Welsh green dragon, which had already been feeling drowsy. However, the Welsh green dragon didn't seem to realize it had been hypnotized by magic, only thinking it hadn't been focused enough, which was why it had fallen asleep. It shook its head, then continued to lie on its dragon egg, warily scanning its surroundings, and tucked the dragon egg further under its belly. Tsuchimikato Haruaki, on the other hand, seemed to be in an even worse state than Fleur. He had already angered the Australian opal-eye dragon he was facing, and several of his cat spirit Shikigami had been incinerated by the dragon's fiery breath. And the Chinese fireball dragon suddenly going berserk, spewing fireballs that fiercely slammed into his last remaining Shikigami cat spirit in the distance, made his already limited resources even more dire. A hint of ferocity appeared in Tsuchimikato Haruaki's eyes, a strange glint flashing through them. Crumb, however, paid no attention to the competitors on either side. After all, according to his philosophy, interfering with others also created an advantage for himself. Crumb quickly tapped his head with his wand, directly casting the disillusionment charm, preparing to sneak towards the dragon's nest while the dragon was in a frenzy. During the dragon's rampage, several dragon eggs had already been crushed. So Crumb had to speed up and snatch his golden egg before it was crushed. But after only a few steps, he suddenly felt something was wrong. Why was water sliding down his face? Looking at the Chinese fireball dragon still flapping its wings directly in front of him, a bad premonition arose in Crumb's heart. Don't tell me another dragon has dealt with its corresponding champion and just happened to notice me. That would be terrible, he could very well be trampled to death by a dragon. Even if he miraculously survived and was rescued by dragon tamers and aurors, he would still be disqualified from continuing the competition. This was something Crumb could not tolerate under any circumstances. Crumb subconsciously cast several shield charms on himself and simultaneously looked up at the sky. There were no dragons in the sky, only large patches of dark clouds. The rainwater was dripping from those dark clouds. Crumb was about to sigh in relief when he suddenly froze, a question arising in his mind. Wasn't it a sunny day today? Where did these dark clouds come from? He felt his robe suddenly flutter, as if something had brushed past his ear. On the dais, Professor Dumbledore tightened his clothes, letting out a sigh common for an old man. The wind is picking up. Previously, everyone had been focused on admiring the never-before-seen magic displayed by Miguel and Tsuchimikado Haruaki, and then their attention was diverted by Crumb's actions, so they hadn't observed the changes in the sky. At this moment, the marked figure on the large screen suddenly looked up at the sky, and everyone subconsciously looked up as well, only then noticing something was amiss. The sun, which had been shining in the sky since morning, had now disappeared. In its place were thick, dark clouds, giving a sense of black clouds pressing down on a city, threatening to destroy it. Moreover, the arena had been very hot, with almost no wind. But now, everyone could clearly hear the whistling wind in their ears. Catherine from Ilvermorny was pointing her wand at the sky and had personally witnessed the gathering of these dark clouds. She was somewhat surprised, as she had just been preparing a weather charm. Ilvermorny is located in North America, a vast and sparsely populated area with large magical creature reserves. Many animals skilled at controlling the weather, such as thunderbirds and horned serpents, inhabit the uninhabited regions of North America. And the professors of Ilvermorny observed these magical creatures and developed powerful, aggressive weather charms. For example, the lightning and torrential rain charms within the weather charm that Catherine was currently preparing. When did I become so strong? To be able to summon such a large expanse of dark clouds. Catherine looked at the sky, unable to believe this was her own doing, unable to believe she was so powerful. But it should be my doing, such a large expanse of dark clouds, the spell's power must be sufficient, no need to prepare any longer. Thinking this, Catherine's wand no longer pointed at the sky, but instead drew complex circles, pointing towards the Hebridean black dragon in front of her, which was boredly watching her. Thunderbolt and lightning, torrential rain. In Catherine's plan, heavy rain could effectively restrict the dragon's flight and flames, while lightning would force the Hebridean black dragon to leave its nest, making it easier for her to enter and snatch the dragon eggs. Everything was ready, and now her magic was even producing effects beyond her imagination. In this battle, the advantage is mine. But something embarrassing happened to Catherine. The expected lightning and heavy rain did not appear. The Hebridean black dragon opposite her, which had eaten its fill before the competition, even boredly picked its teeth with a claw and flicked its tail. This Hebridean black dragon also felt strange. What was that little bug opposite it doing, waving its wand? It was just that it had eaten its fill and wasn't hungry right now. And the little bug opposite was thin from top to bottom, looking like it didn't have much meat, and posed no threat. Its head-shaking antics were also quite amusing. Otherwise, it would have gone and eaten it long ago. What exactly is going on? At this moment, Catherine felt that almost all eyes in the surrounding audience were focused on her. Ludo's surprised voice also reached her ears. Quote, "We see that Catherine's magic seems to have misfired, nothing has happened. Quote, "Of course, it's also possible that it's some unknown effect, so let's wait and see." Catherine couldn't help but blush, and at the same time, a hint of confusion arose. Why did her spell fail? This isn't logical. She had clearly gathered such a large cloud. Meanwhile, on the other side of the arena, Harley, who was constantly monitoring the entire arena by observing the weather changes in the sky, naturally noticed Catherine's predicament. She shook her head slightly. Catherine was truly unlucky, her chosen spell clashed with her own. But that was her own bad luck, and she couldn't blame anyone else. Harley glanced at the sky, a slight smile playing on her lips. Preparations complete, the grand curtain begins to rise. Harley's clear voice suddenly echoed through the arena. Thunderbolt and lightning, roaring gale, torrential rain. 3 weather charms were cast by Harley in quick succession, and the situation in the arena immediately underwent a noticeable change. The gentle breeze everyone had heard earlier had now turned into a howling gale. The dark clouds finally could no longer support their own weight and opened up. Continuous torrential rain poured down, instantly covering almost half of the competition arena. The Hungarian horntail that Harley faced, the Welsh green dragon that Fleur faced, and the South American cabro red-eyed dragon, which no one was dealing with and was currently focused on licking its dragon eggs, were all enveloped within it. At the same time, within the thick dark cloud layers, purple lightning continuously flickered, and rumbling thunder sounded. However, under the control of magic, the lightning had not yet erupted, still brewing within the clouds. Under this half of the downpour, the three dragons all roared. The Hungarian horntail spread its wings and spewed a stream of extremely high-temperature flames into the sky. But after realizing that the cloud layer was too thick and its attempt to dispel the heavy rain was impossible, the Hungarian horntail leaned forward, covering its dragon eggs with its body. At the same time, its large pupils stared intently at Harley, at this small creature that brought it increasingly dangerous auras. The other two dragons also let out roars, flapping their wings, and fiercely guarded the dragon eggs beneath them. However, perhaps considering that there were too many dragon eggs beneath them to carry away all at once, and fearing that the remaining dragon eggs would be eroded by rain and cold, leading to the failure of incubation for dragon eggs that already had a low fertility rate. None of these dragon mothers chose to move, still lying in place, enduring the rain and cold they disliked the most. Fleur's prepared magic nearby was once again disrupted. She couldn't help but roll her eyes at Harley. However, Fleur said nothing, merely sighed softly and stopped the slow hypnosis of the Welsh green dragon. Of course, she didn't completely stop using magic. Instead, she seemed to have switched to a different plan, beginning to wave her wand and conjure something. My goodness, these dark clouds filling the sky were actually created by the Hogwarts champion, Harley Potter. Ludo's gaze was now completely focused on Harley. We can see that the weather charm Harley used has an extremely wide range, completely covering the entire competition arena, even including the audience and judges' stands. But under Harley's exquisite manipulation, only the dragons on half of the arena are enveloped by heavy rain and strong winds. Wait, I seem to also see traces of lightning in the clouds. Did Harley also use lightning? Under Ludo's commentary in this breathtaking scene, everyone's eyes were fixed on Harley. The Gryffindor students, led by the Weasley twins, cheered and shouted at the appropriate moments. Harley remained standing, her long hair, tied in a single ponytail, escaped the ribbon's restraint, fluttering and dancing behind her. Her face was calm and composed, and her voice softly rang out. Torrential rain, howling gales, rumbling thunder, three harsh natural weather conditions are all present. Torrential rain pours down, temperatures drop, and rainwater forms waterfalls out of thin air, interspersed with sharp ice cones. This is quite reasonable. Gales howl, constantly swirling, eventually forming violent squalls and tornadoes. This is quite reasonable. The thunder god rumbles, lightning flashes, and merges into the tornado along with the rainwater and ice. This is quite reasonable. All ordinary natural phenomena can form natural disasters, and all the demoness of despair needs to do is become a hidden catalyst. Then, take form. Calamity fire descends from the azure sky. Nabisteen's fury approaches. In the oldest Muggle epic, the Epic of Gilgamesh, recorded on Sumerian clay tablets thousands of years ago, a great flood named Nabisteen's fury is described. And in the Christian Bible, the Old Testament book of Genesis, there is also a description of this flood. The famous Noah's Ark was created to cope with this flood. Furthermore, a book in Sirius's home, introducing the history of weather charms, also contains a record of this flood. Besides this, legends of world-ending floods have also appeared in the mythologies of Greek, Indian, Mayan, Chinese, and other civilizations. Muggle geologists and historians have even attempted to find evidence of great floods that occurred in history, based on the records of these legends. According to the records in that ancient book, this great flood was actually created by a wizard, like a giant of flame, using magic similar to weather charms. Regarding that wizard, like a giant of flame, Harley, after seeing the 7 lights of the spirit world, speculated that it was probably the Hunter Pathways Sequence 0, a powerful Red Priest. And this flood was also a disaster created by the Red Priest using his authority. After all, the Red Priest controls war, and weather is also within his domain. Harley, combining the records in that book with some understanding of weather charms, meticulously prepared this series of spells. Mixed with the demoness of despair's extraordinary ability to induce the occurrence of disaster, if Harley spent an extremely long time preparing, it would be entirely possible to recreate this terrifying natural disaster. Of course, this was just a small competition, and Harley didn't need to fully display this terrifying magic. She was only preparing to conduct a small experiment, and incidentally, to declare her power with such godlike magic. If you are not powerful, why would others believe in you, or hold you in awe? Chapter 296 Exquisite Fire Dragon Ice Sculpture. As Harley's spell and extraordinary abilities were completed, an astonishing scene unfolded on the field. The sky, which had been pouring rain, now directly evolved into a sky-wide waterfall. The rainwater accurately poured onto the heads of the Hungarian horntail and the South American cabro red-eyed dragon nearby, quickly accumulating on the ground. At the same time, the water flow was mixed with a large amount of cold air, rapidly enveloping the dragon's wings and forming a thick layer of frost on them, preventing it from attempting to fly. On the ground, underground water currents, pulled by extraordinary abilities, broke through the competition arena, gushing out like a volcanic eruption. For a time, the heavens and earth seemed to be spewing torrents, as if to recreate the shocking world-ending flood. In addition to the flood, occasionally, several flashes of lightning and thunder would strike down from the sky, heavily hitting the dragon's hide, weakening its magic resistance. The strong winds were not to be outdone, constantly roaring and enveloping the massive bodies of the Hungarian horntail and the South American cabro red-eyed dragon, making it impossible for them to even open their eyes, let alone breathe out dragon fire. Soon, about 20 inches (50 centimeters) of deep floodwater appeared on half of the field. However, under Harley's precise control, these floodwaters completely avoided Harley and Fleur, forming a dry circle around the two of them. The water flow also avoided the dragon's nest, which was laid with fire-resistant plants, and the dragon eggs inside, to prevent damage and avoid Harley being deducted too many points. Spectators watching from the other half of the arena could clearly see that there seemed to be an invisible line, or rather an invisible wall, in the competition area. The water flow always remained in Harley's half of the field, mysteriously stopping its advance when it approached the Hebridean black dragon facing Catherine and the Chinese fireball dragon facing Crumb. "It's time to end this." Harley nodded lightly, and the turbulent floodwaters enveloping the two dragons instantly erupted with cold air. They had already formed a thick layer of frost on their bodies, and now they directly transformed into a large amount of ice. The two dragons had no ability to resist, all parts of their bodies, except for their heads, were directly frozen. On the field, two lifelike and exquisite dragon ice sculptures stood in place, instantly igniting the entire audience. "Oh my goodness, what did we just see?" Even the commentator Ludo was so shocked that he couldn't speak properly. "I think I'm not dreaming. Yes, none of us are dreaming." Harley actually directly froze the dragon, forming such perfect and exquisite dragon ice sculptures. Is this the strength of Hogwarts' genius? As expected of the youngest recipient of the Order of Merlin, first class in history. At this moment, thick light screens had been erected in the audience and referee stands. Although Harley easily controlled the range of her magic, the Aurors were still afraid that these powerful spells would affect the audience and referees, so they jointly used pre-rehearsed protective charms. Madame Maxime took a sip of tea and leisurely said to Professor Dumbledore, "Harley's weather charm is truly powerful. It seems Hogwarts' international ranking will rise again in the next few years." "Thank you for your compliment, Madame Maxime." Professor Dumbledore's smile seemed eternal, and his fingers gently tapped the table. The other principals beside him glanced at him but didn't say much, though their expressions were a bit displeased, with some envy and surprise in their eyes. Honestly, even if they practiced for another 10 years, they probably wouldn't reach Harley's level of casting such an intense weather charm in just 5 minutes. Harley stood still, her long, flowing hair automatically extended, precisely coiling the golden eggs from under the two dragons and holding them behind her. Not far away, a golden egg also smoothly appeared in Fleur's hand. For this competition, she had prepared two main plans. If Harley didn't successfully complete the weather charm, she would hypnotize the dragon and complete her task, then go to assist Harley. And if Harley had already completed the weather charm before she successfully hypnotized the dragon, then the effective range of Harley's weather charm would also cover the dragon Fleur needed to face, helping Fleur quickly complete the competition. In the previous downpour, although Harley used the Demoness of Catastrophe's ability to catalyze the disaster to ensure Fleur scored as high as possible, it didn't cover the Welsh green dragon, nor did it turn it into an ice sculpture. But Fleur also successfully exploited the Welsh green dragon's poor state in the heavy rain, combined with hypnosis, to put it into a special state. Its attention couldn't focus on Fleur at all, and subconsciously, it would instinctively ignore Fleur, instead concentrating entirely on the bad weather. Coupled with Fleur's O grade in transfiguration and charms in her ordinary wizarding levels, she quickly succeeded in obtaining her golden egg. After dealing with the dragon she needed to resolve, Harley waved her wand, and the dark clouds in the sky gradually dispersed, allowing the sunlight to shine down again. She walked leisurely to the dragon, gently tapping the exquisite ice sculpture. With the dragon completely encased within, the ice sculpture was massive. Harley appeared extremely petite and cute when standing next to it. But now, that petite figure was incredibly dazzling. Under Harley's gentle tap, the ice on the two poor dragons gradually dissipated, eventually turning into magic and vanishing into the air. The dragon keepers outside the arena saw this scene and immediately wanted to rush to help the dragons with the freshly mixed potion. Their actions were stopped by the Aurors, as according to Ministry of Magic rules, these dragons might still interfere with other champions later. So now, the dragon keepers could not enter the arena to provide any assistance. Thus, a large group of dragon trainers and dragon keepers, led by Charlie, could only stand outside, anxiously watching. However, thankfully, they soon breathed a sigh of relief. Harley cast a dozen spells consecutively on the two dragons, seemingly dispelling the cold from their bodies, improving their condition significantly, and also putting these two poor dragons into a deep slumber. And after the heavy rain completely disappeared, the Welsh green dragon was also temporarily rendered harmless under Fleur's hypnosis, falling into a deep sleep. After completing all this, Harley and Fleur did not immediately leave the arena but gathered together, observing the situation on the field. Although the shocking phenomenon Harley created earlier did not affect the other half of the field, the other four champions were all more or less disturbed to some extent. Catherine, as the unluckiest champion, probably realized what was going on by now. It wasn't that her magic failed, but that another champion also used a weather charm, and their mastery of the spell was higher than hers. And this type of weather-controlling spell has particularly strict requirements, so her magic was overridden. Without time to complain, seeing that Harley had completed her task and ended her magic, Catherine hurriedly resumed her actions. The weather was still humid, which was more conducive for Catherine to gather water vapor and reduce the difficulty of creating stormy weather. So, as long as she moved fast enough, there was still hope to finish the competition quickly and get a decent score. The other three contestants were not as greatly affected. At most, the shocking spectacle caused the dragons they faced to become even more violent. However, in a way, this was also a good thing for them, as at least when the dragons became violent, their attention to the dragon eggs would decrease significantly, which meant more opportunities for them. After briefly observing the situation on Harley and Fleur's half of the field, Crumb continued to rush towards the golden egg. His current situation was truly perilous. The Chinese fireball dragon before him had fallen into a deeper level of madness under the damage of the eye-blinding curse and the invisible threat of the surrounding flood. The fireballs it spewed had repeatedly hit the Australian opal-eye dragon, causing the Australian opal-eye dragon to retaliate with its own flames. However, Crumb was happy to see this situation, seeing the Chinese fireball dragon's attention to the dragon eggs decrease. This path, which usually took a minute to walk, took Crumb a full 8 minutes to complete, and he carried many scorched marks on his body. Flames are indiscriminate, although Crumb was very careful, some splashing sparks still singed his clothes. Finally, Crumb cautiously approached the dragon's nest, grabbed the golden egg, and ran out. The Chinese fireball dragon was still spewing fireballs everywhere, occasionally exchanging fire with the Australian opal-eye dragon, seemingly completely unaware that one dragon egg was missing from the nest. Finally reaching a safe position, Crumb dispelled his disillusionment charm and, looking at the golden egg in his hand, couldn't help but raise it high. This was already his habit. Every time he caught the golden snitch, he would raise it high to give back to all his supporting fans their expectations. He had always been like this, never an accident. But this time, an accident happened. A dark shadow instantly swept past at low altitude, and Crumb felt the weight in his hands suddenly lighten. At the same time, the cheers that had just erupted around him abruptly ceased, replaced by shouts of abuse, occasionally mixed with the jeers of some haters. Crumb felt a bit confused, opened his eyes to look around to see what had happened, only to find his hands empty. Say kukum Mikatik Bulgarian, where's my golden egg? Crumb couldn't help but curse. His gaze moved rapidly and quickly locked onto the thief. Tsuchimikato Haruaki of Mahautokuro, taking advantage of the Australian opal-eyed dragon being repeatedly attacked by the Chinese fireball dragon, becoming enraged, and starting to exchange dragon fire with its opponent, manipulated his Nekomata to seize the golden egg he needed to obtain. But at this moment, he had 2 golden eggs in his hand, and the other one looked strangely familiar to Crumb. Undoubtedly, that was Crumb's golden egg. Say kukum Mikatik Bulgarian, that's my golden egg. Crumb roared at Tsuchimikato Haruaki. Whoever snatches it, it's theirs. Tsuchimikato Haruaki sneered and loudly replied. These are the rules of the game, my actions are reasonable and fair, you delicate superstar from a greenhouse. Saying that, he manipulated the swallow Shikigami beneath him to rush into the sky, consciously approaching the distant Catherine. Obtaining 2 golden eggs was not enough for him, His goal was to control at least 4 golden eggs on the field to maximize his score. And the magic displayed by Harley Potter, the champion from Hogwarts earlier, was too shocking, even terrifying. Tsuchimikado Haruuki was ambitious, but he wasn't a fool. He didn't want to court death by rashly provoking such a genius, or rather, a monster. He didn't even want to get close to Fleur, who had a very good relationship with the Hogwarts monster. So, Miguel and Catherine were the best opponents. At this moment, Catherine had once again gathered a large patch of dark clouds. Although the weather charm she cast was not just one magnitude lower than Harley's, Catherine was still very satisfied. Thanks to the water vapor Harley had gathered earlier, Catherine was now performing exceptionally well. Seeing that she was almost ready, Catherine directly cast the 2 spells that had failed earlier. Thus, within the competition area between her and the Hebridean black dragon she needed to face, small-scale rainfall appeared again, along with bursts of lightning, heavily striking the Hebridean black dragon. The Hebridean black dragon let out an angry roar, but it was useless. Although it had lived for a long time in the Hebridean dragon reserve and knew that these small creatures in front of it could use strange powers to achieve various incredible effects. But its brain still couldn't comprehend that a creature could control the weather. So it only thought this was a normal natural phenomenon and could only retract its wings, reducing the area of its massive body exposed to lightning strikes. As the magic continued to be used, large beads of sweat also appeared on Catherine's forehead. Controlling a weather charm was not easy, especially controlling 2 weather charms simultaneously, one of which was the destructive lightning charm. But the good news was that her opponent seemed to be nearing its limit and could leave the cloud cover at any time for its own safety, exposing the dragon egg beneath it. Now it was a matter of who would give up first. Finally, the Hebridean black dragon could no longer endure the lightning torture and rain attacks on its body. It quickly stood up, spread its wings, and flew out of the dark clouds. Catherine let out a long breath, and without resting, she rushed towards the dragon egg. But her journey was not smooth. Just as Catherine was about to approach the golden egg, a piercing scream suddenly came from her ear. 297. A certain scientific barbecue warrior. Chapter 297, a scientific barbecue-flavored champion. Upon hearing that sudden and shrill scream, Catherine was startled. Fearing that something unexpected might happen, she quickly rolled to the side and cautiously looked around. Soon, Catherine understood exactly what had happened. After Tsuchimikado Haruuki snatched Crumb's golden egg, the 2 engaged in a small chase. Crumb, in an attempt to reclaim his golden egg and preserve his score, tried to blast Tsuchimikado Haruuki down with magic. Initially, he restrained himself, only using common spells like Stupefier Petrificus Totalis. But after only 3 minutes, Crumb grew impatient, and his attacks became increasingly severe. Various curses, mixed with several powerful dark arts spells, streaked across the sky. If Tsuchimikado Haruuki had been hit by even one, he would have been incapacitated for half a day. However, Tsuchimikado Haruuki skillfully controlled his swallow Shikigami, dodging Crumb's spells. He even had the leisure to control the Katmata Shikigami on the ground to counterattack, or to cast a few spells from the sky. Meanwhile, the Chinese fireball dragon gradually regained some sanity from its berserk state and focused all its hatred on the scoundrel who had cast a spell on it. Thus, Crumb relived the Quidditch pitch experience, but in a hellish mode. Bludgers had evolved into the Chinese fireball dragon's fireballs and Tsuchimikado Haruuki's spells, and their number was no longer just 2, but dozens. At the same time, he wasn't riding a flying broomstick, which further increased the difficulty of passing the challenge. It was also fortunate that Tsuchimikado Haruuki cherished his Shikigami, so he recalled all the Katmata, otherwise, the danger Crumb faced would have risen sharply. Under such concentrated attack, Crumb was forced to continuously use defensive spells and keep dodging. Finally, while evading a fireball, he didn't pay attention to his position at the time, and a roll inadvertently took him beyond the boundaries set by the organizers, exiting the arena. As for the Chinese fireball dragon that still wanted to chase out of the arena, it was stunned by the dragon handlers with Stupefy, according to the rules. These dragon handlers didn't give Crumb any pleasantries. Without even a word, they rushed to treat the dragon. This Chinese fireball dragon was the only Chinese fireball dragon in the Romania Dragon Reserve, and they wanted to sell it for a good price, so they couldn't let it go blind. Although Tsuchimikado Haruuki was no longer under attack from Crumb's spells, and the threat of the Chinese fireball dragon had been eliminated. However, the Australian opal-eye dragon was also freed and focused its attention on Tsuchimikado Haruuki, who was suspected of possessing its dragon egg. So Tsuchimikado Haruuki was forced to perform another flying display of dodging flames. It was also thanks to him being a member of Mahatokuro's Quidditch team, and Japan's Quidditch teams trained in the storms and volatile seas around Minami Iwo Jima. Facing strong winds, huge waves, lightning, and thunder was just a daily routine for these Quidditch team members, and while dodging these natural disasters and bludgers, they also had to watch out for Muggle Air Force Base planes on nearby islands. That's why Tsuchimikado Haruuki was able to perform a large number of high-difficulty flying techniques. But just when he thought he was out of danger, Tsuchimikado Haruuki suddenly started showing off. He began to actively lower the flight altitude of his swallow Shikigami, constantly teasing the Australian opal-eye dragon, trying to draw more aggro to himself. Tsuchimikado Haruuki wasn't acting without purpose, he mainly wanted to raise the dragon's aggro as high as possible and lure the dragon into the combat range of Miguel and Catherine, who were still in the arena. This way, Tsuchimikado Haruuki could fish in troubled waters and have a chance to get the other 2 golden eggs. The problem, however, lay in this aspect. For his own safety, Tsuchimikado Haruuki put a large amount of his attention on Catherine and the golden egg, as well as the menacing Australian opal-eyed dragon behind him. Seeing that Catherine had stopped her magic and was taking the opportunity of the Hebridean black dragon leaving its nest to retrieve the golden egg, Tsuchimikado Haruuki also rushed forward, wanting to use the speed of his swallow Shikigami to intercept it early. As a result, he overlooked one thing. Catherine had only stopped continuously using the weather charm, but she was still expending energy to maintain the large ominous clouds in the sky. After all, the Hebridean black dragon had temporarily left due to the bad weather. If the ominous clouds dispersed, it was highly likely to return quickly. So Catherine, in order to continue exerting mental pressure on the Hebridean black dragon, could only choose to maintain the ominous clouds. This involuntary action, however, ended up helping her greatly. With his attention divided, Tsuchimikado Haruuki plunged headfirst into a lower-lying thundercloud and was severely electrocuted by the magical lightning contained within. This was also because the magically generated lightning in that cloud had mostly been consumed during the previous battle, and the protective shield attached to the remaining swallow Shikigami also activated in time. Otherwise, Tsuchimikado Haruuki would probably have died on the spot, without even a chance to scream. Even so, when he emerged from that thundercloud, his entire face was scorched black, and the swallow Shikigami beneath him was tattered, its flight becoming unstable as it plummeted towards the ground. Tsuchimikado Haruuki initially thought this was the end, and he no longer harbored any thoughts of snatching more golden eggs, only wanting to finish the competition quickly and seek treatment. But then he suddenly felt as if he had forgotten something. Where was that Australian opal-eye dragon? It seemed not far behind him. A flame appeared out of nowhere, directly shattering the swallow Shikigami beneath Tsuchimikado Haruuki, and he suffered another severe burn. The Aurors, dragon handlers, and safety officer Professor Moody around the arena all stood up, staring intently at this scene. Because of the protection of magic, Tsuchimikado Haruuki still had the ability to resist, so they couldn't intervene yet. But if the Australian opal-eye dragon launched a fatal attack on Tsuchimikado Haruuki, they would have to immediately stun the dragon and rescue the champion. Looking at the Australian opal-eye dragon flying not far in front of him, Tsuchimikado Haruuki couldn't help but shiver internally. Although the distance was still far, he could already see the undisguised cruelty and malice deep within those large eyes, like opals. But Tsuchimikado Haruuki was now numb all over and completely unable to cast any spells. He could only pray in his heart, hoping that the Aurors and dragon handlers would quickly intervene and save him. He was a genius of the great nation, how could he die in this ordinary arena? Upon seeing another flame spew forth, Tsuchimikado Haruuki felt a sense of despair. But whether his prayer was answered or not, a magical wall blocked his path, stopping the flames. At the same time, the Australian opal-eyed dragon suddenly let out a furious roar. A small waterfall-like torrent of water slammed onto its head, and in an instant, it was transfigured into chains, tightly binding the dragon. 2 freezing charms flying from the same direction accurately struck the dragon's back, and the water chains quickly turned into solid ice. At the same time, the other ends of these chains had somehow connected to the ground, and under this powerful force, the Australian opal-eye dragon, which was about to fly into Tsuchimikado Haruuki's face, was forcibly dragged to the ground. Harley and Fleur's figures entered Tsuchimikado Haruuki's vision. The previous magic was a joint effort by the 2 of them. It must be said that Harley and Fleur cooperated very well. The entire set of spells flowed smoothly, without any gaps in between, making it impossible to find any fault. Fleur went straight for the dragon, her long hair gently swaying, casting hypnotic magic on the Australian opal-eye dragon, which was still in a state of rage, struggling and roaring. Harley, on the other hand, leisurely approached Tsuchimikado Haruaki and couldn't help but frown. Although the last flame was blocked by Harley, Tsuchimikado Haruaki was still very seriously injured, emitting a smell of barbecue. Wizards are also humans, and being burned will have a specific smell. This is very scientific. 2 spells for burns struck Tsuchimikado Haruaki. Thank you, Miss Harley Potter, thank you for your righteous intervention. Your help today, I will always remember it. Despite his severe injuries, Tsuchimikado Haruaki still used all his strength to respond politely, trying his best to show his handsome side. At the same time, unrealistic fantasies emerged in his mind. Could this girl, who was more beautiful than the legendary Jue Yanhu and exuded a faint sense of charm, have fallen for him? Otherwise, why would she save him? Thinking of this, Tsuchimikado Haruaki felt a little proud. As expected of me. This irresistible charm of mine, from the great nation. Harley's lips curved into a playful smile mixed with mockery. Her rich life experience allowed her to see through what this short fellow in front of her was thinking at a glance. But this wouldn't do. Harley was a kind, lovely, and compassionate witch. How could she let an innocent child drown in an unrealistic dream? Even if Tsuchimikado Haruaki was seriously injured now and was a casualty in urgent need of care, he couldn't be allowed to daydream, could he? No need for thanks, and remembering the favor is too much. Harley's voice was utterly calm. After all, you take people's money, you solve their problems. Take people's money, solve their problems. For a moment, Tsuchimikado Haruaki's mind couldn't quite process it. What money did Miss Harley Potter take from him? How come he didn't know? But soon he knew. 2 spider silks appeared out of thin air, binding the golden egg nearby. When his swallow Shikigami shattered earlier, he also fell directly from the sky, and the golden egg, which he had been controlling with a hover charm behind him, naturally lost control. Fortunately, these golden eggs were forged from magically enhanced brass by the Ministry of Magic, making them very resistant to drops. They showed no signs of damage even after falling from such a high altitude. Wait, Tsuchimikado Haruaki's face was filled with anxiety. Mahoutokuro was a school with an extremely strict hierarchy, where the upper and lower ranks could be said to have almost all rights except for life and death. And if students failed to complete tasks assigned by their teachers, the punishment they would face would be extremely severe. Not to mention this kind of international competition, which concerned Mahoutokuro's international honor. And as everyone knows, the nation where Mahoutokuro is located is, in a sense, the most concerned about those special honors and dignity, even having a tradition of seppuku only for superiors to assist inferiors, superiors themselves do not. And if Tsuchimikado Haruaki couldn't even bring back his own golden egg, he couldn't imagine how Principal Kamo Doman would punish him. Even if they had a certain blood relationship, his family was very noble, and he was also very seriously injured. He feared that the punishment he received would still be very severe. Driven by this immense crisis, Tsuchimikado Haruaki even managed to extend a hand that was covered in burn marks and emanating a strange smell. This hand reached forward, seemingly wanting to grab Harley's foot, or at least the hem of her trousers. However, Harley didn't even look at him. She strode past Tsuchimikado Haruaki and casually tossed one of the 2 golden eggs she had just acquired to Fleur. Fleur also caught the golden egg without hesitation, gently raising her wand to make it float behind her. They had already agreed earlier. Harley would restrain the dragon, and Fleur would hypnotize it to render it harmless, and the spoils would be split evenly between them. After acquiring most of the golden eggs on the field, the 2 no longer lingered and quickly left the arena. The first task was successfully completed. Human history incineration has been resolved. Foundation restoration, wrong channel, happy FGO anniversary. Please comfort the author with bad gacha luck, boo-hoo-hoo. Harley and Fleur passed a group of dragon handlers who were rushing to rescue Tsuchimikado Haruaki. Tsuchimikado Haruaki was already very seriously injured, and now Catherine had stopped maintaining her magic, dispersing the dark clouds in the sky. Currently, the Hebridean black dragon already showed signs of returning. If Tsuchimikado Haruaki wasn't rescued quickly, this champion would likely end up on the Triwizard Tournament memorial list. But not a good list, rather the honor roll for being the first to be killed by a dragon confirmed. As soon as Harley and Fleur left the arena, Professor McGonagall hurried over from the audience stands. Harley, Miss Delacour, are you alright? As she said this, she couldn't help but smile herself. However, Professor McGonagall only showed a brief smile, then forcibly suppressed it, saying seriously. Madame Pomfrey is already waiting in the tent over there. Go and get treated quickly, if you need treatment. Professor McGonagall seemed to think she had told a very funny joke and almost laughed again. Chapter 298 The principals are about to fight. All right, Professor McGonagall. Thank you for your concern, Harley replied, winking at someone not far behind Professor McGonagall. Hermione, seeing that Harley had finished the competition, also left the stands with Gabrielle. However, seeing Professor McGonagall go to greet Harley first, she chose to stand quietly in the back. Gabrielle seemed a bit restless, as if she constantly wanted to run over and check on her sister. But she still remembered her sister's words to stick close to Hermione, and Hermione was also holding the little girl's hand. So Gabrielle could only watch from afar, her pitiful expression truly endearing. Professor McGonagall gave Harley a light hug, then casually ruffled her long black hair that was cascading down her back. She then gestured for the two of them to head to the hospital wing tent backstage, while Professor McGonagall herself did not accompany them. She still needed to return to the stands to maintain order. Heaven knows what the Weasley twins would get up to if Professor McGonagall wasn't in the stands. After bidding farewell to Professor McGonagall, Harley and Fleur did not linger near the arena. The two quickly reunited with their two family members, who had been waiting for a long time, and headed towards the temporarily erected tent that served as a medical station. Inside the tent, Krum lay on a bed with a gloomy expression, his arm bound with a magic bandage. He stared intently at the tent's ceiling, his eyes unblinking, not even reacting when people entered the tent, lost in thought. Madame Pomfrey stood before a large table, in front of which were several steaming cauldrons, heated by eerie blue magic flames from below. Madame Pomfrey was impatiently brewing potions, occasionally glancing at the magic projection suspended in the tent. Clearly, this magic projection was not meant to provoke the injured champions and make them realize how incompetent they were. Although international competitions often involved psychological warfare, the Triwizard Tournament had not yet reached that level of intensity. The Ministry of Magic had specially set up this magic projection simply to assist Madame Pomfrey, allowing her to promptly understand the champion's injuries and respond more quickly. Upon seeing Harley and Fleur, Madame Pomfrey swiftly walked over with 2 steaming cups of potion. Her face was filled with indignation, anxiety, and disgust, but her voice carried concern. Harley and Miss Delacour, quickly drink these 2 cups of warming potion that Professor Snape just sent over. Both of your magic was excellent, and your cooperation was perfect. But I imagine after being drenched by such heavy rain, which even froze, your bodies must have caught a chill. Even though you are all wizards, you should still be careful in certain aspects and not be too careless. With that, Madame Pomfrey handed the 2 cups of potion to them and waited until they had finished drinking before continuing to speak. However, her subsequent words carried more than a hint of resentment. I have to say, this time it's truly too much. They actually brought dragons into Hogwarts. Dragons. Those are dragons. Let me recall, 3 years ago it was dark wizard thieves, 2 years ago it was a basilisk and the heir of Slytherin, and last year it was dementors and wolves, wild wolves. This year it has escalated again, becoming even more dangerous dragons. What else is that old man Dumbledore planning to bring into this school? There won't be anything more dangerous next year, so is he planning to go in a disgusting direction? Is he planning to stuff some poisonous toads and greasy slugs into Hogwarts? Bats would do a better job as principal than him. Madame Pomfrey's complaints did not last long, as a noisy commotion erupted nearby. Tsuchimikato Haruaki, the champion from Mahoutokoro, had just been magically carried back by the dragon tamers, and a special intensive care tent had been set up next door. Now Madame Pomfrey needed to provide emergency treatment to this roasted champion, at least to get him out of critical condition. This champion named Tsuchimikato Haruaki is really unlucky, Fleur remarked, watching Madame Maxime's hurried departure. He won't have to be transferred to St. Mungo's Hospital for Magical Maladies and Injuries, will he? Hard to say, Harley shrugged, pulling Gabrielle, who was sitting quietly beside her, onto her lap. Although the little girl seemed to have been waiting for a long time and was a bit impatient. But earlier, while her 2 sisters were busy drinking potion, she had obediently sat with her sister Hermione, truly adorable. Now that her sister Harley was willing to pay attention to her, Gabrielle's face showed an expression of enjoyment. She squirmed in Harley's arms, finding the most comfortable position, and continued to listen to her sister's chat. From the current situation, unless Tsuchimikato Haruaki is incredibly lucky and receives Taisha's protection, he will still need to go to St. Mungo's Hospital for Magical Maladies and Injuries. Harley stroked the soft silver hair of the Partvila in her arms, and then joked. Wait, I forgot, Taisha's the Greek goddess of fate. In Britain, one should pray to Celtic mythology and Merlin. But that's useless too, Celtic mythology doesn't seem to have a god of fate. He can only see if Takamagahara is willing to grant him protection. Fleur and Hermione couldn't help but laugh. Gabrielle couldn't understand what her sisters were laughing about, but seeing all three of them laughing so happily, she couldn't help but join in. Then the two sat on the bed to rest, chatting with Hermione. "Don't mention that champion, we don't know him anyway. Congratulations to you two for completing the task so smoothly, and your scores should be among the top," Hermione said cheerfully. "By the way, Harley, your performance in the arena was truly excellent." Professor McGonagall was practically floating in the stands, frantically showing off to the other professors. In her words, "This is a champion from Gryffindor. What about me? Wasn't my performance excellent?" Fleur asked with a smile. I can only say, barely passable," Hermione said with a mischievous smile, trying to provoke Fleur. Fleur rolled her eyes slightly, pretending to tap Hermione's head. However, Hermione reacted quickly, dodging behind Harley and hugging Harley's arm tightly. "Harley, look at Fleur, she's trying to bully me." The competition ended quickly, and Catherine ultimately managed to leave the arena with her golden egg. And Miguel was even a step faster than her. Miguel fought almost entirely alone throughout the entire competition, having virtually no interaction with the other champions. He successfully used the hypnotic gas emitted by a unique magical plant from the depths of the Brazilian rainforest to weaken the Swedish short-snout dragon, then seized the opportunity to bind it with vines. Miguel was also very cautious. To prevent burns, he specifically used vines to retrieve the golden egg, and only took it into his hand when he was about to leave the arena. After the competition, the intense reactions in the stands are not worth mentioning. A quarrel first broke out at the judges' table and almost escalated into a fight. Karkaroff, who always doted on Krum, almost came to blows with Kamo Doman, and if it weren't for the other principals around to intervene, the two would probably have had a real-life showdown. But even so, Principal Karkaroff continued to spew insults. "Kamo Doman, what do your champions mean? You think our champion is easy to bully, so you came to steal our golden egg, right?" But Kamo Doman remained calm, slowly took a sip of tea, and then leisurely said, "I recall that the competition rules allow champions to snatch golden eggs from each other, my dear Principal Karkaroff. If that's the case, then of course we'll choose an easy target. We can't deliberately go for the hard bones, can we?" Karkaroff's face turned crimson with anger at Kamo Doman's sarcastic tone, and he entered a state of red heat. However, he still retained some semblance of reason and chose not to be unreasonable, instead diligently searching for a point of attack. "What you said is very reasonable, that is my mistake. However, I still have a few small questions." Principal Karkaroff couldn't help but glance at the list spread out on the table before continuing. "This champion, Tsuchimikato Haruaki, are those strange things he holds, called Shikigami, made by himself. I personally have deep doubts about this, as those Shikigami appear to be exquisitely crafted and contain extremely profound magic. This Tsuchimikato Haruaki is only 17 years old. Does he have so much energy to dabble in so many fields?" "My apologies, Principal Karkaroff." Kamo Doman casually put down his cup, a serene smile appearing on his face. "The method of creating and controlling these Shikigami is a basic subject in our school, so every student knows how to do it. Moreover, the magic contained within them is very simple. In our school, even fifth-year students can easily master these spells." Listening to Kamo Doman's sarcastic tone, Karkaroff's eyes grew even gloomier, but he couldn't find a way to lash out. After 2 minutes of silence, Karkaroff suddenly smiled. "I see. Thank you for your answer, Principal Kamo Doman. Your school's students are truly capable. I'm sure they've obtained many golden eggs and achieved excellent results." This time it was Kamo Doman's turn to enter a red heat state. If there hadn't been other people present, he would have cast a killing curse on Karkaroff. Seeing that the atmosphere was developing in an uncomfortable direction, Professor Dumbledore quickly stepped forward to steer the conversation back. "Since there are no disagreements, I think it's time to start scoring. All the champions have already left, and the students are getting impatient. Plus, there's the newly added commentary session by Newt later." Madame Maxime also nodded repeatedly, hoping to quickly move to the scoring segment to prevent Karkaroff from suddenly turning his aggression towards Fleur. Everyone could see that Fleur and Harley had essentially teamed up. From a rule perspective, there was nothing wrong with this, but being bitten by a mad dog a few times is still quite disgusting, isn't it? Next, we will enter the scoring segment. Ludo resumed his commentary duties. 8 judges will score the champions. This scoring system is based on 100 points. Champions who obtain a golden egg will directly receive a base score of 50 points. For each additional golden egg obtained, the champion will receive an extra 10 points. And if a golden egg is not obtained, then unfortunately, that champion's score will not exceed 50 points, no matter how excellent their performance. We will score in the order that the champions left the arena. First up is Victor Krum. Upon hearing this, Karkaroff's face darkened even further, as Krum was the first to withdraw due to his failure. He quickly gave his score, 50 points, the maximum allowed by the rules. A ripple of mocking laughter, though not loud, spread through the stands. While everyone could see that Karkaroff was trying to boost his own player's score, no one really cared. After all, Harley had achieved such a high score. Were they afraid of his petty actions? As for the other principals, their scores were much more conventional, mostly hovering between 25 and 35. Although Krum had performed excellently, demonstrating his impressive magic abilities both in dealing with the dragon and later in his magic duel with Tsuchimikato Haruaki. However, Krum used the conjunctivitis curse when fighting the dragon, which caused the dragon to go berserk and crush many dragon eggs. This definitely warranted a deduction of points. Kamo Doman, on the other hand, showed no mercy, giving him a direct 0, which turned Karkaroff's face green with anger. So, in the end, Krum's score was capped at 228 points. By this point, the tension between the two was palpable. Next to be scored was Harley. Considering Harley had secured a total of 3 golden eggs, her base score alone was 70 points, plus the astonishing magic displayed earlier. Therefore, the various principals were not stingy with their scores. The lowest score given was 95 points, and Principal Dumbledore gave a very reasonable 98 points. Ludo and Madame Maxime openly showed their admiration for Harley, both giving her a perfect score of 100 points. The four, who had already left the tent, couldn't help but laugh. Hermione gave her best friend a hug. Well done, Harley. But Karkaroff's score surprised everyone. Chapter 299 Karkaroff, I'm targeting everyone. See the writer's words. When it was Karkaroff's turn to score Harley, he unhesitatingly gave her the lowest score, 70 points. It should be known that Harley had obtained 3 golden eggs, and 70 points could only be considered her base score. Based on Harley's previous performance, a perfect score would not have been an exaggeration. In fact, it would have been highly reasonable and widely expected. Most judges only deducted 1 to 5 points to adhere to the precedents of the Wizarding World's international competitions, ensuring that not all judges gave perfect scores and that contestants appeared to have room for improvement. However, Karkaroff's 70 points were far too exaggerated. It was as if he had, "I want to suppress the score," written all over his face. Moreover, from Karkaroff's expression, it was clear that he didn't even want to give those 70 points. Had it not been for the rules requiring a minimum of 70 points, he might have only wanted to give 2 points at most, just to make up for the 2 points Professor Dumbledore had deducted. In an instant, the Hogwarts students were agitated, all ignited by Karkaroff's actions. The Gryffindor Lion Queen performed so excellently, why only 70 points? You hateful old bastard. Fred led the charge, yelling with a sonorous charm, vigorously waving his red flag, on which the lion roared along with him. However, he was careful enough to use a voice changer before cursing. Exactly, how dare you give such a score? Harley's performance absolutely deserves a perfect score. George also loudly questioned Karkaroff in the same manner from the side. You ill-mannered old yellow-toothed freak. You're clearly targeting her. Although their words were not very polite, they perfectly expressed the sentiments of the Hogwarts students. Many little wizards joined the Weasley twins in loudly cursing, with some even starting to throw dung bombs at the judges' table. Professor Dumbledore had to wave his wand, constructing a light screen over the judges' table to prevent it from being completely overwhelmed. Meanwhile, Professor McGonagall angrily reprimanded them. Fred, George, how can you insult other people's family members? Gryffindor loses 1 point. Lee instantly caught the unspoken meaning in Professor McGonagall's words and quietly spread it around. Don't attack Karkaroff's family, aim for the target, attack Karkaroff directly. The protest was so intense that even from Slytherin's side, many curses and protests erupted. After all, Gryffindor's honor was also Hogwarts' honor, which, by extension, was equivalent to Slytherin's honor. How could Slytherin abandon its honor? And at the highest point of the stands, Professor Snape looked gloomy, lost in thought. In the commentary box, Ludo's expression was also a bit grim. After all, he still owed the goblins an extremely large sum of galleons from the Quidditch World Cup betting. To pay off this debt, which he couldn't clear even if he worked for another 100 years, he had no choice but to make another bet with the goblins. Ludo originally wanted to bet on Harley winning, but the goblins weren't fools. Harley's performance was so outstanding, she was clearly the top seed to win, and not like the number 1 seed of the England national Quidditch team that could stumble against a Vietnamese team, leaving fans wanting refunds afterward. So Ludo could only sign an agreement with the goblins, betting that Harley would achieve a massive point difference over the other champions, winning with overwhelming dominance. Therefore, Ludo had now placed a large sum of money on Harley and could truly be said to be the person most hoping for her victory. Ludo coughed twice, glaring at Karkaroff with an unfriendly gaze. I think the students need an explanation, Principal Karkaroff. Otherwise, the angry students might just storm the main platform. Karkaroff looked at the stands, which were waving and demonstrating against him, completely unsurprised, as he was somewhat aware of what he had done. However, Karkaroff still cared about his reputation, so he deliberately drew out his words, explaining unhurriedly. I admit, Miss Potter's magic was excellent, the weather charm had a very large coverage area, and she dealt with 2 dragons at once, obtaining golden eggs. But I noticed that Miss Potter's magic interfered with the normal competition of others. Miss Delacour's hypnotic magic was interrupted by her, which is clearly unfair and unreasonable behavior and should be penalized. In an instant, the audience, which had only been ignited, completely exploded, and curses once again echoed throughout the venue. After all, the specific rules of this event clearly stated that champions were allowed to snatch golden eggs from each other, so would they still care about mutual interference? But Karkaroff stubbornly clung to this point, as the organizers had to consider upholding the authority of the judges. No matter how unreasonable a judge's score might be, everyone had to grudgingly accept the result, unable to modify it. So, in the end, Harley's total score was set at 755 points. However, this was still a despairingly high score, directly opening up a gap of over 500 points with Crumb. That old stick is truly biased, Hermione couldn't help but complain on Harley's behalf. He's being so blatant about it, and yet no one else seems to care. How can they care? Fleur shook her head. According to tradition, the authority of the judges must be prioritized. So, even with Karkaroff so openly suppressing her score, Harley can only swallow this silent loss. Harley chuckled softly, saying nothing, just staring intently at Karkaroff. Want her to swallow a silent loss? Is the dignified demoness of Unaging that kind of person? She narrowed her eyes slightly, a shimmering light passing through them, and an imprint symbolizing the witch pathway formed. It seems someone will be taking the blame for something, and Principal Karkaroff is a perfect fit. For some reason, Karkaroff, who was secretly plotting how many points to give the other champions, suddenly felt a tremor in his heart and sneezed forcefully. He inexplicably had an ominous premonition, as if a shadow had abruptly enveloped him. He instantly realized that his scoring had probably offended people, which was why so many people were cursing him and causing him to have this ominous feeling. However, Karkaroff didn't care and quickly dismissed the matter from his mind. After all, his usual behavior was very hateful. Many people, from professors to students at Durmstrang, resented him. It's no exaggeration to say that, let alone those who wanted to curse him, those who wanted him dead could line up from Durmstrang's Great Hall to the campus gate. Who is this person releasing malice against him now, anyway? Next, it was Fleur's turn for scoring, and Fleur's final score structure was remarkably similar to Harley's. As the champion who obtained the second highest number of golden eggs, even though Fleur utilized some of the magic Harley had cast, the judges still gave her scores ranging from 85 to 93 points. Madame Maxime gave the highest score of 96 points, trying hard to boost her student. Karkaroff, however, still chose to be unpleasant to the end, giving only a baseline 60 points, unwilling to give even 1 point more. He even claimed, Fleur had cheated. Had it not been for Harley's magic, she might not even have gotten her golden egg, let alone ultimately obtaining 2. So, he was being kind by not reporting her, and this score was reasonable. Good heavens, first he said Harley interfered with others, and now he's saying Fleur piggybacked on others' magic to reduce the difficulty of the competition. You've said both the pros and cons, what else can we say? And in the end, Fleur's total score was set at 691 points. Needless to say, Karkaroff was once again blasted. After all, Fleur's beauty alone had already attracted a group of adoring fans. For example, Ron, a little wizard who hadn't seen much of the world, drooled the moment he saw Fleur. He even wished he could pluck out his eyes and stick them onto Fleur as depicted in the original novel. If it weren't for the inability to charge directly, these fans would have made Karkaroff understand what cruelty was on the spot. Fans were angry, and principals were even angrier. Madame Maxime was already scrutinizing Karkaroff with an unfriendly gaze, seemingly pondering how she could tear him apart alive. The other principals were also somewhat wary, wondering if this old bastard would also target their school's champions when scoring them. Well, he would. The scores for the next 3 champions quickly appeared. Tsuchimikato Haruuki received 319 points. Aside from the 0 points given by Principal Karkaroff, most principals gave him a high score. After all, his magic performance was spectacular, very creative and courageous, and he had even held 2 golden eggs for a short time. What's more, Tsuchimikato Haruuki had suffered such severe injuries, almost to the point of death. Even out of humanitarian concern, the other principals had to give him a decent high score. Miguel and Catherine's scores were very close. Miguel got 567 points, while Catherine got 531 points. The scores given by the principals were relatively reasonable and average. Even the principals of their own schools only secretly added 5 to 8 points at most. Only Karkaroff, he always gave the baseline, his main point being, I'm targeting everyone. After the competition ended, Grandpa Newt also stepped forward as a dragon expert to give a brief commentary. He first briefly reviewed the methods each of the 6 champions chose to deal with the dragons for all the students. First is Miss Harley Potter from Hogwarts. She used an extremely powerful and wide-ranging weather charm, combined with a potent freezing charm, directly transforming the dragons into exquisite ice sculptures. This method is undoubtedly the fastest and most ideal, but it is only suitable for those magic masters. Even I myself might not be able to achieve it, so I do not recommend everyone to imitate it. For a moment, good-natured laughter erupted in the arena. No one felt capable of accomplishing Harley's previous feat, and when the gap was too large, people stopped wanting to compare themselves. And Miss Fleur Delacour from Beauxbatons achieved an excellent second place, Newt continued. She utilized her innate talent, using a hypnotic magic that prevented the dragons from concentrating and made them subconsciously ignore Miss Delacour, thereby seizing the opportunity to obtain the golden eggs. I think, well, that's also talent, we can't replicate it. So let's move on. Third place, Miguel from Castelo Bruxo used plant magic unique to the Brazilian wizarding world, developed according to the unique climate of the rainforest. Grandpa Newt was knowledgeable and had inquired with the principals during the competition, clearly understanding the various spells used by the champions. Plus, this commentary segment didn't have that one rotten apple, so in this part, the students' enthusiasm was noticeably higher. After the scoring ended, everyone was already preparing to leave, but Ludo called the champions back again. Except for Tsuchimikato Haruuki, who had already been transferred to St. Mungo's Hospital for Magical Maladies and Injuries. All the champions and the 3 judges, Crouch, Ludo, and Kamo Doman, gathered in the tent. Ludo glanced at the other judges standing by, and after confirming that Crouch was unwilling to step forward to explain, he joyfully and voluntarily took on the task. Congratulations to everyone for successfully passing the first task of the Triwizard Tournament. In my personal opinion, you all did very well. One of the champions let out an undisguised scoff, but Ludo pretended not to hear it. I know you are all very tired now and desperately need to go back to rest or attend celebration activities, but I still have a few words to say. The second task of the Triwizard Tournament will begin at 9:30 in the morning on February 24th next year, and before then, you will have a long rest period. So, regarding the second task, will the organizers provide information this time? Miguel raised his hand and asked. Or do we have to, like in the first task, rely on our own strength to, within a reasonable range, guess the task of the competition? Ludo's mouth twitched slightly. Did he not know what kind of behavior these champions had? If they hadn't cheated in the first task, Ludo would eat the parchment in his hand. Of course, Ludo pretended he knew nothing, just shaking his head with a serious expression. We will, of course, provide some information, and this information is already in your hands, hold on. Harley, Miss Delacour, could you please return the extra golden eggs to us? After receiving the extra golden eggs from Harley and Fleur, Ludo gave one to Crumb, then handed the other to Kamo Doman, asking him to temporarily keep it for Tsuchimikato Haruuki. Then Lupin tapped the extra golden egg like he was thumping a watermelon. If you observe the golden eggs in your hands carefully, you will find a connecting seam on them. Because this golden egg can be opened, don't open it now. Ludo roared suddenly, startling Catherine, who was curious and wanted to open the golden egg. It contains clues about the second task, but to increase the difficulty, we won't actively tell you the answer. So you'll have to use your brains, solve the riddle-like clues, to find out what the second task is. Has everyone understood? If there are no questions, you can go back now. With that, Ludo put away the extra golden eggs. He glanced at Harley, seemingly wanting to say something, but he didn't voice it and left the tent directly. After all, there were so many people from other schools here, Ludo couldn't be too blatant. Damn it, my head hurts so much. I'm not allowed to write about Lily-type relationships, only sticking together, and even a slight attempt gets censored. Even if the author once managed to get keywords past the machine censor, it was later reverted by manual review. The author truly doesn't know how to write about the Christmas ball, this important event. Even starting to write it is a problem. Some of what the author prepared also falls into the disallowed category, and within the allowed scope, everything feels stiff. Do readers have any good suggestions? My head hurts so much. Also, recommending a book. Chapter 300 Rita, thank you two great enemies. After being the first to leave the tent, Fleur looked curiously at the golden egg in her hand, tossing it up and down to feel its texture. This golden egg, though called a golden egg, looks more likely to be made of brass. And it must be hollow, otherwise it wouldn't be so light. That's for sure, Harley said with a mocking laugh. Do you think those poor devils in the British Ministry of Magic would bother to cast competition props out of pure gold? Indeed, Fleur agreed seriously. Your Ministry of Magic is truly poor, not even as wealthy as Beauxbatons. They didn't even bother to plate the golden egg with a layer of gold leaf. I don't disagree that the British Ministry of Magic is poor, but don't say it's not as good as Beauxbatons. Whose fault is it that you have an alumnus like Nicholas? Harley rolled her eyes and playfully poked Fleur in the side. If you and Nicholas averaged your assets, you'd be the world's richest person. It's normal for him to donate some gold to Beauxbatons and completely overshadow the British Ministry of Magic, isn't it? Fleur chuckled and said nothing more. Hermione had been waiting for a long time outside the tent, arms crossed. Gabrielle had been taken back to the carriage by Madame Maxime earlier, so she was alone now and quite bored. After reuniting with Harley and Fleur, Hermione curiously asked about the information regarding the second task. So, considering the weight and material of the golden egg. After hearing the news, Hermione rubbed the back of her hand, deep in thought. The clue about the second task inside the golden egg could be a parchment with a riddle. No, it could also be a recording of a clue inside. But that's not important, we'll know once we open the golden egg. Which means the core difficulty in obtaining information about the second task is likely the riddle contained within the golden egg, a riddle. Rearranging and combining various common magical meanings to provide information implicitly. Or using arithmancy numbers combined with specific charts to convey a message. Harley glanced at the golden egg in her arms, a subtle light flickering in her eyes. I think you're wrong, Hermione. After carefully observing the golden egg, Harley couldn't help but exclaim. Though it might be a bit of a blow, your core direction for guessing is wrong. I have to say, those pure bloods in the Ministry of Magic actually used their brains for once. The core difficulty in obtaining the clue isn't just simply solving the riddle contained within the golden egg. These golden eggs, apart from anti-accio and other spells that increase the difficulty of the first task, only have one simple spell cast on them. Listening to Harley's words, Fleur and Hermione's reactions were not intense at all. In fact, they showed no surprise. However, when Harley was about to reveal the correct answer, their faces instantly changed. Fleur leaned in directly, grabbing Harley's hands and pinning them behind her back to prevent her from resisting. Hermione, meanwhile, stood on tiptoe, covering Harley's mouth with both hands, forbidding her from finishing her sentence. Harley, don't say it. Fleur and Hermione said, trying to look fierce. We know this puzzle isn't a challenge for you, but you absolutely must not tell us the correct answer now. Don't stop us from enjoying the fun of solving the riddle through our own efforts. Hermione even threatened that if Harley didn't nod in agreement, she and Fleur would absolutely not let her go. But the two quickly regretted it, because their methods of restraining Harley seemed so powerless. Harley didn't even use the extraordinary physical abilities of an assassin. She merely used some techniques honed in backland on Hermione's palm, recreating the well-skilled in the capital. Hermione's face instantly flushed, and she hastily withdrew her hand, continuously rubbing her palm to alleviate the strange sensation of itchiness and numbness. And Fleur was gently leaned back by Harley, who used her side waist to take control, directly turning the tables. The three continued to chat, laugh, and play as they walked towards the castle. On a certain unavoidable path back to the castle, Harley glanced at a large tree on the edge of the forbidden forest. On the tree, a beetle was perched, its eyes full of reverence. A while later, not long after Principal Como Doman also passed this unavoidable path, the three champions, lagging behind, walked over. Along the way, the three of them were also chatting intermittently, clearly somewhat wary of each other, but also wanting to extract some valuable information through conversation. As they passed the path on the edge of the forbidden forest, a rustling sound suddenly echoed from within the forbidden forest. The three champions simultaneously stopped, looking over curiously, Catherine instinctively gripping the wand in her pocket. After all, she had been taking classes at Hogwarts during this time and had also communicated with many students. She learned from the students' chatter that this so-called forbidden forest was very dangerous, filled with many ferocious magical creatures. However, what emerged from the forbidden forest was not a fierce beast, but a middle-aged witch wearing a bright green robe, gold-rimmed glasses, and carrying a crocodile leather belt on her arm. Of course, in some ways, she might be more dangerous than a fierce beast, but unfortunately, the three champions in front of her did not know this. They were merely amused by the witch's deliberately outlandish curly hair and strange attire. Rita held her specialized dark green quill and notebook, a greasy smile on her face. "Ladies and gentlemen, please wait. I am Rita Skeeter, a reporter for the Daily Prophet. May I ask you a few questions?" The champions also remembered that this reporter had appeared during the wand inspection earlier and had conducted a simple interview. However, at that time, the main people interviewed seemed to be Harley Potter of Hogwarts and Fleur Delacour of Beauxbatons. And later, the newspapers also focused on the two of them, praising them at length. Thinking of this, Crumb frowned and subtly stepped back. He always hated interviews that pandered to him, and he hated wizards who constantly flattered him even more. Even when playing for the Bulgaria national Quidditch team, he only accepted officially mandated interviews. Rita noticed Crumb's small movement but didn't bother with him. Normally, Rita would definitely go up to him and do some in-depth digging into this big star. After all, such a famous Quidditch star, renowned internationally, naturally brings enough traffic and attracts enough attention. As for the other two champions, even if she wrote about them, who would read it? But today, Rita had a mission. Crumb wasn't even an appetizer, at most, he was mouthwash before the meal. These two less famous champions in front of her were her true targets. And what made Rita feel fortunate was that perhaps her previous article, where she interviewed and praised Harley and Fleur, had worked. These two champions from Ilvermorny and Castellobruxo clearly didn't know her reputation, so they happily came over, waiting to be interviewed. Rita loved these big fools the most, interviewing them could unearth enough scoops. Especially with two people being so cooperative, allowing her to successfully complete her task, it was simply a double delight. Rita cleared her throat and asked her first question. "First, I want to congratulate the two champions on successfully completing the first task of the Triwizard Tournament. Then, the first question I'd like to ask is, how difficult did you find today's task? How would you rate your own performance? Also, what did you feel when facing the dragon? And what do you feel now that you've left the arena?" The two champions exchanged glances, and Catherine took the initiative to answer the questions first. The three conducted the interview and conversation seriously, appearing very normal. And after asking a few questions, Rita narrowed her eyes slightly and asked the question she had carefully prepared. "Then there's one more question that I'd like both of your answers to. I clearly noticed that during the competition, the scores of one or two principals always differed significantly from those of the other principals. So, do you think there was any unfairness in the judges' scoring? And how do you evaluate it?" Catherine and Miguel, whose guard had been completely lowered by the previous questions, didn't think much and directly spoke their true thoughts. Rita nodded continuously, while glancing at the quill and notebook beside her, which were recording the conversation, and showed a satisfied smile. Harley didn't know how Rita's mission was going, but she didn't care either. On her way back to the castle, Harley also wanted to make a detour to Hagrid's hut. However, this plan was quickly abandoned because Hagrid seemed to have anticipated it, standing outside his hut inviting Madame Maxime to admire the blast-ended scrutes with him. In his hand, he was still carrying a large pile of unfinished walnuts, nuts, and roasted pumpkin slices. According to Hermione, Hagrid had personally cooked many snacks earlier, seemingly intending to share them with Madame Maxime. But who knew that Madame Maxime went to sit in the judge's box, so these snacks basically all went to herself and Gabrielle. Although he didn't get to fawn during the competition, now that the first task was over, Hagrid felt his chance had come again. Harley found it difficult to comment on this ultimate sycophantic behavior. After all, the Demoness of Unaging was the ultimate fishing expert, never coming up empty-handed even in Backland, Trier, or even the vast oceans like the Five Seas. As for being a sycophant, except for special circumstances for fun, Harley had never played such a role. For someone like Hagrid, who would throw 5 pounds of bait into the water, practically wanting to tear his heart out, and wouldn't listen to his friend's advice, Harley could only wish him good luck. Seeing that her principal was still chatting with someone else, Fleur didn't go over to disturb her. The three agreed to meet in the room of requirement the next day to begin preparing for the second task. That night, Gryffindor held an extremely grand celebration feast, even larger than the previous one when Harley was chosen as a champion. George and Fred collected a large sum of galleons from the Gryffindors, all contributed through a secret passage to Honeyduke's and the Hogshead pub. Although the butterbeer at the Three Broomsticks was cheap, the Hogshead pub's drinks were strong. And the Hogshead pub also offered fire whiskey and ice champagne, which other pubs couldn't do. Fred and George even incited Harley to have a drinking contest, but the two of them were truly bad at holding their liquor, getting drunk after just 2 drinks. Harley, however, was different, drinking cup after cup under everyone's gaze, and even performing the high-difficulty feat of immediately having a bottle of ice champagne right after finishing a bottle of fire whiskey. It's important to know that the same wizard designed both of these drinks, so he deliberately included a small Easter egg in their design. If these 2 drinks were consumed simultaneously, the different temperature sensations they provided would not cancel each other out, instead, they would become even more intense. At this point, wizards who drank both drinks simultaneously could enjoy an incredibly intense ice and fire experience in their stomachs. The designer originally created this drinking method for the old drunkards who frequented pubs all year round. Ordinary adult wizards wouldn't easily dare to try drinking like this. And most of the 7th-year students in the Gryffindor common room would basically only choose one type of drink. After choosing fire whiskey, they wouldn't even dare to look at ice champagne. As a result, when Harley consecutively drank 2 bottles of alcohol under everyone's watchful eyes, the Gryffindor common room immediately erupted in even more enthusiastic cheers. Besides celebrating Harley's huge score difference in the first task, the little wizards were also curious about the golden egg. However, when Harley opened the golden egg with a mischievous grin, everyone covered their ears. An ear-piercing, shrill scream erupted from the golden egg, as if someone was scratching a blackboard with their fingernails. After hearing it just once, the little lions of Gryffindor refused to go near the golden egg again. Hermione, however, held the golden egg, a thoughtful expression on her face. If she remembered correctly, the music played by the ghost band, who had come from all over the country to Sir Nicholas's Death Day party, which she had once attended, was this kind of extremely harsh sound. Hermione suddenly suspected that those musical sounds might have a special meaning. However, the Gryffindor common room was still celebrating, and nearly headless Nick was also celebrating with the little wizards. So Hermione temporarily put this thought aside, planning to ask about it the next morning. Harley listened to Hermione's conjecture and couldn't help but shake her head. Never mind, Hermione wasn't participating in the Triwizard Tournament anyway, so let her guess. Harley instantly saw that the only magic on the golden egg that could be related to the second task was a type of medium magic. This meant that to discern the true meaning of the sound inside the golden egg, a medium was needed. This type of alchemy was taught in the classes Nicholas arranged for Professor Babbling to give Harley, and it was much more profound than the alchemy the Ministry of Magic had applied to the golden egg. So, if Harley wanted to, she could completely and forcefully alter this magic, making the medium air. However, she instantly saw that this medium should be water, and the sound stored in the golden egg was the song of merpeople living in cold, freshwater lake areas. Water is so easy to find, why bother changing the magic on it? For more thrilling fanfiction stories like this, check out my channel Fanfic Audiobook. Dive into epic adventures, mysterious realms, and legendary journeys brought to life through immersive storytelling. Don't forget to like, share, and subscribe for more amazing audiobooks.